Hi, my name is Williams IV. Chicago, the Windy City. The second city, the place that I call home. Champions have been born here. Legends have been made here. History has been captured here. I've been here for a long time, and let me tell you, it's amazing to witness history unfolding in front of all of us. When I created the Will English Invitational, I wanted to be a part of that history. I wanted to know who was the best Overwatch team out there. But not just the teams you see in the pros. I wanted to find the teams that you don't get to see on the Overwatch League stage. Teams that have heart, a story, a family, a community, a legacy beyond what you see and hear playing in the halls of competitive Overwatch tournaments. Thankfully, from the 20 teams that played in the first Invitational to the 40 plus teams that have played in the second Invitational, and finally our journey to the Overwatch Invitational 3, we get to witness that history unfolding in front of our very eyes and ears. For our North American champions in Lo-Fi AIM, now rebranded under Death Computer, they proved during the Invitational 2 that they were the best Tier 3 team in existence. But now they have to defend their title against one of the most dominant and strongest teams ever assembled in the ISU Redbirds. Our European Invitational Championship is vacant. Shoes Money Crew came in and showed the world where the top of the mountain was. With our expanded EU tournament, who's going to step up and claim that title? Well, fits to mention an African Typhoon might have something to say about that. The road to victory is not going to be easy. It's a crazy, crazy world out there. Who's going to step up and claim victory in the Overwatch Invitational 3? Is it going to be you? Do you think you're the best? Well, guess what? The world is about to find out.
All right, hello and welcome. We're finally underway here in the championship weekend for the Overwatch IVitational, and it's going to be the final group stage qualifiers, and it's going to be a banger today, you guys. I've got Altruism alongside me. I've got Ocean to analyze in this pregame. I'm Altcharge as always. We got the Wombo Combo casting duo to start off the first game. But you guys, this has been brought to you by Opera GX. Make sure to click their link you can see in the chat right now, and our Project Gap production partners doing a fantastic job as always throughout the entire tournament. Find them on Twitter as well. Project, spell it with a K. So guys, with that out of the way, Altruism, let's just talk about Group A. Let's get right into the meat of the action. Okay, we've got Mind Goblin today, the first match on deck, and this team looks outstanding in this tournament so far. They've 3-0'd everyone. So what are you looking to see from them today to keep it going?
Ooh, I must admit, Group A was tough from the beginning, from the offset. We had 4 massive teams coming in there. Mind Goblin obviously doing a stellar job to come through, unbeaten, not a single map dropped, really looking strong for today's actions. We've got the rest of the crew, New 5D, Granite, and OT Pog tried to come through into that group. 3 of the 4 real titans of that group made it. OT Pog, though, getting dropped down to the losers bracket by Granite Gaming, and then faced off against our Dark Horse team, the team that no one really expected to push as far as they did into this competition, and that is Kaseki no Sadai, looking to make a great run into this, and whether they can come through in these final qualifier games is yet to be seen.
Yeah, and Ocean, I wanted to get your take a little bit on Kaseki no Sadai, that Dark Horse team he was just talking about. How has their run in the losers bracket come to a fruition where they've been there since round 1 losers bracket, and now they're in a spot where they are fighting for that quarterfinal placement to go up against an Overwatch contenders team? How have they found success so far in the losers bracket? Not quite sure if we've got Ocean in on this call. I'm hearing him in Discord, but just want to make sure. Okay, Okay, we're hearing that his volume's fixed. So, Ocean, from the top again, Kaseki no State died. They've had an insane losers bracket run. Just to recap the question, how have they been able to do it?
Well, no one really knew who they were, right? No one knew what they played. No one knew anything about Kaseki no Setai. And I think that really played to their advantage. They played a lot of far comps. They played a really fast pace. And I think that really helped them on their journey through the lower bracket. OT Pulk play a very similar style and probably weren't expecting to play against another sort of OTP team in the losers bracket. They thought they were going to be the only one of their sort of choosing their sort of style, and well, they weren't, and they got beaten in map 6 by Kaseki no Setai.
Yeah, and Ocean, I just wanted to give you a follow-up question. OT Pog, one of the more highly touted teams in this competition that found an early exit. What does that say to the level of competition that's in this IVitational? Because we haven't even gotten to the contenders teams that are looking to just cherry pick their opponents who are going to be the winners of today's games.
OT Pog have been in contenders gauntlet contenders before, right? And they are eliminated in the group stages of this event. Like, why has that happened? That wasn't going according to the script. Ever since group stages, we were expecting OT Pole, Granite, 5D, and Mind Goblin to go through that group. They didn't read the script.
No, of course not. And I mean, the script, it was locked in behind a very tight safe, so not very easily accessible to them. But just to recap, I wanted to touch on this point that I said. Contenders teams get to cherry pick their opponent. What that means is in the European bracket, we've got African Typhoon, Sheer Cold, and Oh Yeah. Those are the contenders teams who get an automatic pass into the corners finals because obviously they're some of the best in the world. They've proven themselves. So this tournament to this point has been this group stage, this qualifying effort of these teams coming in pretty much trying to test themselves against some of the best tier 2 competition in Europe to go up against one of those three teams. But that means that one of these teams will not end up against a contenders team and they will get an automatic pass into the semifinals. Whoever a contenders team doesn't choose to play goes right into the semifinals. And right now in our first game, it's looking like Mind Goblin just because they've had so much success 3-0ing everyone thus far. But now I want to talk just a little bit about Group B. Altruism, we'll start with you. We casted a fantastic game last week. Adfriend versus Beaumontcourt. Beaumontcourt, they won map 1. They looked like they had the upper hand. Adfriend was the underdog going in, but Adfriend find themselves in the winner's bracket final for these qualifiers. They made one little change going up against Beaumontcourt. Talk a little bit about how they were able to come back and win that game.
Well, this is the amazing thing is the versatility of these teams. Even if you're a one-trick team, or even if you have one definite strategy that you like to run, if you can change up how you want to play that one comp, you can really make it work. And this is something Adfriend did. They made one change. They swapped to a Lucio and they kept the rest of the team comp pretty much the same. They swapped to the Lucio. They changed to a more mobile, disengage, peel for each other when they're under pressure, and then rallied around, really took the fight to their opponents. And that sort of little change just dominated. They were able to take team fights quickly. They were able to take team fights when they wanted to. They stopped getting pushed into a corner. And that's the sort of adaptability rather than we got to see. And like this play that's currently on screen was one of my favorite highlights of this competition. Some single teammate, some single playmaker here, Kiwi using the wrecking ball to set up the team and comboing it with the rest of the team. They swapped Luna out for Manuel at the end there on the Lucio one trick basically, and that really changes up how their style was adapted to that particular game. One change that can be really the difference for any of these teams.
Yeah, just going over to the Lucio, and then they win 3 of the next 4 maps. Just an insane effort. And like you were saying, Kiwi on the wrecking ball, the 2.5 thousand hour one trick, Medero on the Torb. I mean, this team just lived and died by this composition. All they had to change was a Lucio to make it work. And now, Ocean, I want to get over to you just to talk a little bit about Munich Esports. They've got this hidden gem on their team. He wasn't so hidden last week. Alex on the off tank, the 3-time European contenders champion. He made his presence felt immediately alongside with Choose on the tank line. This Munich Esports tank line does look unstoppable. I just want you to touch a little bit about how Munich has found so much success in this tournament as well.
I mean, Munich were just the best team in Group B last week, and that's not exactly what we expected. I think a team that we expected to do a lot better is We Like Koalas, who we just saw a little clip of in the highlights there. They were trolling a little bit, right? And I wonder if that sort of trolling is going to come back to haunt We Like Koalas in their first game against Mind Goblin Championship weekend. I'm concerned about them. I was really worried on stream. I was actually casting them last week, and I was quite worried about their attitude towards this tournament so far. I think it might cost them, especially when they play Mind Goblin in our next stream game later on. But to answer your question, Munich were phenomenal. I was expecting Munich to kind of struggle in group stages. I thought it'd be a lot closer between some of them and some other teams, but you know what? They made it count. They made it through. It wasn't even difficult for them.
So what you were saying just there is we like koalas. They left a little bit to be desired in their last week's effort, and now suddenly they're going against the best team in Group A in Mind Goblin. So is there anything they can hope to do to just adjust? What kind of heroes, if you were seeing we like koalas' best effort, what would that look like? What kind of compositions, what kind of play styles would we be seeing?
I want to see Lutu on the Tracer 24/7. Lutu's Tracer is by far and away their best hero. I want to see Julo flex between a lot of the different main tanks, because Julo is a very consistent main tank. And if it isn't Julo, it'll be Demi on main tank. They have two very good main tanks on their roster, Demi and Julo, and they could both of them play all three main tanks to a high tier 3, low tier 2.5 level, and that is without question. So they need to utilize their flexibility at main tank, because that's the best part of their roster, in my opinion. And if they're going to beat Mind Goblin, the main tanks are going to have to come at clutch. I don't know who's going to start. I don't know who is going to be starting main tank for them. It'll be either Julo or Demi. Both are absolutely insane players.
And we've got our second game of the day on deck to be New 5D. They've got a little bit of a new roster, but really not too many changes. Altruism, if you're familiar with Fifth Dimension, I want your take just a little bit about how this team has built themselves up and how they're able to just kind of beat their opponents so far in this tournament.
Yeah, like you say, it's pretty much a standard roster that they've come through for a long time. The big exception there is, of course, Melon coming in on their main tank role. That's going to be interesting. Ex-Mind Goblins player there, obviously very experienced at the game, and that main tank is going to be the difference. Can they synergize around him? That's going to be your playmaker. That's going to be the person who's stamping out, this is where we fight, this is the line of scrimmage, this is where we need to play around. And if the team can adapt to that, I think they're going to carry on doing really well. Obviously up against an incredibly tough opposition in Munich Esports, but if they can utilize something like Mr. Dragon Lol on that Tracer, that's a pick potential that really gives you an opportunity. You let the main tank sit in the front lines, draw all the aggro, let Mr. Dragon Lol go into the back lines, tear apart what could be, an unchecked threat. Then you open up an opportunity. They've got to make it work, though. It's going to be about that synergy. Do you play around as a team, or Munich? If they don't go in at the same time, Munich is going to dismantle that team and pick apart anyone who's poking too early.
Yeah, that's exactly what we saw last week with Munich too. Just up front, their DPS doing all sorts of work after their tanks would come in. They ran a lot of double bubble with Alex on the Zarya. And then, of course, Choose on the Winston, just putting on a clinic. This team will just pounce. They will just go in full throttle with their front line, send everything they've got into the back line. The tanks get out unscathed. It's just incredible. Ocean, I wanted one final question on you. If you were one of these teams hoping to qualify, hoping to go up against a contenders team, which contenders team would you be hoping to face that gives you the best shot in getting into semis? That's a tough question, because these are all titans. I mean, final bosses.
Okay. So they're all quite even, the contenders teams. African Typhoon have a lot of talent from around the board. They've brought in some Choose Money Crew players, some players who played on the Rebrand and Progress roster. Like, they're just a bunch of talent across the board, but they've played with each other before. Sheer Codes have they've made a lot of roster changes. Levitate's come in, who was previously on a 1. Sheer Code probably has the highest peak potential, right? So maybe you don't want to play them. Or yeah, if you're well prepped versus OTP teams, maybe them. I think I'd fancy my chances against Sheer Code. No asking, no WMMONE, no star power that they previously had. Yes, Dynasty is an absolutely great player. I've always talked about Dynasty on broadcast. That's scary, but Sheer Code have a lot of new players coming in. Some players that haven't really played together much in a tournament format, and that might be something that these teams might want to play against.
And then I
want to
jump
in there.
I
want to jump in there, because you got to remember, I think the answer is easier than that. There are only 3 contenders teams. There are 4 teams coming out of today's final play-in. That means one of the teams is not going to get selected. The 3 teams obviously have to play through those quarterfinals, and it's going to be difficult. But you really want to make, for any of the 4 teams who win today, you really want to make enough of a statement at the end of this that the contenders teams are actually looking at you and going, hang on, That's not a matchup I want to take at this stage. The contenders teams also want the easiest run through to the finals as possible, right? And so them having one team that gets an instant bye is actually big. I think that's the biggest prize to play for these teams. Obviously, you need to qualify. You need to be in one of those top 4 teams, but you need to make enough of a statement that you go, we're untouchable. We're a threat. Just leave us out of this first round and we'll see you in the finals.
Yeah, that's such a good point you bring up. And to that, even some of these teams that aren't like Mind Goblin that have dropped maps, I'm thinking of AdFriend in particular. They're the one team that's bringing a totally different, wonky look to this tournament and doing insanely well against high-level competition. So even though AdFriend has dropped maps and Mind Goblin hasn't, if I'm a contenders team, I'm looking at AdFriend and just being like, I don't know. We haven't scrimmed against a Torb one-trick team that does this well. What do you think, Ocean? How do you feel about one-trick teams at this level?
I mean, I would like to see if AdFriend do get it through the kind of our last qualifiers. I'm not sure that they will. If they do, I want to see them against yeah, because that's 2 OTP teams, and that's always a fun match.
Yeah, that would be a whole lot of fun. Well, that's pretty much all we needed to cover for the pregame. I think we've hit everything on the head. Teams are playing for that first prize of $1,500 going to the winner. Again, we've got another NA side over on a different stream later on this weekend. But guys, it's been a fantastic pregame show. I think you can all agree that we are stoked for this first game going into Mind Goblins and We Like Koalas. Ocean, thank you again for joining us to give us a little analysis on this European side of the action. You are, of course, the expert in the Tier 3, Tier 2 high-level EU scene, so it's been an honor having you here.
Bye, gamers.
And with that, Altruism, the Wombo Combo casting duo is back another weekend, and it looks like the competition has just ramped up yet again for us.
Yeah.
What are you looking forward to most? Because we do have Mind Goblins looking like one of the best teams in this tournament so far. We Like Koalas, I mean, they seem to be more like AdFriend was last week. They are the team we're kind of underselling right now, but they're in this part of the tournament for a reason. They could just take 2 maps off of Mind Goblins and win the best of 3. You never know. Or sorry, the best of 5. Take 3 maps. Anything could really happen today. But what are you looking for in the competition?
Oh, you got to say Mind Goblin. Right? They are definitely the stronger team, consistently doing well at contenders trials. You know, a really strong team. We Like Koalas got a lot of work to do. They're kind of that tier 2.5, tier 3 team that's really looking to make an impact here. And so Mind Goblins is one of those teams that you've really got to be able to stamp a bit of authority on if you want to break into that bracket. You know, make your name as a tier 2 team coming in here. Big shout out to Theomatic, fellow South African coming in here representing. Appreciate that. So a little bit of favoritism, a little bit of bias going towards Mind Goblin for today. But when it comes to the rest of the line-out of Mind Goblins, this is a strong lineup, I must admit. We've got SXJ and Wex on those 2 DPS roles, Theomatic and Juzo coming in on your tank roles, and then Straybor and Yoham, such a strong defensive lineup. You know, Yoham known for something like a Baptiste, being able to throw down immortality fields at the exact time that you want. One thing that I'm interested to see about Mind Goblin, though, is Wex. This is a very brawl-heavy lineup, okay? They love throwing brawl into most maps right now. And Wex pulls out Sombra on maps that other teams might not favor that. And if they get stuck into that mindset, you know, Sombra is not always the best pick. You know, they have thrown Sombra into aerial superiority and stuff like the Pharaoh or the Echo, and they've still made it work. So it's going to be interesting to see if We Like Koalas tries to draft around that sort of lineup, knowing that Wex is going to go into a Sombra, maybe, a Symmetra rather, not a Sombra. The Symmetra, that's going to be interesting to see from We Like Koalas. But otherwise, Mind Goblins just has a roster that they know what they're doing and they know how to work around each other.
Yeah, they definitely do. I mean, Mind Goblins just coming in with a force. SXJ, one of the better DPS players in this entire tournament. And like you said, that Symmetra look can completely change a team and how they play the map. I mean, ever since that teleporter was taken from like an ultimate and turned into an ability where you can just recycle and just remove your team with all of these funky rotations. Having a sim player at a high rank can really transform what your team and your in-game leader is able to accomplish with strats. But we've got Lijiang Tower first off for our control map, and after that it's going to be loser's pick. But going into Lijiang Tower, Symmetra certainly looks strong. I would assume both teams run the sim at some point just for the rollout speed. But Altruism, looking at this map in particular, what other heroes could we expect to see?
Wex does love the Symmetra, but also has a Mei in the pocket there. And that Mei on especially something like Control Center can really dictate it. You can see the idea of Mind Goblins is to dictate the space that you take the fights in. You can go aggressive with something like a random teleport into the backline. We have seen this sort of interesting strat before, but it works out. You know, they're able to move the whole team from one position into a chasing role, something like that, where they realize the other team is trying to back out, trying to flex back, and you pop that symmetric teleporter and you chase after them, the Mei to stop the aggression coming in on you. And so if We Like Koalas decides to take a fight, you got to be aware that wherever you take a fight, Mind Goblins is probably even surreptitiously choosing the battleground. And that's something you got to worry in about. Theomatic and Juzo are going to be looking to create consternation in the front line. And like I said before, Straybor and Johan, with that defensive prowess, those two are renowned for not getting picked off early into the fight. And so you need to now prioritize. We need to take out their supports, because if we don't, there is going to be such consistent healing coming in there, such consistent support to the team. Baptiste immortality fields that you need to play around, and you need to bait them out first before you fully engage into a fight, or We Like Koalas could be caught with no resources.
Yeah, and it's not always easy, right? We Like Koalas, they're a team that love to run these flanker type DPS heroes. They like to run a lot of the Wrecking Ball. If you throw on a Symmetra or a Mei, that can alone shut down so much with a crucial Mei wall or sim turrets, throwing a Brig in the backline comp as well. I think We Like Koalas has their work cut out for them just based on what their strategy is going up against Mind Goblins. But I guess only time will tell here on Lijiang and in their first couple maps what teams will need to make those adjustments. But I'm noticing that Dimi, he's not in, the captain for this We Like Koalas team, the tank. He woke up a little bit late, still wiping some sleep out of his eye, and we've got Julo in on the tank for this game. So that's a pretty interesting look. I don't know if that's a change of in-game leader, what sort of impact that's going to have on this team, but just something to look out for on the tank line of We Like Koalas. Altruism, I wanted to go just one more time right back to you. We asked each other this the last time. Maybe chat doesn't quite know. What is your favorite alt combo?
Last time, I'm pretty much probably going to stick to the same one. The Earth Shatter self-destruct combo. Beautiful way to set things up. But I have to say, after Kiwis play last week, that actually I have to add in a second little asterisk, because the combination of a Wrecking Ball into D.Va self-destruct, being able to dismantle the team, push them out of a place where they think they're safe, and pop them out into the open where self-destruct is waiting in the air. Man, that was pretty to see. And then you can just isolate them off with some Hammond mines if you need to at the end of the day. So that one, definitely an honorable mention. Are you sticking with your ultimate combo from last week?
Yeah, the Sigma Gravitic Flux and the Wrecking Ball Mines. I mean, I just love the minefield because it's just a fireworks show. And then when the enemies are fluxed right above where that minefield is, it's just imminent death. And you can just tell people are lingering up in the air and they just know what is going to happen to them. So I think that's just one of my favorite ones, because it's an all combo that takes 2.5 seconds. And right when it starts, you know that for the team that it's targeted on, it's not going to end well. But definitely sticking with the favorite there.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like, there's no worse feeling than considering Overwatch is such a fast-paced game. You stop. You're held. There's nothing you can do. You look down and you go, well, all right, take your hands off the keyboard, take your hands off the mouse. There's nothing you can do at this stage unless you got an amazing Baptiste with an immortality field or something like that waiting to go down underneath you. That just slow waiting for death it's just mentally breaking as well as game breaking if you get the combo off right.
Yeah, it definitely is. There's really not too much you can do against that. Immortality field might not even be enough to save you because you're throwing it down into the minefields. The minefields might just blow it up. I mean, that's why I like it so much, because it just seems like a 1-2 punch that no one is really able to stop with anything less than a beat drop. And even then, just so much damage. The fight is usually won by the tanks that use it. So, going in to Li Zhang. It's going to be high octane. If we like koalas take map 1, are you shocked beyond all belief, or do you think that that just kind of adds up at this point in the tournament that all of these teams are so close matched?
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked beyond belief. That's definitely not giving them enough credit right now.
No.
The fact that their tank and captain is not there might lead to a little bit of miscommunication, a little bit of misstrategy or lack of adaptability. But I definitely believe that they have a chance to bring this through. I would be surprised to see this being a clean sweep. If I had to give a prediction at this stage, I would probably say about 3-1 to Mind Goblins, maybe 3-2. But We Like Koalas has every opportunity. A great synergistic team. You talk about them being super mobile. And if the other team doesn't know how to shut them down, if Mind Goblins can't keep control of where the players from We Like Koalas are, I think We Like Koalas could actually run away with that. And the beauty of that is that when you get that flow running, when you get that in and out guerrilla warfare style, you can actually run through points quickly. You can take good control of control points. When you get to any sort of payload, you can start moving around that, controlling space beyond just the limited place of the payload or the objective. And that's what I'm looking to see from them. And yeah, come out, guys. You can take a map, 2 maps, maybe even the series.
Yeah, what I just noticed right there is their captain, Demi. He is actually in the action, so fully awake. He threw a pot of coffee on. He's doing good right now. It's probably like 2 p.m. his time, and he's feeling juiced up for the game. So it's good to see that they've got their IGL, their main tank starter, in the mix, because that is going to give them the best chance at beating this team that hasn't even dropped a map in this tournament. But Altruism, you're exactly right. At this point in the tournament, competition is pretty much neck and neck, and it's going to be up to just the best team throughout. It's a gauntlet from here until you have to play the contenders teams, and the gauntlet doesn't stop there. I mean, you have to face final boss after final boss after final boss. It's going to be so tough for these teams to squeak through to the grand final, but kicking things off here on Li Zhang is certainly one heck of a way to do it. Going in, just one final point here on Mind Goblin. Looked like they were doing the Symmetra. I saw a Bastion. Can't imagine SXJ stays on that pick, but I do like the Symmetra look. I think on this point of Li Zhang, the night market, Sim is almost a must pick. If they get to the point first, they should be able to lock it down. Is there anything you would do if your team wasn't playing a Sim, you don't get to the point first? How can you win that fight? Do you take off angles? Do you invest it all frontline? What would be your strategy?
That's the nice thing is if you're playing the mobile team comp like We Like Koalas, if they don't actually manage to contest that first fight straight away, or they can't take control of the point straight off the bat, you've got options. You've got something like a Wrecking Ball who can get those rollouts through the points, maybe knock a couple of people off the edge if they're not paying attention, or at least just be able to create enough consternation that you don't have to worry. You now get another wave to go in there, and you make enough off angles, you make enough dangerous positions that they've got to watch everywhere, that you're able to pick apart the back line and really get in off there. They need to. I like this play coming out from Lutu straight away on the Sombra. It is a very strong pick. Condi going to be coming out there, another South African name. Love to see it coming out straight away, replacing Wex, but still going to be picking up that same role of the Sombra on it. Yeah, picking up some nice. The Symmetra, rather, just taking control of the point, setting up there, and they're just going to hide behind Theomatic. Condi and Theomatic play a lot together in the South African scene, and so you know that they know where they want to play. Ritter in the back line just trying to do some work on this Tracer, and this is the awareness that We Like Koalas has to have. They need to just be patient in their approaches.
And you've got to be constantly turning the heads of Mind Goblins, who have their focus mainly on the front right now, but Lutu and Ritter are in the back line just trying to cause some disruption, try and just move around the supports, get their eyes off the tank so Johan can't do as much healing from the Baptiste onto those main tanks, but Johan already very close to that amplification matrix, and once you're already on this point, it can just be pretty much a stall fest. Once you put that ultimate out, it is so hard to just take any ground, and we do see the window just built, a little bit of construction work done here, but the DPS line for We Like Koalas, they're coming in trying to make a little bit of a play, just trying to make Johan uncomfortable. He did have to use that immortality field, but they were able to take down Ryder. So We Like Koalas, they're on the back foot. They've lost a member, 35% already having gone to Mind Goblins, and Mind Goblins will have a beat drop for the next fight. So they're set up very well here, Altruism.
Yeah, this is the big thing. We Like Koalas didn't really manage to get any picks, especially something like SXJ would be lovely to start the fight. But Lutu going to be starting us off with that EMP. Doesn't manage to catch the whole team, but counted out straight away afterwards with that beat.
And just support ultimates being used to counter each other here. The Simwall comes through, the pulse bomb sticks onto Theomatic, bringing down the main tank. The pillar for Mind Goblin has fallen, and Yeezus for We Like Koalas has popped that rally to keep this team supported. They're looking to win this fight here and now. Booga has gotten 2 picks, diving in on that D.Va, and Ritter is coming through in the backline, taking down Johan and trying to get this flip before his team is in that final fight territory.
Yeah, and I like this. This is the patience we saw from We Like Koalas. Not being able to get up onto the point and clear it out fast enough, though, could be a problem. Demi going to be coming in here to try and stop the reinforcement from Theomatic. Theomatic sitting on the point now, just stalling out the percentage. They're up to 90%. This is fantastic reinforcements from Mind Goblins. We Like Koalas created that opportunity in the beginning, but just didn't win out the fight after that point.
No, and Mind Goblins isn't done here. Somehow, some way, they've clawed their way back into point, just coming right down Main Street. Theomatic never died in the middle of that minefield. In fact, he gets the kill onto Disclosure, and now it looks like Mind Goblin has the upper hand. The Pulse Bomb finds nothing. Ritter is down, and now We Like Koalas is looking like they are on the back foot. Overtime starts to tick down, and full control in the hands of Mind Goblins, and they take point 1 here on Lijiang.
Yeah, that was actually sad to see from We Like Koalas. Not in that they played it terribly or anything. They had the right idea. It just wasn't executed perfectly. They let that first fight go. They gave the positional advantage to Mind Goblins on the point with the Symmetra. And that's difficult to push in. So instead of throwing 6 people over and over and just feeding ult charge to Mind Goblins, they waited. They built up that EMP quickly, and Lutu came in and started the fight perfectly. You know, that EMP is supposed to be a fight-winning ultimate, but there was not enough afterwards, and I think it comes down to the awareness of Strayball, just realizing, hang on, if Lutu's got that ultimate up, I need to hold on to my beats. If I drop the beat and then the EMP comes out, we lose that fight. Mind Goblins holds on for so long that We Like Koalas, their idea doesn't pan out, and by the time they're actually able to realize, hang on, we're not winning this fight, we're at 90% already. Flawless from Mind Goblins.
Yeah, that as well, and Condi's use of that Simwall as a support ultimate just to keep the damage away from his team was a fantastic use of that. And I'm really liking what I'm seeing Theomatic do. It's similar to what we saw Choose doing for Munich Esports, just really filling the shoes of a Rhine player, knowing that he has to hold up that shield, chew as much percentage off as he can, and he did an expert job there in that first round. Now they've adapted their composition. They've got the hit scan. Ritter's on the far, are going to have a little bit of trouble here going against a D.Va and a highly touted McCree player, but it looks like he's coming in on the off angles, taking care of that immortality field, and Condi has gone down. Now the Far's got a little more breathing room here without that hit scan in the mix, but it's a 1-for-1 trade as Demi has fallen to a charge from Theomatic still, though. These teams just poking around these off angles. Mind Goblin with the first capture of the point, still looking strong as ever.
Yeah, this is big. Mind Goblins knows where they want to play, and they're using such big plays. Something that's not even coming up in the kill feed is how well SXJ is using those walls not to isolate off a player, but to shut off a potential damage target. You know, you've got the Rhine shield for one angle, but it's not able to cover everything. So putting up that wall at the back of the point means that We Like Koalas doesn't have this off angle. They've got Lutu, they've got Ritter coming in now with the 2 DPS ultimates. Gonna try and start off again and make something happen using this EMP. And then you've also got the nano boost to follow in afterwards. Lots of resources from We Like Koalas. It's up to Strayball. Can you hold out? And this poop off the beginning here opens things up for We Like Koalas.
The barrage is going to come up empty, but that boop only happened because Disclosure had a sleep dart on that D.Va Juzo. But still, it's a 1-for-1 again as Theomatic able to take down Demi again, this time scorching him with a fire strike. These 1-for-1 trades going crazy here, but still with the advantage is Mind Goblin. And they're at 66% with a couple of ultimates on the board to hold it. But Altruism, really quick, I just wanted to touch on what Mind Goblin is doing. They're not getting drawn out by this dive bomb. They are fighting on the ground. Their Reinhardt is designed to fight on. They're not letting these off angles take them all across the map. They are staying compact, and they are doing a fantastic job of shutting down the Koalas.
Oh yeah, that's the big thing, and that's what I said at the beginning. Mind Goblins plays the space so well. Now they're going for an aggressive hold here on the bridge. Lutu coming in the background, looks for the EMP, gets 4. Oh, and the D.Va self-destructs over the top, takes out Johan at the beginning and takes Juzo off the edge of the map. Condi gonna go down, Theomatic falling straight afterwards, and as overtime counts down, We Like Koalas coming back and finally managing to take some control of this point.
I love it. That's exactly what they needed to do. Overtime dwindling, and they get their first take of the map. They've only got the Minefield and the Nano Boost to hold it. Altruism, how can they use those ultimates to defend against the onslaught Mind Goblin is going to bring?
Oh, this is going to be difficult. There's no real offensive opportunities coming out or ultimates coming out from Mind Goblin unless they get something with the self-destruct. Just creates a little bit of space. Now we're going to see everything else drop from Mind Goblins into this fight, including the beat to try and keep them up. And we, like koalas, slowly running out of lives.
Ritter just gets caught in the back line there, overstaying his welcome, and now SXJ comes in with the Pulse Bomb, doesn't quite connect, but still tracking down this Mercy, just hunting this healer for We Like Koalas, and they are brought down by the Lucio, helping out SXJ just a little bit there, and Mind Goblin, they're almost at the point where they get the flip here, and overtime starts to tick down. They've got all the picks they need, and they're looking to just close out the map, winning Li Jiang 2-0.
And there's nothing to recontest at that stage. Mind Goblin loses a single fight only. We Like Koalas just not being able to engage in when Mind Goblins is set up so beautifully. And then once they've got control of the point, they've used all their big ultimates. They don't really have the resources. And you could see their awareness from Mind Goblins. We've got their awareness of this. This was a great play to come out here at the end. Manages to just chew through everyone. And this was the stall that Mind Goblins really needed to be able to hold on to that first point and go all the way. I think Mind Goblins, just when they're in a position, it's going to be difficult to offset them.
Yeah, especially if they're running a Reinhardt like that. It is so difficult to dislodge that with a dive comp. I mean, Koalas, they're doing their best to just get in on the back line. They're taking all the angles they should on these Tracer Pharah comps, these Tracer Doomfist comps, where they're just trying to turn the heads of the back line, just make the focus go away from Thematic on the front line. But that Reinhardt is just not falling easily, and it is so tough to play that hero when so much focus fire at this high of a level can just go right onto a main tank, holding up that shield, having it crack immediately every single fight, but having the confidence in your team to stand your ground is key, and that is what Mind Goblins is doing in spades. Map 2 up in just a few minutes, but before we go there, Altruism, did you have any final thoughts on Li Jiang?
You've got it either, I think, for We Like Koalas, you've either got to take control of that point first, which is difficult against the Lucio and the Symmetra, these heroes that are so good at getting there, or you need to get those picks a little bit more. Mind Goblins is not going to fall into the bait of coming out too far, and so the team comp, the team style of play, whatever you want to try, has to be built around, we need to get in on top of them and get past that Ryan shield. Not in such a pick way that's going to involve you throwing away a life to something like the Symmetra turrets or getting shut down by the Mei, but you've got to get in there in such a way as a team and with the cohesion that you are able to clear out the important squishy targets, take out the supports at the back, take out the Symmetra before she's able to get up that big charge on that beam. Because if your strategy is just sit at a distance and poke, Mind Goblins, I don't know how much they're going to put wrong in that lineup that they're looking so comfortable on.
Yeah, Mind Goblin's very ready for that attack strategy. We'll see if any adjustments are made successfully in map number 2 in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. All right, welcome back to the Overwatch IVitational. I'm AltCharge alongside Altruism, the Wombo Combo casting duo back at it again. This one brought to you by Opera GX and our production partners over at Project Gap. We've got map one between Mind Goblins and We Like Koalas in the books, and it looks like Mind Goblins are looking strong as ever, but Altruism, that was the story for Beaumont Court versus Adfra, and Control was a warm-up map, and the underdog came back and took it, but just to reiterate on a point we made in the pregame, that these contenders teams, there's only 3 of them and there's 4 potential opponents. That means one of them gets an automatic bye. Mind Goblins might just be looking to make a fierce impression on them and scoot right into the semifinals easily like that. What do you think?
Oh, yeah. You know, when you come across a team like Mind Goblins who's not making very many mistakes, even the top teams, the only way you win a game at some of those levels is either you got to manufacture some random opportunity or you got to exploit mistakes. And when there are not really many mistakes to be made, it's going to be difficult to find a back into there. And so at this stage, I would definitely say I wouldn't want to go up against Mind Goblins if I was one of the contenders teams. Maybe look for a slightly easier run into it. That being said, like you say, we saw it last weekend. This weekend might not be any different. Control Point is not always the most true reflection of what's to come. It can be weird comps that come out. You know, you might not see the Symmetra or something like that from Condi coming out into further maps. And so, especially now that we're going on to Numbani. Numbani is probably one of my favorite maps in the entire game, simply because of the dynamics of that first point. There are so many interesting pathing options, and they each have their pros and cons. The important thing is on defense, which is where We Like Koalas is going to be starting, there is such a obvious kill box there. How they choose to set up here could change the entire momentum of the series.
Yeah, it absolutely could. The DPS presence from the high ground is definitely felt on this first point. The high ground's wrapping all the way around point A before you unlock that payload part of the objective. And I do think we are going to see some changes from Mind Goblins. I would not imagine they run the Reinhardt here on attack. Point 1 just seems impossible at this level to go up that staircase and take high ground that way. How do you think this team is going to adapt to a mobile comp? Because I mean, their brawl, they looked so stable. Their backline was under almost no duress because of the great job their tanks were doing. But that all changes when you move into a dive comp.
Yeah, that's the big thing now. I would love to, let's be fair, I would love to see them still try and run the brawl comp and do some weird Symmetra TP onto the back high ground or something like that. That's something that you can always guess. You know, theory craft from someone like Mind Goblins is that this is a team that is very strategic. They've tried out some of these weird set plays and it could work, but it's maybe not what we're hoping for from them. Not in terms of just a percentage-based play. Dive is pretty good on Numbani. You know, you get a nice solid Winston into the back line, you know, control the high grounds, follow it up with something like a Devo or something like a Zarya. Still plays into a lot of that brawl style comp where you can now go back onto the point, especially with something like a Zarya, where you can now still group up together on the point and just use the Winston as a jump in, jump out kind of threat to keep the distances controlled down nicely. I wouldn't be surprised to see something like that. We've seen some weird Orisa-based attacks on Numbani, none of which have really come out to any sort of fruition. So my big guess for Mind Goblins on attack first and foremost would be something like a Winston-based dive. But when it comes to the defense, it might be Mind Goblins just going, let's actually just scout out what they've got and draft around that. It's a single point that you're going to be doing. And Mind Goblins, okay, obviously still on attack, have a bit of time to swap this up, but a Doomfist and Genji DPS duo could be interesting. Gonna have to worry about this good control of space coming out from We Like Koalas. I like the Anna and the Soldier on the high ground. You put them up on the back of the point. You got the healing field from Lutu. You've got the biotic grenade from Disclosure. The two of them can keep themselves up so strong. Yeezer's going to be able to sit there and just keep that high ground pressure. It's going to be very difficult to offset them. And then you got Demi, Ritter, and Hugo, who's just going to be able to move around, engage threats at a distance and then come back. And Mind Goblin going to be coming out with the Mei and the Orisa. This is something that I didn't give a lot of confidence in the beginning, and it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to run this. Obviously, go up onto that high ground and then putting damage from as far away as possible.
Yeah, this team knows their strengths is just playing compact, not looking to go dive early here, trying to trap that Winston. Demi almost gets stuck there on the other side of that Mei wall, but a very slow move in this first engagement from Mind Goblin, just trying to make their way up the staircase, but already running into some trouble here as they lose their Brigitte. Yoham, it's up to him to do all the healing now, and another dive comes in from Koalas, and that will be enough to back off Mind Goblins for now.
And that was huge. Disclosure hitting such a big anti-heal grenade meant that Mind Goblins just couldn't come out anymore. You can see Mind Goblins' strategy. They want to come out onto this high ground, sit behind the Mei wall to maybe let them get into position. Theomatic's going to drop down the Orisa shield, and they're going to then poke out from there. But we like Koalas taking a couple of off angles. You've got the Winston and the Diva cycling this attack into it. And it means that Mind Goblins kind of just getting trapped in this corner. Again hit with a big anti-heal grenade. And I don't know if they're going to be able to push out too much.
They were able to drop the main tank down on the defense and using that amplification matrix, but not able to get the healing off. Stuck in the reload animation was Yoham, and just like that, Juzo is desuited on the Diva, but still, with full high ground control is Mind Goblins. They're able to just really control those flanks that this Tracer is trying to go on, and the point, just like that, with 5 minutes on the clock, has been captured, and this high ground sieging strategy they used has paid its dividends.
Okay, that's the one big thing about Orisa, right? Is maybe getting out of that room is not always so easy. You've got a small shield, an 800 health shield to try to get through, which normally gets chewed down. But once you dedicate to the fight, once you push onto that very exposed first point, it means you now have cover. It means you can set Theomatic up there. Condi sits on the high ground with the Cowboy and just puts damage down. Strayball goes in and reinforces on the point. And you can see, We Like Koalas can't really recontest that. And Mind Goblin's very happy with the time back that they got out and looking to again trap whoever dives in from We Like Koalas.
Now in a very difficult street space here, the ultimate's coming through from the Koalas. They take care of the Supercharger with a Pulse Bomb, sending the Nanoed Winston into the backline as well. But Mind Goblin doing such a great job of just playing in this building, bunkering up, using that Orisa comp the exact way you're supposed to. And now the Blizzard comes out. If anything, it's going to zone off the point by a few meters. It puts Demi in a difficult spot, and he's not able to make it out alive. This High Noon able to take down Yeezus. The Diva about to be demeched as well. And right now, We Like Koalas are scrambling.
Yeah, it was such a nice fight from We Like Koalas for a long time. They pushed Mind Goblins into the room and actually just stalled out the payload. Even though there weren't any kills, they were chewing through the time bank. Then we see the Blizzard come out and the combination with that High Noon. And I mean, credit to Booga, tried to fly forwards with that defense matrix, shut it off, and Yeezus coming in the background, trying to be there, but eventually gets frozen up and the defense matrix just doesn't last long enough. Mind Goblin's clearing up the street space after basically just winning one team fight, and now has nearly 5 minutes on the board, and Juzo's ultimate and Yoham's ultimate to push forward. Mind Goblin's going to keep this pressure going, and here comes the self-destruct.
Oh, it lands on the tree. No one expects it. That takes care of Demi again. The main tank falling first yet again. Here on Numbani is going to be critical for We Like Koalas, who are now going to be just scrapping to get out of spawn as the payload rounds its final corner with 4 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. This is a fantastic first attack we're seeing from Mind Goblins, and they're looking to finish it off. The Ant Matrix let loose there by Yoham. Attack Visor trying to take care of everything, but a flash and a fan of the hammer brings him down. Pluto no longer, and it looks like We Like Koalas, they've dropped their Sigma as well. Just looking at absolute scraps here to end this Numbani defense, and it looks like it's all Mind Goblins in the feed. Almost 4 minutes on the clock. That is incredible.
That was amazing. Condi's position there was so aggressive at the end. Mind Goblin basically sits behind the Orisa shield. They bait out the tactical visor from We Like Koalas, and Luto just gets nothing out of that. Instead, gets flanked by the Cowboy, who comes in with the flashbang, gets a couple of good headshots, takes out instantly the soldier, and then just sits actually behind the defender spawns and plinks away. The Orisa of Demi, I think it was, came out there and just was feeling confident behind the shield, but going toe-to-toe and just getting plinked from the behind by that Peacekeeper is just, It's such a dangerous position. Mind Goblin controlling the space, pushing forwards when they need to, getting into weird angles means we like koalas are just having to watch every angle. Don't really know where the fight needs to be concentrated.
Yeah, it looked like We Like Koalas never set up the fight to play out in the location of the map that they wanted. Always, Mind Goblin had a building, some sort of natural cover, like on that second point when it was the biggest ultimate fight of the map so far. Mind Goblins just bunker up comfortably in that building, and We Like Koalas is just left out in the open on the street space. So it could be a little bit of that action like we saw last week. So much of these high-rank games come down to fighting the fights in the most advantageous spot of the map for your team. And right now, Mind Goblins are doing that perfectly.
Yeah, it's like you touched on there, the natural cover that Mind Goblins is moving between. When they're in the first point, they sit in the little room, protected from all the spam damage, and then push out with the Orisa shield. Second phase, they sit in the little side room, and here, again, Mind Goblins taking the fight where they want to. I mean, how is Brigida supposed to get up onto this high ground from main and be able to support the team? You can see We Like Koala is just going to be trying to rush for that first point, and it's now up to Mind Goblins when they want to try and contest onto this.
And you can see Condi just playing this wall so close, and the Orisa shield right behind him, blocking all the damage. Demi's dive unsuccessful. Booga goes down as well. And already his first attack squandered by a great defense from Mind Goblins.
Yeah, you can't run at Mind Goblins. They've got SXJ on this Mei who's going to wall off anyone who tries to come up through the little room up the stairs. Just not going to work out that way. We like koalas, try onto main, and Mind Goblin sends Juzo down. Juzo contests the point, just stops that pick potential from coming in here. And now you've got SXJ who can blink away from the background, keep some position, gets frozen up nicely, and no panic, no rush coming out from Mind Goblins at this stage.
Now this is what I believe We Like Koalas has to do. Play close under this wall just to try and get a couple of tanks or some presence from Mind Goblins off this high ground. Then you go up and make your dive. They are able to get 58%, but it looks like that's where it's going to stop for now as Mind Goblins put an end to this attack with an amplification matrix.
Yeah, exactly. You've got 100% to work with. Even if you let them get the first point, you're just trying to chew through time right now. So you bait them onto the point, get as much damage as you can. As soon as you see yourself getting a little bit of an advantage in that fight, then you contest, then you take it back, give them the 58% in 2 fights, and now the Nano Boost jump on the monkey could start it off.
And the Dragon Strike coming through as well, just to try and take everyone off of this high ground. That is enough to take down Theomatic. And the Pulse Bomb finds a pair, the backline, the supports taken down, and We Like Koalas with their best chance yet to take point A. They send in Demi, he's able to just slice up SXJ with that Tesla cannon, and it looks like We Like Koalas find success in an attack, and they've got plenty of time left on the clock.
Oh, beautiful. And he's in the end there, even getting the flail kill as Juzo tried to regroup. And really nice play from We Like Koalas. You get the Nano Boost onto the Winston, give Demi some space to build up his ultimate, use it to offset Mind Goblins from that high ground and take away the positioning from Mind Goblins. We Like Koalas coming through, then they could clean up. Ritter getting that beautiful sticky pulse bomb onto both of the supports. That opens up everything. Mind Goblins no longer able to really contest this at all. We Like Koalas managed to get it. Not as much time on the board as Mind Goblins had, but if they can keep up this momentum, if they can play around this cover, if they can shut in Mind Goblins away from the points and not let them contest it, you just keep the payload moving.
And they just go building to building, don't they? They know exactly where they want to place themselves. Lutu, though, able to get a great opening pick with a headshot onto the Tracer player. And it looks like the Diva demeched as well, but a puzzling Diva Bomb able to take down Theomatic as well. And we see how weak this team looks once their main tank is out of the fight. Booga able to counter with another pick, and it looks like We Like Koalas is able to continue pushing this payload forward, but Juzo here making a stand. The flashbang goes in, barely eating up a headshot right there. Was Booga saving the life of his Brig Yeezus, and still payload rounding the final corner of second point. Mind Goblins playing very compact here by this Jeep, using all of the space the map gives them and stepping forward with Streaver as the main tank on Brig, just coming in with a 250 HP shield. He is brought down but made enough space to get one pick, and the High Noon finding Disclosure. It is looking like this attack has gone on too long.
Yeah, at this stage, We Like Koalas out, and they fell to actually just 3 players from Mind Goblins who just unified, walked forwards unilaterally at that stage and took control of the point. Great flex coming out from Mind Goblins. Go round the corner, gather up, Make sure you got all your cooldowns, and then, like you say, Strayball leading the charge on that Brigitte, uses that Inspire Healing, using that tiny little shield to such effectiveness, catches We Like Koalas, and Condi coming in with the damage after that means that you can just pick off a couple of players of We Like Koalas, get yourself a man advantage, and stall out the payload for so long. And look at this play from SXJ, just now actually keeping some awareness away from the payload, which is stalled out completely. And We Like Koalas kind of fighting on so many fronts that they're not winning on any real objectives.
No, and so much of that is just having to be Bugha putting up with all of these flanks, shutting them down, doing a great job just to mitigate what SXJ is able to do on this Tracer, and then popping right back into the front line for some of that presence. Now we do see Ritter just hanging out with this pulse bomb, looking to stick something in the back line and really secure this second point, but it's so tough to work your way in. Got to be careful of this Brigitte stun. Almost able to finish off Johan, but quickly healed back up, and into the mix is him, but SXJ can't quite contest long enough on the Tracer. 2.7 meters to go as the Diva Bomb flies in for a pick on a Johan. Right now, Mind Goblins is looking weak. If they're able to hold this and bring back this fight, the game might be a wrap, but adding time to the clock, 2:45, We Like Koalas still has a chance.
Oh yeah, and that came down to Ritter. I mean, using those pulse bombs, looking for the 2 support kills, doesn't actually need it because all you did was get the supports, Strayball and Johan, to run away from the main fight, run away from the point, and it means whoever is contesting doesn't have that healing, it doesn't have that sustain on the point, and eventually the rest of We Like Koalas wins this. Ritter looking for the big stick and gets just the bongo.
Yeah, taking down that supercharger with a pulse bomb has been a common theme for this team. And I do like SXJ just knowing that his ultimate is nowhere near as valuable as a supercharger, so just to take down that Orisa ultimate is an incredible piece of value for his team. Now pushing in is Mind Goblin, just bunkering in on this corner, but so aggressively in the fight is Demi primaling all the way into the backline, just dislodging everything Mind Goblin tries to set up on the left side of this choke. But you can see Mind Goblin here to stay. They just chisel down that Winston barrier in a flash. It is so hard to do any tanking against the bunker comp on this third point of Numbani, or it is just all one straight sightline.
Yeah, exactly. Like that again comes down to Mind Goblin's use of that natural cover. They've got the corner. If We Like Koalas wants to try and contest, they have to walk up through the big long archway. And that's a problem. You know, you don't have a Reinhardt shield to hide behind. I mean, they've now swapped to the Demi on the Orisa just because of this. They've got nothing to hide behind. Bugha's defense matrix is going to wear down, and you saw Demi trying to throw down that bubble from Winston, just got chewed through instantly by Mind Goblins. Mind Goblins with this bunker cop uses the natural cover normally, pokes out when they need to with the Orisa barrier, chews down anyone who's coming forwards, and is just holding on for as long as they really need to.
And they're using ultimates so early here. They know they're in the final minute. They know that they've got We Like Koalas backs up against the wall of this attack. The Diva Bomb coming in, able to take down 2 crucial abilities there in a Supercharger and Immortality Field. But the Pulse Bomb stick from SXJ still giving his team hope on this Tracer. Able to find a double kill. And it looks like Mind Goblin, with complete control of this high ground, are looking to send this game into its final fight.
Oh man, that pulse bomb was disgusting. We Like Koalas took so long to even get out onto that ledge, and then they started charging forwards, and Mind Goblin just controlling this high ground so well. And then as soon as We Like Koalas actually makes an attempt, 2 of their players are gone. One of them's had to drop down onto the low ground. Users managed to get away from the pulse bomb, but a Brigitte on the low ground, not really going to do anything down there. We Like Koalas again just looking for a place to fight, let alone a fight to take. Ritter pushing forwards at the end there. Just how long are we going to see the C9? Is this, please tell me this is not going to go all the way. He's pushing the payload. He's got the overtime. Eventually they're going to have to notice, and they're now going to come back and recontest.
Tracer duel has been taken. 2 cover girls just making one final effort here on the payload, but now the help arrives for Mind Goblin, and they're able to take down Ritter. Overtime dwindles down, and we have got a 2-0 lead for Mind Goblin going into map 3.
Wow. I would have actually just cried. I would have laughed for a good solid minute if they had managed to sneak in the C9 at the end there. But of course, when you got a team like Mind Goblin, they're eventually going to pick up on something like that. They're not going to let it go the whole way. And it comes down to this team. I mean, at this stage, I don't even think that there's a star player or a standout player coming out from Mind Goblins. It's just whoever's making these calls on where to fight and when to push out. That's really the MVP of this game so far.
Yeah, and it's got to be so tough too. I would say if I had an MVP, even though there's really no standout, Theomatic's job is so tough. We saw just how quick an entire Winston bubble was dealt with, and then on Orisa, this guy is making his resources last so long in such a high-ranked lobby, it's almost impossible to get those tanking angles. So, like you were saying, the shot calling, controlling which crucial part of the maps that Mind Goblin is choosing to, that's been the key decider so far on Lijiang and here on Numbani. But I think it probably comes down to a tank player just being like, hey, we're holding this ground right here. If things start to go awry, we're going to bunker up in this building. And Mind Goblin on the streets phase of that map on attack and defense put on a clinic of where you should be standing.
Yeah, 100%. They dictate where they want to play. We really want to just hold this corner. We want to make sure that they have to run at us. And you could see versatility coming out from We Like Koalas. They tried up at different things. They tried the Orisa Shield. They tried the dive comp. Some of them to varying degrees of success, to be said. But, you know, when they got the team unified, when they were able to offset that position from Mind Goblins, it was really good. I mean, they threw in a Diva Bomb to just create some space, get some picks in the backline. They had the Tracer, Ritter going mad in the backline a couple of times, pushing away the supports, separating off the fight. Divide and Conquer, good old strategy coming out for millennia of success. But it just wasn't consistent enough. They were certainly making progress on the payload, but when Mind Goblins got to the end so quickly, and it was just every second, every third fight from We Like Koalas coming out in their advantage, it just meant that they needed another 5-10 minutes to push that.
Yeah, and going into our next map as well, Route 66. No break between map 2 and 3. We were just going to get pretty much right into the action. Mind Goblin have proven that they don't just look good on Reinhardt Diva. They can really flex around on this tank line and adapt to the map, adapt to anything We Like Koalas tries to throw at them. One thing we haven't seen We Like Koalas stick around for a strategy too long is a Pharah comp. That might have a little bit of success, but other than that, I mean, how do you play against two tanks that just seem immovable?
I feel like this is a very smart map choice. When it comes to first point, especially of Route 66, there aren't the logical places to just bunker down. You know, they could try and go in underneath Big Earls. You know, most teams try and go from the top of Big Earls. But with the mobility that we see coming out here from We Like Koalas, I think that they could threaten a high ground defense on Big Earls. I would worry that Mind Goblins tries to commit too much to hiding behind a shield and poking out damage. It might mean that Mind Goblins might have to change it up simply just because of the map choice. But again, if Mind Goblins wants to go with that big tank lineup, if they want to go and sit behind shields and they utilize some special angle, you know, maybe a hold the high ground in the rock face, it could work for them still. And it just comes down to how Mind Goblins wants to take this fight. We Like Koalas, I think that they're trying valiantly on a bunch of different ideas, but Mind Goblins just has it read from day one.
Yeah, I think We Like Koalas is giving it their best effort. I mean, Booga is just being as much of a menace on the Diva as possible. Got the play of the game on Lijiang Tower and then on Streets phase there on Numbani. Had to do everything. I mean, had to do with a Tracer and SXJ that was so far in the back line of his team, taking the off tank from We Like Koalas so far away from the fight, but still, when the fight was taking place, Booga was always there in support of the front line. So this team really does have it together. It's just that Mind Goblins is such a well-oiled machine. It's so difficult to adapt even to this team where you've got your strategy honed in. There's still just so much work cut out for your players. Going into Route 66, however, We Like Koalas could make some serious changes. We haven't seen them put on a Reinhardt. We haven't seen them attack with an Orisa. There's a lot that this team could have left up their sleeve that I'm interested in. But as I've already alluded to, I think the smartest choice might be some sort of flying DPS here, because that makes your off angles that much harder to deal with when there is that element of just added height. Other than that, Route 66, a very wide open map. We could see snipers make an appearance for the first time. We've only seen Hanzos, no Ashe, no Widowmaker. Two heroes that are pretty strong in the meta. And Altruism, something we saw a ton of last week, the Wrecking Ball, hasn't even showed up yet. It could be time for that to just start disrupting this Mind Goblins team.
Oh yeah, I was 100%. That was the first thing that came to mind when it came to this Route 66 lineup. I would actually like to see the Wrecking Ball comboed with the Pharaoh or something like that. Wrecking Ball to just offset whoever's hiding out on top of Big Earls, knock people down to the low ground, cause such chaos in amongst them that you're rolling through them. Everyone turns and looks at the giant Wrecking Ball. It means that they're not looking at the sky. And we are going to see some snipers coming out here. We Like Koalas not going for a Wrecking Ball, which is okay. They're on defense right now. They're going to sit behind the double shield meta. of Demi and Buga coming out there. Sigma, really nice hero to be able to just keep that adaptability. Condi's going to have, if they do stick on the Widowmaker, is going to have a tough time finding an angle through here. Ritter and Lutu going to be looking for picks. We Like Koalas has not been able to get picks consistently enough. They've not been able to dismantle Mind Goblin. Even when they get one kill from an overwhelming offense, it means that they've dedicated too much. Mind Goblin's able to flex back and rejoin the fight. So really nice play here. You've even got users on the counter pick option there of the Mercy, being able to damage boost up both the Ashe or the Hanzo, and then you're just now buying time. We Like Koalas needs to buy time until these DPS can pop off and do something here. Condi going to be switching onto the Ashe, and SXJ actually might have a little bit of a difficult time in the air and needs to be worried about getting sniped out. Of course, has Strayball's Mercy as well too, just in case there is a random snipe out of the air, pick you back up, but that's not something that's reliable all the time. You've got to realize that's got a very long cooldown.
Lutu and Condi, some of the best hit scan snipers left on this European side of the tournament, so I'm really looking forward to seeing how that duel plays out. Both of them will have the Mercy pocket this game, unless of course the Mercy is with SXJ here and there, but you're absolutely right, Altruism. SXJ is going to have very limited sky space above. That was the change I was hoping to see We Like Koalas made. Instead, Mind Goblin go with that aerial look, and they're hoping to see it pay off here, but so far, We Like Koalas are doing a great job just holding two different high grounds, not really giving an easy or a vulnerable target for Mind Goblins to go for, but Mind Goblins just playing it slow, wrapping around the right side. They do lose Juzo here early in this fight. That might spell disaster for them going forward, but getting that Ant Matrix out early is pretty crucial. Yoham at 90% will be using that ultimate later, and it might just generate the pick they need.
Yeah, I like this. We Like Koalas is buying time, and this is what I said that they needed to. You got Buga up on the right-hand side there, just stopping the flank. I said Big Earls can be a big exposed target if someone gets behind you. Buga's job is just don't let them wrap around us. We're going to sit behind the sign. We're going to sit behind the Orisa shield. We're going to give our DPS time to pick out. You can see Mind Goblins trying to sneak the payload in underneath it sometimes. Oh, there's Dragon Strike!
It's massive, it takes care of the immortality field, but instead it stands strong. Yoham's ability able to save the entire team. They're taking the crucial positioning on this cliffside here to the left of the point, and it looks like they're finding so much success. The payload might end up reaching the first point checkpoint. It looks like it will do just that. They've got complete control now of Big Earls, of all these high grounds wrapping around, and that is how you attack the first point. You go through the doorway, you use that Baptiste immortality field to make sure you survive an insanely powerful ult from Ritter. That Dragon Strike could have easily been a 4K if it wasn't for the play made early in that fight by Yoham.
Yeah, that was actually really good. We Like Koalas. Ritter maybe just half a second sooner would have collapsed the whole of Mind Goblins, but Mind Goblins charges that. They've got that aggression. They've got that confidence right now that they're going, okay, we have two options, back or forwards, and we're going to go forwards. That's the constant idea from them. They run out into the middle, covered by that immortality field from Yoham. Really nice play there. They get up the shield in front of them, and now they can take a fight into the face. And We Like Koalas is trying to buy time. When you give them a very limited amount of time and you don't let them get any picks at the beginning of it, that means that Mind Goblin's going to keep running forwards, and this is what they're looking to do now, winning the fight instantly.
And they've got the triple shield composition out there with SXJ copying the Orisa. The staying power this team has is going to muscle them under this first catwalk of second point. And with still 3 minutes on the clock, Mind Goblins has not let off the throttle, but We Like Koalas will be coming out of spawn with 4, almost 5 ultimates here.
Yeah, the one word I would use to describe the way Mind Goblins is playing right now is overwhelming. They are running forward in force. They are brawling the side, even on a non-typical brawl style comp. Now they need to be worried about this amplification matrix.
The Bob comes out onto the high ground. Lutu's ultimate will end up securing the kill there onto Juzo. Not able to get that gravitic flux off in time, but Mind Goblin's still investing here. They do throw down the supercharger and it remains up for now, but We Like Koalas with pick after pick are looking so solid in this fight, and they take control of point 2, now getting up on those crucial high grounds. And just like that, the fight flips on its head, and Mind Goblins is without 2 big ultimates.
That was big. We Like Koalas really needs to keep starting fights off like this with some sort of big initiation, some sort of big pick, and using that amplification matrix and quickly getting out that kill, dropping the bob at the same time to clear off a second, gave them that opportunity, gave them that 6v4 fight that they were looking for, and then they can start flanking around. Really nice position here on the high ground as well. They can control a lot of this fight. Mind Goblin still has some time, 2 minutes left on the board, but it's going to become down to who gets the first pick. And Juzo going down early in this, has the gravitic flux, really wants to get up onto this high ground, but we're doing a good job of throwing them out. Uses all of his resources though.
And we can see Bugha doing the exact same job he was tasked with on D.Va, shutting down this off angle. That Mind Goblin keep trying to take on this right side. This time, however, Mind Goblin, just a battle of attrition. Like you said, they just never let up. The onslaught continues. They find 3 picks in this fight. Condi, though, loses the duel to Disclosure, but Disclosure, even though he spent a little bit of ego there, it looks like his team will lose the second point.
Did you see that confidence coming out from Condi, though? Casually reloads in front of him, casually strafes left and right, takes out the immortality field, then starts punching down the Baptiste, and you've got the reinforcement. You know that even if you lose your life there, you're staggering out probably the most important character and separating them off from the rest of the team from We Like Koalas. Disclosure now has another amplification matrix, but that's about it here for We Like Koalas. Mind Goblin's coming in though with maybe the 2 biggest ultimates they could want right now. The duplicate on the backline, and he's going to use that actually after getting that first pick. Goes onto the Mercy.
Oh, this is huge. He's going to get the res off onto the front line, and now it's just 6 versus 5. But both tanks get their way back into the mix. The Bob from Condi has already been dealt with. SXJ trying to do a little battle mercy work here. Just enough to get that Valkyrie. Isn't enough to keep the team supported, not before that copy ends. Now it looks like Mind Goblins has to slow down just a little bit here. They're down 2 members in this fight. They're going to regroup. Altruism, we have watched Route 66 play out a number of times in this tournament so far. After you round the first corner, it is an all-out battle for the truck. But that is not where we're seeing these fights take place now. It is just aggressive defensive holds from We Like Koalas, and I like this adaptation.
Yeah, you got to push forward. It gives you your time to stall back. It gives you your time to reinforce if you do get picked. And that's what We Like Koalas is all about, is getting those picks. If you get out a Hanzo who dies early into a fight and then is able to come back in and get some picks late into the fight, that's good enough. Mind Goblins doesn't really have a big initiation tool. You can see them getting battered out backwards now. We Like Koalas using the natural cover, covering off every angle and just building up their ultimate economy. Fantastic play from them so far. And I think Mind Goblins, with only a minute left on the board, actually could be hard-pressed to finish out this point.
We have seen Route 66 be one of the more difficult payload maps to finish, and right now Mind Goblins are realizing that their rotation to the right isn't going to work like it has in previous games. They've just got to muscle their way right down Main Street, and that's exactly what we see them trying to do here as Condi ends Bugha with a headshot from an arrow, and it looks like SSJ comes in with the beam to focus down Disclosure. This team is now up 2 picks, and this is where we see the all-out war for the truck, but instead, this team just goes in, and they're looking to hold the spawn doors. This is as aggressive you can be to close out the map. It's still got 25 meters to go here, and now the ultimates get let loose. So much damage from Mind Goblins coming out in this fight. The tank ultimates, not enough here for We Like Koalas. They're coming through with the supercharger, bunkered up in that corner, but it's just too far from the payload. They've got to make their way out there somehow, and it's just impossible. And with 19 seconds, Mind Goblin finish the map.
That was huge. I talked about there not being any initiation tactics from Mind Goblins, but it doesn't matter. You don't have to initiate when you get 1 tank on each spawn door. They had the Orisa on the right, the Sigma on the left, and just held position. Such good play coming out from Theomatic and Juzo to create space and let the rest of the team come in. We Like Koalas, having to not trickle out and stall out the payload at all, had to come out as one big unit, and now Mind Goblins can throw in all of the big ultimates. Really nice way to control up that last point. It's very difficult to push that, and you have to win it out as one big team fight. We Like Koalas, though, I get the feeling Bugha's maybe pushing out too aggressively on a lot of these. Sigma's a very resource-intensive hero. If you don't have a good shield up and you don't have that grasp, you cannot afford to be caught out in position. And you can see, survives for a bit of time, but eventually after the focus fire comes in from Mind Goblins, they realize, okay, everything's down, turn and chew through Bugha. Bugha's not there anymore, and that's got to be your peel tank. That's got to be your person who's reinforcing everyone else. Demi left behind, just sitting in the corner, and the sticky bombs come through from SXJ. Beautiful way to end off that point, and Mind Goblin, yet again, just controlling the space. When they control the space, they win the team fights. We Like Koalas did a good job to chew down that time bank, but they would have loved that extra 19 seconds off the board.
I completely agree that they're doing the right thing and focusing Bugha. I don't know if he's overstepping his boundaries or if Mind Goblin have identified that he's the hardest working member of this Koalas team right now. If we can just identify his position and go after that, catch him on a flank, just trying to hold close, that's what they're doing so well in these fights. But I also think Koalas, to their effort, they played their best Overwatch all day on that last point. We saw them on first, we saw them on third, bunkering up, taking fights where they wanted to, not playing into Mind Goblin's game, and doing a fantastic job limiting what Mind Goblins was able to put up on the clock. Now, they're going to be tasked with a very difficult attack, going over again to the double sniper comp, and Bugha on the Roadhog this time, playing for a little more pick potential. We'll see how they attack Big Girls.
Yeah, now you can see there's focus on the pick potential, and there it comes out. Juzo pushing up a little bit too far means that Ridder now going to be able to push aggressively, takes down the Immortality Field, gets the nice headshot onto SXJ. Demi going to follow this one up onto it, and Mind Goblin's now being pushed back hard. You constantly got to be worried about this. The hook comes out yet again to take out the second tank, and we like Koalas. Bugha, we said he might be pushing out too aggressively sometimes, but Roadhog is the hero that you want to do that on. Get into off angles, get into nice positions, and a great first run from We Like Koalas.
And 4 years ago, this was the very first map where Roadhog made his presence felt in the pro meta, just because there are these very well covered flanks, like we saw him going underneath there, landing those hooks as the Resurrect was coming through, and he leads off this fight with another pick. There are just so many ways Roadhog can inch his way up the map along the mega health packs with very minimal help from his team. He is brought down by a headshot there, but rezzed right back in by Yeezus. I am so a fan of what Bugha is doing on tank this game, on the D.Va, on the Sigma, and now on the Roadhog. He is putting in his best effort to make sure his team continues pushing the payload.
And look at this awareness. He now isolates off the Ash. Condi going to have to do some work, throws out the Bob to just get back to the team at this stage. And doesn't even manage to do that for now. The rest of the Mind Goblins having to run forward. But again, they're getting split up here thanks to this Dragon Strike. Juzo takes a lot of that to the face. Lutu going to be trying to get some work done from the side here. And it's so many off angles that We Like Koalas is setting up right now. Their shot from Disclosure takes out SXJ. A big reinforcement coming out from Mind Goblins. Managed to pick off two of their own. And with that pick potential of the Hanzo going down and the main tank of Demi going down as well, it means that We Like Koalas kind of just has to back up now.
And Mind Goblins did what I like to call an investment reset. They knew they had all the ultimates on the board to just stop the payload. And even though you might consider 4 ultimates an overinvestment at sometimes, you can't let this payload get too far down the streets phase, because this is one of the spawns in Overwatch where the doorways are so tight it can be impossible to stop the attacking momentum without an investment that great. So I love the shutdown we saw right there from Mind Goblin, who now control the entire catwalk, and now this is the most difficult part for the attackers to push through.
Yeah, this has turned into a game of almost duels. Oh, this is going to be a big gravitic flux to start us off in the beginning of this fight. Yeezus goes down at the beginning. That's going to be a big pick. And We Like Koalas now being corralled into the corner. They're being surrounded. SXJ coming through on the tracer from behind. Bugha does manage to get the pick. Juzo overstaying the welcome, but SXJ is the one to watch right now. Chewing through the backline. No one even turning to focus. Getting so much damage. Amplification matrix on high from Disclosure. Doesn't manage to pay off at all. And the sticky bomb on the edge of the shield still forces Demi out into a compromising situation. Yeezus going to try at the end of this fight, but it's such a nice rotation from Mind Goblins to control the space again.
That was a really good play by SXJ, just controlling that high ground. Once he saw where We Like Koalas was corralled by that mega health pack, he was like, all right, I can control this entire area just by being up on this ledge here. And the only duel we saw was from the Baptiste. Disclosure coming up and just trying to use the amplification matrix to deal with the tracer, but just not enough. And now Mind Goblins, they easily win the very next fight going up into this, and We Like Koalas, they're seeing that time bank that was once 4.5 minutes down to 2.5, and it's starting to look very difficult.
And you can see We Like Koalas now starting to swap up their lineup. They've gone away from that pick potential. You got Ridder now on the Genji. You got Lutu on the much more mobile Tracer. Big Dragon Strike to start off this fight here. Condi just trying to zone him back. And Mind Goblins has such a nice control here. Look at this flank coming out though. Bugha in a good position. Disclosure getting the kill there at the end. But everywhere now, We Like Koalas being the ones to surround their opponents. And Mind Goblins starting to take some casualties as a result. The tank lineup though comes out big. They start to reinforce that front line. It's the back line you need to worry about. Lutu looking for some picks here. And the teams have actually swapped their positioning as Mind Goblins on defense sticking in this front doorway and being sliced apart in the most literal fashion from We Like Koalas.
Despite that fight going very well for Koalas, it was so long, a minute has gone by and the payload just begins to move onto the catwalk.
Yeah, a minute is not a lot of time here. Definitely going to be a recontest from Mind Goblins trying to come in here. Obviously needs to worry about the big potential. Ritter's not up to that Dragon Blade. Nothing really on the board for We Like Koalas. And Juzo has one of the best initiating ultimates. And when you get a pick like that to start it off, it's a good sign.
The Valkyrie comes out just to keep Mind Goblins supported through this push out of spawn. Lux coming in just to try and find the pick onto the Mercy, able to lift her up, and this could be fatal for Yeezus, and it ends up being just that. Now we're down to 1 minute. We Like Koalas is struggling to find their way through this streets phase. It's just pick after pick for Mind Goblins. This Sigma presence from Juzo is insane on this map.
Yeah, Sigma is doing a really good job there. Big shout out to Juzo for being able to control those different parts. You know, the flexibility of that tank, especially when you combine with an Orisa. Orisa is kind of a dedicate to a position, or we're going to defend this chokehold, and even managing to get forward and get that res out onto the Cowboy. SXJ going to be back into this fight. And yet again, Mind Goblin just cycling their ultimates. They've now got 3 up for this next fight. They used what they needed to do to win. Juzo throwing in that priority onto the Mercy, and the shot calling again from Mind Goblins is making the difference.
And we see him shutting down this right side flank so well every time. High Noon almost finding Booga, but the vape keeps him alive, and that is the only time you're ever going to hear me say that. I'm not a doctor, but I know that's not how that's supposed to work. Now the Dragon Blade comes out, deflected headshot. He goes in with a sharp knife. He's able to slice up 2, make it 3. Ritter trying to do all in his power to keep this payload pushing for the Koalas, and it looks like he's just done it.
Oh, the most exciting thing about that is that's almost certainly play of the game. I cannot wait to see that headshot reflected yet again. Oh, Riddler doing such a good job, not going too aggressive. Pulls out the Dragon Blade, baits out the damage that comes in, has the presence of mind to get the deflect up, gets the counter kill, and then finishes it off so nice. Let's take another look at this. Chewing through the backline, takes out the Immortality Field, and then takes out the Sigma that you were so right is such a pivotal part of how Mind Goblins is wanting to run this. We Like Koalas buying themselves another minute. They've still got this entire last point to push though.
Ritter thought that was a duel right there, but the Mercy pocket quickly to the aid of Kandi wins that duel outright, giving Kandi the huge advantage he needed to just make sure that Genji did not find the kill in that one. We've got 50 seconds left here, and one final hope for We Like Koalas. Their game has been kept alive by a fantastic Dragon Blade, but it looks like they are pretty low on ultimates, just tank ultimates so far for next fight. Maybe they have enough time to farm up support ultimates, but it's going to be very difficult.
We are the ult combo duo, you know, like, let's look at this. What I would love to see, Demi dropping some bombs in the backline and then a whole hog to push the enemy team into that whole hog, into those mines. That would be a surprising for Mind Goblins probably, but certainly a unique tank combo that you could get to see. They've also got the nano boost online here, We Like Koalas. If Disclosure decides to hold on to that for Ritter to get up that Dragon Blade, but they may need to drop it early into this fight. We're going to see Demi not really in a position to start this off here. Kondi going to be coming out with that Dragon Blade, and here comes the High Noon. There goes the mines into the backline. Demi's going to pay with their lives for it, but Mind Goblin's still looking very good and very healthy here.
Booga doesn't want to go down here, able to whole hog away Theomatic and just try and keep his team alive, but SXJ on the McCree, able to find 2 quick kills, rolls into the minefield for some celebration. He knows it's all over. That is the 3-0 for Mind Goblins, and they will move on.
Oh, that was big, even just a little bit at the end. Can we take a moment? Wait for it. Wait for it. And there we go.
Yes.
Definitely has to be the player of the game, starting off with this deflect. Ladies and gentlemen, just watch this. As he pulls out the Dragon Blade, gets the nano boost, goes for it, reflects the headshot from the Hanzo, and then cleans up the fight. Valiant attempt to keep We Like Koalas in this game. Beautiful attempts. Really good versatility. Very, very good attempts, I want to say, constantly, that they tried to take it to Mind Goblins, but Mind Goblins just adapted back. They just were able to hold their team comp and not really changing up too much throughout it, just executed it most of the time more consistently.
Yeah, the Koalas gave it their best effort today, but like we were saying in the pregame, this is a Mind Goblin team that, even through this game, has not dropped a map all tournament. They know what is at stake. It's not just $1,500, it is getting there. It is knowing only 3 contenders teams get to select their opponent, and they had to make a statement that they do not want to be selected. They want that easy pass into the semifinals, and it is going to take a confident contenders team to choose to take on this Mind Goblin squad because they're looking like world beaters right now through the tournament. They have not dropped a single map. We've got some highlights here. Altruism, just watching these, I was wondering if you had a favorite play of the game other than that Genji deflect, because I think we're both in agreement that that was some flashy DPS work.
Oh, 100%. Best moment of this whole series, SXJ replicating onto the Mercy. I'm sad that he actually didn't get more out of that, because that would have been a clip that he puts in a montage or something like that. Battle Mercy for the win. Didn't pay off at the end there, but just for humor, for entertainment reasons there, I think that Mind Goblins just did such a good job consistently. That's my favorite to go. We can win with the Battle Mercy. That's what we're going to take to the end of this. Runs into some of the minefields, but still some really nice other combinations coming out here. SXJ doing a good job consistently with these high noons. Controlling the space up, the Orisa plays, being able to get out behind the shields, the immortality fields coming out from, I think it was Yoham, from the side of Man Goblins. Yeah, Yoham was the one playing the Baptiste. Really good job to constantly keep the team alive. And it didn't really come down to big ultimates that were needed for Mind Goblins to win this out. It was just every person using their cooldowns to their best efficacy.
Yeah, it really was. Cooldowns and just controlling which part of the map you wanted to be on. I mean, Theomatic, the main tank for this Mind Goblin squad on the Orisa, put on a clinic of where to stand all match long. Whether it was Numbani, whether it was Lijiang Tower and he's holding up the Reinhardt shield, or there on Route 66, always knowing where to stand and where to call the shots from. That was the key decider in this game. That and the cooldowns usage, because these two teams are very close. The mechanics are there. We saw with plays like that Dragon Blade that this Koala squad, they have incredible talent on this DPS lineup, on this tank lineup. We saw Booga shutting down all that he was able to do on the Diva, on the Sigma all game long. So this is a team that really should be right there neck and neck with Mind Goblins, but Mind Goblins just looked so good throughout this tournament. They didn't stop in this match, and they'll move on to at least the quarterfinals, maybe even get that free bye into the semis, but did you have any final thoughts? Maybe even a player of the game, someone who stood out to you before we move on?
Thematic. Yeah. Not always lighting up the kill feed, but like you said, just having that awareness, having that position, knowing what their job was, doing it perfectly. That's what makes a good Overwatch player to me. It's not the person with the highest damage at the end of the game or the highest healing, or, I'm a support main, but I also do tank so much. And I can tell you that was a masterclass, like you said, just being able to dominate where we're going to take the fights, knowing that call of when we're going to push out from natural cover, really nice. And like you say, Mind Goblins, definitely not a team that any of the contenders guys want to come up with straight away. In our next game, though, 5D or new 5D, new 5D, as they're officially called in this tournament, effectively Fifth Dimension, coming through there versus Munich Esports, also going to be one to watch. New 5D has had a bit of a rough run in this, and Munich is going to be another one of those teams that the contenders teams are going to be keeping an eye on. Cannot wait to get into that, but that's going to, of course, be just after a break. I'm very excited to get into that action. I must admit, guys, join us for that action in a couple of minutes. We're going to get there. Well played to We Like Koalas, having come this far in the tournament. Unfortunately, not able to go on any further. But when you come up against Mind Goblins, congratulations to that team doing such a good job and looking very strong in the future. We'll catch up with New 5D and Munich Esports just after this.
Hi, my name is Williams IV. Chicago, the Windy City. The second city, the place that I call home. Champions have been born here. Legends have been made here. History has been captured here. I've been here for a long time, and let me tell you, it's amazing to witness history unfolding in front of all of us. When I created the Will English Invitational, I wanted to be a part of that history. I wanted to know who was the best Overwatch team out there. But not just the teams you see in the pros. I wanted to find the teams that you don't get to see on the Overwatch League stage. Teams that have heart, a story, a family, a community, a legacy beyond what you see and hear playing in the halls of competitive Overwatch tournaments. Thankfully, from the 20 teams that played in the first Invitational to the 40 plus teams that have played in the second Invitational, and finally our journey to the Overwatch Invitational 3, we get to witness that history unfolding in front of our very eyes and ears. For our North American champions in Lo-Fi AIM, now rebranded under Death Computer, they proved during the Invitational 2 that they were the best Tier 3 team in existence. But now they have to defend their title against one of the most dominant and strongest teams ever assembled in the ISU Redbirds. Our European Invitational Championship is vacant. Shoes Money Crew came in and showed the world where the top of the mountain was. With our expanded EU tournament, who's going to step up and claim that title? Well, fits to mention an African Typhoon might have something to say about that. The road to victory is not going to be easy. It's a crazy, crazy world out there. Who's going to step up and claim victory in the Overwatch Invitational 3? Is it going to be you? Do you think you're the best? Well, guess what? The world is about to find out.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the IVitational. I'm All Charge alongside my good buddy Altruism for the second cast of the day between New 5D and Munich Esports. This one, of course, again, is brought to you by Opera GX. You can install with the link in the chat right over there. And the broadcast by Project Gap, our partners, as always, doing a fantastic job. Follow them on Twitter, Gap Project spelled with a K. And we've got a very special giveaway today. If you want to get a little bit better at the game, and I know we all do, today's giveaway session is a coaching session with former Dallas Fuel coach Tika T. So if you want to enter that, just make sure you're on the main stream at twitch.tv/WillEnglishIV and type !giveaway in the chat to enter. Altruism, we have got a banger up next. Last game was a 3-0. This one is going to be a very tight contest between New 5D and Munich, and I am very excited to get into it. We saw Munich last week, and what are you looking to see from them this week?
Weirdly enough, this is either going to be an incredibly tight competition or it's going to be Munich taking it in a sweep, I feel like, just because of how strong Munich looked last week. If they field Alex 2704 again, That is a tank that can dominate everything, looking so dangerous. I don't even know if tank is the correct term. When he got on that Zarya, it was building up charge so quickly, was being able to chew through basically anyone standing in front of them, using aggressive graviton surges to be able to pick up even just 2 players and turn the fight around. This is your player to watch here for Munich Esports. Alex2704, definitely someone that you got to worry about. And then the rest of the team just kind of all stands out afterwards. Choose going in so aggressively on that main tank row. Melio coming in with trust me, getting some great pickoffs, constantly harassing the back line there. And then Ozzy and level 1 Crook being able to keep that defensive lineup. You know, they like throwing something like a Brig and Anna or something like that in the back line, being able to keep everyone out, not afraid to throw out a Zenyatta every so often, being able to get something like a Discord orb on a target is just the go call for Munich Esports. When it comes to new 5D though, this is a top tier stream consistently. They've got Melon, who's their new addition from the ex Mind Goblin, and I mean, we just saw Mind Goblin getting to play there, and that's what they're doing without their main tank, with the new main tank in. Melon coming in here is so good. Lone being a great secondary tank there, off tank to be able to peel for the rest of the team. Mr. Dragon Lol coming in on that DPS. And I must admit, when you've got the sort of tracer player of that caliber, your backline, this is where Ozzy and level 1 Crook might actually be put under a bit of pressure. Muse following it up, a great flex DPS to come out there. And then Alp and Natlox coming in as your support duo. Has to be able to keep up that front tank line, because I think that's where the break is going to be. How are the tank lines going to match up here?
Yeah, and like you were saying, I'll be the team captain for this team from the flex support spot. That's not always the look you see. Usually it's a main tank who's the IGL forming the stretch, but this time from the flex support spot, that kind of brings a value where I see this player playing a lot of Zenyatta in this game, just because that's a more high impact hero. I wouldn't expect to see them on a Mercy being the captain, the IGL, something like that. So it can really give your team a different look, something that Munich might not be prepared for. But last week, Munich looked to be prepared for everything. They ran Brawl, they ran Reinhardt on control, much like Mind Goblins did. Just an immovable shield was Choose last time on Oasis. So I would expect them to open up the same way. And then once we get to more objective-based game modes, that's when they break out those mobile comps, like that double bubble. They throw on a Tracer. Melio on the McCree last week was a force to be reckoned with. You could not play Pharah against this team, and that is one of the more meta DPS picks right now. So it's going to be very tough for new 5D. I think they've got their work cut out for them. I think you would agree in picking Munich as the favorite here, just because they've got such a well-rounded roster. And of course, Alex on the off tank, the 3-time European Contenders champ. He's coming to play in every tournament he's in.
Yeah, that's the big thing right now. And when it comes down to how Munich likes to execute their comps, you talk about the Brawl on the control points, really nice ability to always play together. And so when you're running that Brawl comp, you're going to get a call on a specific target, and then you're going to have a Reinhardt hammer swinging through. You're going to have so much damage coming in from so many different angles, and a decent bit of variety that Munich can bring out here if they need to, depending on which maps they go to. Of course, we don't know exactly which one's going to be our control point first, but regardless, all of them have versatility. All of them have different locales that you can play in, and that sort of change up means that Munich going to be able to come in and go, right, who's our target, where's our main priority, and adapt to the situation as it stands. That's going to be big. And then once they do, they all isolate their target. If they're running the double bubble on something like we saw them on Hollywood last time, they pick the target, and you get the jump in on the Winston to get the consistent damage. You get the Zen all out, or the damage from a specific source, a burst bit of damage. That target is evaporated instantly. And that's where I think new 5D is going to have to watch out. Are you going to be able to peel enough for each character that gets it, or are you going to be the ones to instigate the fights in the first line? You've got to be careful about instigating the fight and being baited into the wrong position, though.
Being baited into the wrong position, that's so huge. That's something we did see Mind Goblins was not giving into in that game we just saw against Wheel at Koalas. They were always taking the fight where they wanted to, whether it was Numbani's second point, bunkering up into that building, along the way on Route 66, just making sure they always had some natural cover. That is something both of these two teams do very well. They really don't give in to playing the other team's style, and that could spell a lot of trouble for this Munich team, because so far in the tournament, everyone has played in response to what Munich is doing, and Munich has not had to change too much of their strategy. So, if anything, is going to just throw Munich off. It's going to be new 5D just throwing a wrench into their stretch, making them fight team fights where they just do not want to. But we've got our map pool pretty much set up here going into control first. I am looking to see if Munich locks in on the Reinhardt first, because Ilios is a map where all the 3 points are so vastly different. It's not always where you can just stand behind the big blue rectangle that the Reinhardt holds up. Sometimes you go on really strange comps like Orisa Roadhog. If we go to Ilios, well, who knows what anyone is going.
Oh yeah, I mean, Roadhog is something that you always got to consider at least as a threat on, well, on something like Lighthouse. I would like to see a nice mobile comp. I've seen teams do really well when they can control those high grounds outside of the point, not just sit on the point and get hammered in from every angle. Get out, get involved, get the pressure onto your opponents would be really nice. When it comes to Ruins, it opens things up completely. Reinhardt can work such wonders there. It's a sniper paradise. You expect to see a Widowmaker from any of these very high-level players. You can get something like a Wrecking Ball rolling through and causing havoc. So many good places to bounce around. I mean, Sombra works on that map as well, being able to get in between those pillars, get the hack targets off, create some space, control that big health pack out by the coastline. All of these are very versatile, and that's the beauty of where Overwatch is at right now, is the fact that so many compositions are viable in this meta. It really isn't one set run, and it's going to be interesting. Is Munich going to come out with their good old favorites, and is 5D going to know about these favorites and then be able to counterpick around it, especially considering the different maps? How do they want to approach this? It's a relatively new lineup for new 5D, hence the term two news in their name. I mean, it really epitomizes that these guys are coming together for quite a relatively new team, going to be relying heavily on LP in the back line there to be that captain, to be that leader, and dictate what and how they want to play this.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for them going forward, but they do have the advantage maybe going into this one because Munich is one of the teams in this tournament that has played together for a considerable amount of time. So if you were watching some game film, if you're on new 5D, you can maybe expect what kinds of strategies Munich is going to come out with, when they're going to run that double bubble, when they're going to lock in on that Reinhardt. So new 5D has a slight advantage there of knowing their opponent more just because they've been together for months at this point. New 5D, of course, very new. Munich doesn't have that scouting report to go off of outside of what they've seen in this tournament. And at this level of play, it can come down to just scouting out your opponents. New 5D, they're going to know. When is Alex going to be on the Diva? When is he going to be on the Zarya? Who should we be focusing during that? And if they can execute focusing the correct targets at the correct times, if they did their homework, they might actually upset one of the titans of this group. But again, we just got to keep saying this altruism. These teams are playing for the opportunity to be avoided by a contenders team in the quarterfinal. We just saw Mind Goblin make their statement that if you're a contenders team, look beyond us. We look strong right now. If you want to win, go with someone else. Munich, new 5D, they're looking to make that same statement. So we have to compare all throughout the day who of these teams left in our final qualifiers look the toughest.
Yeah, and this is where I feel like maybe new 5D have had a little bit of a rough run through this competition. Most of the time, they look solid, being able to 3-0 people like Meteor Gaming. Then they come up against Mind Goblin, and they take a 3-0 loss. That can be something big that weighs on your mind, being able to come back into it, carry on through the lower bracket. Only had to play it a couple of times. It was only Mind Goblin that they lost to. And I kind of feel like Mind Goblin and Munich are now the two teams to really watch in this. I mean, they're the two teams we're getting to feature today. I would consider those two the two teams that the contenders trials or the contenders teams are going to avoid. And so when you've got new 5D who's already taken that sort of loss against such a high tier team, it might affect their mentality. Maybe they've put in a little bit more homework now to take out Munich, but does a team like Munich even care if they've been scouted out? This is where these one-trick teams have proven that you can walk into a competition like this with one strategy. And just because your opponents know what heroes you're going to run, doesn't mean they know how you're going to play them, how you're going to approach it, where you're going to hold on each of the points. It's going to be interesting. We're going to be getting into the lobby in just a little bit. We're loading up there, guys. But let's hear from you in the Twitch chat predictions. Who do you think is going to take this out? Is it going to be Munich coming in as the favorites, living up to their reputation and stamping some authority, giving the contenders teams something to think about and something to consider? Or is new 5D going to be able to pull up an upset? I want to hear from you all, Charge. Do you have a prediction for this match?
Ooh.
I went boldly in the last one.
It's hard to predict. If I just had to go by what's on paper in front of us, I would have to say Munich, right? But I've been a part of so many esports tournaments, and I've seen teams who are just clearly not the favorites going into the final stages of a bracket, and then they win the whole thing, and in a post-game interview, they'll say, we were hiding strats. Well, we know we were going to see this team that 3-0'd us. We were going to see them again, and we didn't want them to know what our best look was. That could have been something New 5D identified in their game against Mind Goblins. They think, hey, if we see this team later, we don't want them to know what our best stuff is. We can let up off the gas. Well, this is still a double elimination tournament, because after today, it's all single elimination, and that's when the real strategies could come out for anyone who is hiding them.
Yeah. Right, looking at the lineups quickly, Muse coming out on that Sombra, going to be useful to try and get up that hack. You very mobile team coming out from both of these. Big ones to look out for, though, is no one going for a brawl-style comp here. So much damage going to be coming in from so many places. Good luck to our observers keeping up with all the action right now, because it really could blow up at any stage. We've got ILP on that, escorting Zenyatta, like you talked about, being that leader. But trust me, on the Pharah in the beginning of the fight, going to be so difficult to shut down with the current lineup here for New 5D. Mr. Dragonlord and Muse, neither of them super proficient at being able to take out aerial targets, and that could open up a lot of space for Munich to work.
And that slam coming through with the Pharah direct hits, they will stagger this baby diva. Or at least hopefully they will. Trust me, looks like he actually is not playing that kind of game. But that is something we saw Munich doing last week 2 or 3 times, where they would just brutally stagger the diva, especially on control, to just eat up some percentage. I am liking the looks we're seeing from this Munich team so far. The Wrecking Ball with the Pharah is crucial. We already see New 5D swapping between different hit scans. Mr. Dragonlord, not quite sure which one to play. It's going to be a lot on his shoulders, as well as Lone on the Diva and Alfie on the Zenyatta, to make sure they put as much focus into Trust Me as they can, because he is tearing up this lobby right now, and he's got the Rocket Barrage online.
Yeah, that's the thing. Building up this Rocket Barrage so early into the fight, goes in straight away, gets shut down instantly. There is no Rocket Barrage, but look at this reinforcement coming out from Munich Esports, straight in after the Pharah. The Go-Call was there, and they are collapsing now. Everyone from New 5D had a good reaction, but there's too much overwhelming pressure from Munich at this stage.
Fantastic reaction, absolutely right. Anytime the Pharah boosts into a single-story building like that, you know that you better be following up, and that is exactly what Melio did with the Pulse Bomb there, able to find 2. The tank swooping in with great timing as well, and we've already got 70% taken from Munich Esports.
And look at these ultimates coming out now. Munich has got the Beat, they've got the Valkyrie, Diva Self-Destruct if they want to take it. New 5D doesn't have anything, and Alex going to start us off straight away with a double kill.
He just knew exactly where he wanted to place that Diva Bomb, right on this catwalk. Nothing there to block it for New 5D as they lose a pair in this fight, and currently steamrolling is Munich Esports. Only 7 seconds left to get a contest onto this point, and I don't think anyone is going to be there in response. The Tracer player Muse barely there in just the nick of time, able to start down this overtime countdown. But is it going to be enough? He just gets focused immediately by the Munich front line. They're coming in now with support ultimates, but no touch comes through, and Munich go up 1-0 here on Ilios.
Yeah, that was the first touch that U5D managed to get onto that point. They didn't even get within sight most of it. I mean, the closest they got was the Ant Gallery, and then they got shut down so quickly. Seeing the objective from a distance, but not really making friends with it at this stage, means that they're going to have to try swap things up, and they've done a good job of that so far, showing that versatility, swapping Mr. Dragonlord straight away onto the Cowboy. I mean, this is the push in that we saw, and consistently Munich being able to come in here and just being surrounding their opponents. 5D has some adaptation to come through. We do see the Brawl lineup coming out here from Munich Esports, going behind that big shield of the Reinhardt. Trust me, going to be going on to the May in the background, and Munich going to be taking space, and 5D needs to be looking not to get caught out at the beginning.
New 5D have adapted, throwing on a flying DPS hero Muse over to the Echo here, but Munich throughout this tournament have proven so good at just dealing with a Pharah, dealing with an Echo. They send Alex up there. Melio hits headshots like that on the McCree. That one onto the Tracer, ends up dealing damage. Now to the Lucio to go up 2 picks in this fight, and we should see 1 more kill, but he actually whips on some shots for like the first time ever that I've seen. But still, this Munich team, once they've got 1 pick in the fight, the pressure is on. The tank swoop in, they just collapse.
Yeah, I mean, where is New 5D's entrance point even supposed to be? I mean, you've got Aussie, who's going to be difficult to track down at the whole stage. Level 1 Crook always has that immortality field. And those are your two key targets that you need to pick off. You almost need to go out on Melio, but Melio, you don't want to try and force a duel there. Mr. Dragon at the beginning of the last fight gets taken out by such a great hit, and you've got so much reinforcement and so much mobility from this lineup of Munich Esports, and now they run forward.
Going forward, full throttle here with the Maywall, just to trap Lone, and he falls to the charge there. Trust me, just making all sorts of space on this May pick. Trying to deal with the Tracer as well. This team has counterpicked what New 5D come out of the gates with perfectly, and that is just all guessing game right there. This is where I talked about New 5D might have some sort of advantage after doing some homework, but instead, Munich Esports in this second round, they have picked their heroes perfect.
Oh yeah, they know exactly. They counted out everything. They've got the ground control, they've got the mobility to disengage, and U5D is still looking for this pick potential lineup. They're still going for the disruptive mobile styles. U's trying to get in sticky bombs from an angle, and U5D doesn't have up either of their tank ultimates. Their support's far behind. Lone sitting with a lowly 31% here on the Sigma, something that you'd really like to get yourselves to initiate. Because Munich now sitting with basically everything, and they're going to start off aggressively.
Yeah, they sense that this fight was a 3 versus 2, investing the Blizzard and going in again, taking down Muse and Lone. And it is already looking very dire here for New 5D. They're about to lose their Tracer. Instead, just able to recall is Mr. Dragonlol, but only 20 seconds left in this round unless New 5D are able to get a touch and a flip. They've only got 4 ultimates coming online to get that done. Maybe 5 if they're able to get that Matrix online in time, but still, Munich Esports never letting off the pressure. They're going to invest early in this choke every single fight. The High Noon taking down the Wrecking Ball. That's the best chance at stall New 5D is going to have. And it looks like we're not going to see an overtime here. Munich Esports take Ilios 2-0.
Man, that was dominating. That is a huge, huge sign for Munich Esports and how they're looking to come into this composition. They're playing with the mobile team, coming with the burst damage in the first round, then coming out with the Brawl lineup that didn't look weak at all. There were really no fights that New 5D could take at any stage. And just constantly look at this. The mobility that Trust Me was looking at, the area control that he used on the May, fantastic, constantly out there. You got the tanks running that big front line, being able to get that out. Melio hitting the headshots and using those zoning ultimates. Huge plays coming out so far from Munich, but it wasn't just like one big combo that they were relying on. They didn't just go, okay, we need to build up a Sombra EMP and then win the majority of the fights. They went with the lineups that they were able to win every one of the fights.
Yeah, when you run a Pharah and a Wrecking Ball like that, you are set up to win fights without ultimates. If you can slam and hit the Rex like we were seeing Trust Me do, that is just insane. That is so much burst damage. It's about 180 per rocket that you're able to hit with a Wrecking Ball slam. And you couple a damage boost on top of that. There were a few times where we saw Trust Me basically one-hitting opponents, and you can see it here in the replay as he's able to literally one-hit that Tracer. Muse just not able to find any ground on this first point.
Yeah, that is devastating. I mean, one of the weaknesses of Pharah typically is you don't want to have to hit multiple direct rockets over and over again. But when you got this sort of lineup with the Wrecking Ball, with the Tracer to follow it afterwards, if you hit one good target and call it out quickly, the rest of the team reacts. They put in that finishing damage and just able to clean up anyone who wants to try. And while everyone from New 5D is trying to push forward or trying to play their role, can't really see any big standout plays. Nothing that really broke through the backline or threatened Munich at this stage. Granted, it's control. We always have to put that little asterisk next to it because control point it's chaotic. Chaotic is pretty much the best way to do it. Best way to sum it up there. And chaos just went in the way of Munich. If we see now some good map picks coming out from New 5D, some good strategies, maybe they've got a defined role that they want to do it or defined defense or offensive strategy that they like to run, we could still see them coming back. I still don't think that this is going to be a role one way or another, but Munich just looked so strong.
Yeah, going to hybrid next. It is going to be a lot on the shoulders of New 5D shot callers to pick correctly here because Munich really don't look very weak. They are going to go to King's Row next. Very difficult to run a Pharah on the first and the third point. Their second point, however, those buildings do come up great. That could give Trust Me a lot of room up in the skies to do his best, his most dangerous work. Only time will tell who's going to run Brawl, who's going to run Mobile, who's going to look stronger. It's going to be very interesting going into Kings. Altruism, if you were going into Kings Row, this is the first time you and I have seen this map in this tournament. Are you picking mobile against this Munich team that looks so good, or are you picking a split comp, a dive?
Why did you give me those two options? Because I must admit, Kings Row typically, let's be fair, Kings Row is the most ubiquitous map in Overwatch, and I'm very surprised to see it not actually coming out that much in this competition. I mean, I know for a fact it's one of the favorites of the South African scene, and there, the one that comes to mind straight away is the Brawl comps centered around a Mei. If you can throw out those Mei walls and just bait your opponents into coming through, those walls in the beginning, such a defined choke point that you go in there, that, like you say, either you go something like a very split comp, a very dive comp, something that gets you past that choke point very easily, or you need to counter out the Mei. You need to get your own Mei out there. You need to have some weird sim teleport strat. I mean, heck, sim TP a Bastion up onto the statue if you need to. No, not ever saying, guys, don't do that in pubs. This is a different stage. This is a competition with a team playing together. But weird strategies like that can work. And I think that's what it's going to take for New 5D to be able to push this out, because Munich already has shown the prevalence of trust me on that Mei. If you throw the Mei out now and look for that on defense, yeah, you're going to have a difficult team comp who's obviously very well versed in running that. I don't know if Munich will put too many feet wrong.
Yeah, I mean, Munich has already showed that they look good on a Wrecking Ball Pharah comp. They look good with a Reinhardt and a Mei. So there's really not many cracks in the armor. That's the scouting report on this team is they are fortified up, ready to adapt, ready to make sure they're competing on their terms. Going into Kings Row, I would expect them to play a little bit of a brawl. It just looks like this is one of the better brawl teams. They had Choose last week. This time a different main tank filling the Reinhardt shoes, but looking just as good. It seems like the strength, when you're a tank first team like this team is, despite how much their DPS always seem to pop off, when you're a tank first team, you can really play any map you want. Your strategies just adapt so much better when you're not relying that heavily on your DPS, when you are just counting on your tanks and your backlines to be able to play the level of Overwatch they need to succeed. So going into Kings Row, I am going to be looking for New 5D to adapt like something crazy, like run a Reinhardt for the first time this tournament, maybe couple it with a Mei, use the Grav Dragon combo, play your best Kings Row, or like you said, I remember I had fear put into my eyes the first time I saw a Bastion on top of that statue on first point. That is just a legendary strategy that maybe we see, and obviously, the Widowmaker flank back in the GOATS meta, the LA Gladiators, some of the most insane strategies we've ever seen in Overwatch have taken place here on Kings Row. And we're just going to have to see if Munich has any tricks up their sleeve as they attack first.
And look at this lineup coming out from New 5D. This is exactly the sort of lineup that I was expecting. There's your Mei. Mew's going to be coming out looking to shut down Munich, who's going to be pushing in. Melon sitting up with that Reinhardt on the big front line. Lone going to be the job of just healing for the team really well. LP sitting on the Baptiste. If someone gets caught out, if someone goes on the wrong side of a Mei wall, you can get that mortality field around the Mei wall somehow. You've got that option. Amphibian going to be sitting on the Lucio. On the other side, Munich coming out without the Mei could prove a little bit difficult, but it's going to come down to Trust Me. Is Trust Me going to be able to get these great pickoffs on the Doomfist, or is he just going to kind of get caught on the wrong side of the Mei wall, controlled up and cut down, and leave it up to just a poke battle for Munich? But Munich coming in quickly.
What Doomfist can do so well in these comps is just go deep and turn the entire defense around. We already see New 5D backed into this Alderworth hotel, and they've already lost their Baptiste. The Immortality Field doesn't even make its way into the fight, and Munich, with a flash, win this first fight.
Oh man, that is as fast as you could possibly ever want to push onto the point. And it just came down to New 5D looked to flex it, but once they had that Mei wall up, they didn't go aggressive. They didn't try and now clean up anyone who was stuck behind the Mei wall. They just kind of kept circling round and round until Munich pincered them into that small room, and then you really get the plays coming out. I mean, trust me, let's be fair. Trust me, had every opportunity there when everyone's standing next to each other, and now Exo looking for the shadow, gonna get pinned straight away at the beginning of the fight.
Wow, what a big response there from New 5D. They come out swinging despite having no ultimates in this fight. Trying to make us stay. Melon lays down 3 with a slam of his own, but they're not able to get the kills. The Ant Matrix comes up. They want to win this fight on the first choke. They know there is so much time to chew off of this clock. Got to be careful, though, not to overextend their welcome because there's 5 minutes on the clock. They're down a member. They've got to get them from the spawn, so got to be careful. Holding close could just be dangerous.
Well, the big thing for me on this Streets phase is this archway can be the make or break. It can stall teams out for so long. It's such a difficult place, and unless Munich wants to try some complete change up in their pathing, which they seem to be doing, they're not running straight at it. They're going in above an Exo with this Earth Shatter, Emilio with the High Noon, and then, of course, trust me, coming in with that Meteor Slam, it actually just baits out New 5D. They have to run for the hills. They're going to throw in a Diva Self-Destruct to start, though.
It's going to be Mr. Dragonwall's High Noon that finds the first pick of this fight. Exo is down. The main tank no longer. When your Reinhardt is not in the mix on King's Row, things can get so difficult, but we are seeing a stand made by Munich. They invest the beat drop. They invest everything but the Earth Shatter, and it looks like they're coming up empty here in a great fight from New 5D. Taken very early, just aggressing onto that bookstore corner. It's looking to work out, but instead, Munich, they just never say die in the fight. It doesn't matter if they have ultimates or not. They just find a way to claw through and win against New 5D.
Man, this is something that we saw about Munich Esports last week, is even when they've only got 3 people left alive, they just stick around. They think, we got this, we can still win this, easy. Exo goes down at the beginning of the fight, means you got no main tank, didn't manage to get off that Earth Shatter, and they go, we still got this, don't worry. Muse drops down the Blizzard, we still got this, don't worry. Manages to come back, manages to reinforce, Exo gets the big Earth Shatter, and now it's going to be up to Melon. Can you get something out here that's going to set up for your team?
Yeah, this is home field advantage anytime you're a Reinhardt player. Just the prowess coming out, the Shatter blocked perfectly by Exo. Just fortifying up his amplification matrix behind his team, and then Melon able to scorch down, trust me. One of the damage dealers from Munich Esports has been dealt with, and they are going in full throttle, but Munich Esports, they play their space so well. You've got to expect them to just throw on the speed and pounce at some point. You have never got to count this team out, but they are down 2 members now. Still, though, Alex is taking an off angle. He looks to just pounce and maybe assassinate someone in the very back line, but it does look like eventually Munich make their way out. I do think it's the smart thing. They're down to 2 minutes, 40 seconds.
Interesting use of the Earth Shatter there. I mean, New 5D, just so we got an awareness of what's going on in the next fight. Muse is going to have that Blizzard, and they've got Mr. Dragon Lulz. High Noon going to be coming out there. That's going to be the big ones to look for, especially Muse. If they can bait in Munich Esports as they charge forward in these tight corridors, that could be big. But at the other fight, Melon drops that Earth Shatter into basically Exo's shield straight away. Doesn't really come out with anything, but it zones him back far enough. Now Munich coming in with no big ultimates except Alex. Can Alex throw an alley-oop over the top with this Diva Self-Destruct?
Alex's Diva Bombs are strictly professional, always landing them on the exact pinhead that he wants them to. This time, this one comes out just into the back line. That's going to zone out everyone. Mr. Dragon, overextended, zoned out, and taken care of. Alpi also falling, and that is the second point taken from Munich as they just muscle New 5D back into this mega health pack room, not giving them any option of recontesting.
Yeah, that was big. That's self-destruct from Alex made New 5D have to now choose. Do we stay alive and can try and contest this point? Or do we back off into the corner? Munich takes the awareness and goes, okay, they're backed up. First priority, get the payload forward. Second, collapse on anyone who's now stuck in this room. Muse tried valiantly with the Blizzard from behind, and now it's going to come out to a massive Earth Shatter from both these two teams. We're going to be going into this. You see Alex just clearing up at the end of that last fight in the replay. This one now going to come down. Here comes Amplification Matrix. The beat has already been dropped by Amphibian. Here comes the big Earth Shatter. Exo managing to hit a bunch of them. Trust me, also now going to be coming in with the Meteor Slam, trying to clean up whoever's left. And New 5D are crumbling right now. There are very few people left alive. They're trying to stall this out desperately, reinforced. But it seems like Munich Esports has this covered.
Exo just cracked the earth with that Shatter, and it paid off huge for his team. Those 3 stuns got out the beat drop from Amphibian, and like always, Munich is there with such swift follow-up. They corralled New 5D onto that left side, pushed inward the Doomfist, who was able to get out alive, and just kept control of that fight the entire way through. They are rewarded with 2 minutes, 19 seconds up on the clock, and they could not ask for a better looking time bank.
2 minutes, 19 seconds it's solid. Like, let's be fair. You can push the entire map with that sort of time bank if you need to. It all comes down to New 5D. New 5D has struggled to push into Munich. Munich was able on the control point to set up really nicely on the points and be able to just hold that sort of composure around themselves, made it very difficult for New 5D to engage. But now, New 5D, it's up to them. Are they going to be able to take control of this and keep some momentum going? Is this the team comp that they're going to come out with? Here comes your wrecking ball that you were talking about. And again, just looking to batter their way into the back line and hopefully chew through enough of these red players to get themselves out. Munich still going with a very standard, very composed brawl comp, not making any changes up there. And it's worked for them previously on the offense.
Yeah, I'm about to make a baseball reference in a European tournament, so you might be calling it dicey here, but Munich is throwing fastballs with this composition on King's Row. I mean, the gas is all the way to the floor. They're coming at them with heat, and New 5D are having trouble with just responding to the tempo that this Doomfist is adding to the brawl comp. I think it's perfect that Munich Esports does not change anything here.
Yeah, New 5D swapping up, bringing out Muse and Melon again on that brawl style comp. I wouldn't say that the May was the pivotal game maker in that previous one, but using a nice wall now to separate off Munich Esports and allow for a bit more passing to come in over the top.
Yeah, they're not making anything easy here for New 5D. They pressure them right away at that first choke, going in with the Doomfist Rocket Punch, letting them know that they are not going to relent anything. And now, going in with a Reinhardt charge, a Maywall, everything is coming loose here. These fights are absolutely wild, but we've got 2 picks on the side of New 5D. You can't ever count Munich out, though. The D.Va is deseated. They're down 3 members. It's going to be tough to get back in on this first point. This is the kind of turnaround this round that New 5D was hoping for.
All right, that was a big play. Munich just retreats back into the small room. New 5D contest the point and say, you've got to come and contest this. As Exo tries to charge out there, gets separated off from the rest of the team. That means no more healing from your supports. That means no more re-engage, no more peel. And it means it kind of gets separated off at the beginning of the fight. Really nice play there. And Muse coming off big with that wall to separate it off. Freezes it out. The stun from Mr. Dragon stops the charge mid-place. And Exo just pauses at the beginning, gives a big opportunity, but this is going to be a clashing as Munich come in and take out the fight straight away.
Just going in with the Doomfist, 4 picks in the feed this fight. They just ground and pound right on this archway like you were talking about. It seems like once the payload moves up there, these high-ranked teams know that the attackers are going to be in a very difficult spot to respond to a very fast fight. That's what they did here with Trust Me on the Doomfist, coming in with a slam uppercut and a shot to find 3 kills with just a very fast combo like that. Pretty much perfect. And Crook leads off this fight with another pick, already sending New 5D onto the back foot.
I believe that was Aussie who pooped him out there. I mean, New 5D quite content to sit on this high ground and fire damage out, but I mean, with this consistent damage coming in, yeah, here comes the Earth Shatter onto the ground. That's massive, big play from Melon. They're going to be reinforced by the sound barrier. Still the same being thrown back from Munich Esports. Exo throws down his ultimate, but they've got one more in the bag. It's going to be Trust Me coming through with that big meteor slam. Takes out a couple here, and New 5D start the fight, but it's going to be Munich who are the ones to finish it off.
I've always said in Overwatch that Doomfist is the most hero-like hero. Like McCree, kind of basic, right? But Doomfist comes into the game, and he is literally a superhero, or in this case, if you're New 5D, a villain that you have to deal with. Not a beat drop, not an immortality field, just nothing you can put in this guy's way. He's flying into the backline, getting crucial picks. Right there, Exo not able to be saved by the immortality field, and Mr. Dragon coming up huge with a 3K of his own in response. This is a McCree that does not want this team to stop a payload under this archway. He knows they've got plenty of time to keep pushing through Street's face.
Yeah, that was huge. That archway, I mentioned it before, can be a place where teams stall out, but that combination of the Blizzard and the High Noon together means that the 2 players left in the front line getting caught out by that are just dead. And New 5D doing a good job here. Now they're setting up a very aggressive position. Just leave 1 on the payload, and Munich now needs to run out. They don't have a lot of ultimates. Alex going to have to do something with the self-destruct. It goes in over the top, and
just an immortality field taken care of, but Exo has gone down for Munich. Now they're looking a little bit scrappy of their own, but immediately take down the tanks of New 5D. Again, it is just Trust Me coming in on this Doomfist. Lightning quick, doing so much burst damage that is able to just take down New 5D fight after fight. Munich, they stay strong on the final corner of second point. They're able to win a crucial fight.
And they did so without dropping any big ultimates. They've got 3 on the line, and they're really going to be happy that they're going to be able to use that. Axe did use that self-destruct and already up to 43% towards the next one. Able to build ultimate charge so much it's going to come down to Melon being able to hit that Earth Shadow. Lone going to be able to maybe start this off with a good self-destructing over the top and a nice pathing opportunity. Maybe even Muse building up that Blizzard in this fight.
I would love to see the teams I'm on just path like this around Kings Row, taking no damage all the way from spawn, the longest walk of the game. Absolutely no damage, right up until this point where the High Noon is enough to take down Lone, but the bomb he sends in heals with Aussie. It's still a 5 versus 5 fight here, and Exo is trying to go buck wild on this corner, but it looks like New 5D are still strong in this fight. The Doomfist able to take down Mr. Dragonlaw. Now without their stun, without their High Noon, they find themselves a little bit off kilter as Munich still continue to hold strong. Alex, like you said, so fast at building up that alt charge, almost has that Diva Bomb back online.
It amazes me how much these teams clash. They just smash into each other, throw so much into the fight, and then back out once the resources start getting low. This time, Munich Esports probably going to be looking to be a bit more aggressive, take control of this high ground, using Aussie's beats. Good bit of flex coming out from U5D. Just disengage there. They're going to be coming through in the next round. Still got that Blizzard on hand, still got that Amplification Matrix. They've lost Amphibian though, that's their go target. Now going to try and reinforce this, try and force this fight through Munich Esports backlines, but Munich not taking the damage, still utilizing this ultimate, this massive natural cover here. Uses the bomb to come through, get themselves some space, and Exo coming through with the big Earth Shadow, looking to clean up the fight, not even going to be needed, just finds a poor Muse left alone. With 42 seconds left on the clock, U5D could be stalled out before they even get inside.
It definitely could be, and Melon let that shatter go, I would say, far too late unless they're choosing to change strategies, but it looks like he's staying on that hero, so that was a desperation effort, and anytime, if you're Munich, you see New 5D making a play like that, you get so much more comfortable in how you're playing the game. You know that you're controlling everything. When the main tank on the other team lets go an ultimate like that, they're looking to play fully aggressive here. They know they've got a shatter of their own, nothing in the way to block it, and they set up Trust Me on the flank here to make an impact on the Doomfist. Another thing Munich does so well is go on these very sneaky flanks just to make sure if you're pathing in a tricky way, we're going to meet you right where you don't want us to. When he goes into the back line, the shatter lands onto 2, and they're easily cleaned up. That is the McCree and the Baptiste dealt with, and Trust Me rolls into the back line, and Rocket punches down Lone. Overtime already starting to tick away, but it's just a Lucio, it's just a Reinhardt, and it's just too little too late here on Kings Row.
Oh man, that shadow on the doorway as they come out, they push the Reinhardt to the side, then follow up cleanly through. I mean, we've talked about it, and there's been a couple of opportunities for big Earth Shatters. I mean, I expected those to really make the difference here, but neither team really got a lot out of them. Most of them being able to get shut down, and Trust Me going to be able to pick up here, just coming in off this off angle. This was the cleanup coming through here, being able to recontest this point, cleaving through the damage, and just constantly evasive, never really going in too deep, and always doing so much work there. Reinhardt's being shattered, not as common as we might have expected, just both of them keeping their shields up at the good time, but how fitting that it was that last play was defined by this massive Earth Shadow being able to stop the fight before it even started.
Yeah, that is so much of what Kings Row can come down to when both teams are on that Reinhardt, but Munich just able to do it a little bit better. I wouldn't even really say it was the Reinhardt play, as we're going to see on the highlights. A lot of it came down to Trust Me on the Doomfist and Alex's peel on the Diva, making sure he was always aware where his teammates were on crucial high grounds, knowing when the opposing Diva Lone was going in for a dive, getting that crucial peel. This team really just plays so well together. The tanks are fully supporting every squishy target on their squad.
I gotta say, big shout out to both of the Lucio players coming in here, Amphibian and Aussie. Their sound barriers were really good at dragging out fights there, being able to just keep the team alive. You know, I talked about it in the middle of that, where it was kind of these big clashes of waves. They hit against each other, they let everything go, and the team that had enough people left out afterwards were the ones who came out the victors, and that was where the big immortality fields from the Baptiste, the big sound barriers coming out from the Lucios, those were the ones that were able to turn fights, and it just shut down the kills from the DPS at some stage. The DPSs came in the cleanup. They were the ones who were able to then see who was left and then take out some. There wasn't massive ultimates coming out at the beginning. We didn't see any massive blizzards coming out there. There were very few defining walls that dictated it. It was the team who was able to react in the long term, who was able to keep their composure through the initial engagement, in the mid-fight, who was able to keep their resources for as long as possible and use them when they were most efficacious. and then at the end of it, clean it up nicely.
Yeah, a lot of that does come down to the tempo control with the beat drops, the sound barriers, and of course the speed boost from the Lucios. Probably the most crucial part in a dive composition is just having perfect timing from your Lucio player, and Ozzy did such a great job there. Both Lucios did, but there was one beat drop in particular when Munich was holding second point there, and we saw a very strange rotation as New 5D, they try to challenge that high ground on the end of second point, and Ozzy just to not allow the rotation dropped the beat. They don't get any kills, they don't save anyone's lives, they just make it so New 5D, they can't take the ground they want. The fight ends up happening on the low ground, and that's when Munich are able to take advantage with some DPS ultimates and a self-destruct from Alex. So these Lucio players are clearly playing sharp. They got their wits about them. We're going to be going to Payload next. Altruism, before we go there and take our break, do you see any adjustments that New 5D could make? Because they did make Munich look a little bit weaker in that last map.
You know, Munich is definitely favoring the brawl. They want to run at your face, hit you with the Reinhardt hammer, follow it up by Emilio on the Cowboy, stuff like that. You know, you don't necessarily want to be able to take that ball against them. They gave it a good shot now, they played really well, but they just weren't able to consistently win it out. And so maybe you now need to go, right, we can't take the toe-to-toe matchup. We can't take the brawl against Munich Esports. What do we come through? They've tried something like the Wrecking Ball. Go back to that if they need to. We are going to get a confirmation on what the map is when we come back, so they're going to have to theory craft in this little break now. But I'm sure there's going to be a lot of planning and theory crafting from 5D as we go to this break. Guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in about 5 minutes with our third map and potentially the final one that Munich needs to close out the series. We'll be right back.
Hi, my name is Williams IV. Chicago, the Windy City. The second city, the place that I call home. Champions have been born here. Legends have been made here. History has been captured here. I've been here for a long time, and let me tell you, it's amazing to witness history unfolding in front of all of us. When I created the Will English Invitational, I wanted to be a part of that history. I wanted to know who was the best Overwatch team out there. But not just the teams you see in the pros. I wanted to find the teams that you don't get to see on the Overwatch League stage. Teams that have heart, a story, a family, a community, a legacy beyond what you see and hear playing in the halls of competitive Overwatch tournaments. Thankfully, from the 20 teams that played in the first Invitational to the 40 plus teams that have played in the second Invitational, and finally our journey to the Overwatch Invitational 3, we get to witness that history unfolding in front of our very eyes and ears. For our North American champions in Lo-Fi AIM, now rebranded under Death Computer, they proved during the Invitational 2 that they were the best Tier 3 team in existence. But now they have to defend their title against one of the most dominant and strongest teams ever assembled in the ISU Redbirds. Our European Invitational Championship is vacant. Shoes Money Crew came in and showed the world where the top of the mountain was. With our expanded EU tournament, who's going to step up and claim that title? Well, fits to mention, an African Typhoon might have something to say about that. The road to victory is not going to be easy. It's a crazy, crazy world out there. Who's going to step up and claim victory in the Overwatch Invitational 3? Is it going to be you? Do you think you're the best? Well, guess what? The world is about to find out.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Overwatch Invitational here. We've got some of the best teams in Europe fighting it out right now for $1,500. Apologies. Coming in here, I am Ultrism. Joining me is Alt Charge, and of course, this whole broadcast brought to you by Opera GX. The link is in the chat. Go and install it now. The browser made for gamers. And then, of course, the broadcast brought to you by Project Gap at Gap Project with a K. Give them some love. Thank them for bringing this tournament out here. But the real action being brought to you so far by Munich Esports, being able to put on so far a dominant 2-0 performance against the new 5D. 5D struggling to find some footing, showing so much versatility, so much changing up in their attempts to try and bring the fights to Munich Esports. And Alt Charge, how difficult is it right now, and what does 5D have to do to bring this match back?
Listen, it's so tough to come up with a strategy because Munich is doing a great job of changing what they're doing every single map. So it's not like 5D can look at it at a map-to-map basis and adjust that way. They are going to have to adjust on the fly every single map, identify what Munich is bringing out, if it's a Doomfist Brawl, if it's a hero up in the skies like a Pharah and a Wrecking Ball comp. They've got to know right now how they're going to respond to what Munich picks first because they honestly have no clue. Munich is coming at them with a kitchen sink and everything in there seems to be working.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. Is just there's such a good awareness of the game so far by Munich Esports, and I mean it comes down to just having such good coaching. And what is your weakest part of your gameplay there?
My weakest part of my gameplay is blocking Earth Shatters with my absolutely terrible internet. So I don't know if I can get coached on that or if I can just start to read the minds of other players. I don't know. What about you? You're a support player. I know it can get tricky. You're always getting dove. What's the weakest part of your game?
Just my aim. Gotta be my aim. I need some aim training. I need some aim coaching. And guys, if you have a weak part of your game, definitely something here for you at home. We have a giveaway that's currently running. If you type in !giveaway in chat, we have the chance for you to win a coaching session with the amazing Ticket T, the previous coach of the Dallas Fuel. That is massive. It'll definitely improve your Overwatch. If anything can, that's going to be your options to play at the level that these guys are playing at right now. Because if you see what's sitting at the top ranks here, what these top players are being able to do. I mean, these are tier 2, tier 3 teams coming in here, and we're seeing some big plays, and we're going to see more of them. We're going to be going to Route 66 now for what could potentially be the final clash between these two teams. 5D, obviously, their map pick coming into this. Do you believe that they've got some strategy, or is this just to disconcert Munich Esports?
I think it's just familiar territory. I think throughout most of the tournament, this has been the payload maps teams have gone to, so maybe they're finding comfort in that. Maybe some of their map wins earlier in the tournament came off of this, so I'm sure they've got some strategies figured out for how they want to attack. But again, this map is all about responding to the very first look Munich give you, because now that we're on payload, it's all about chewing time off the clock. I expect if Munich attack, they're going to win the first fight. They're going to have New 5D set on the back foot, and they have to adapt very quickly. So if New 5D is able to come out of spawn the second time and respond with a big fight, that is their best look at winning this map.
Oh, I would love to see them swapping something up, play to their strengths and go, okay, Munich has been favoring the Brawl. That's something that we're probably going to see carried on here. I mean, Munich obviously has the versatility that they could go on something like a dive comp or something like that. But Brawl has been pretty favored and pretty strong for them so far. Let's see 5D bring out something. I don't know what it is going to take. Pharah into the air in the big open skies. You need to worry about getting shut down there. If you still want to get that burst damage to chew through anyone, hell, bring out a Junkrat. I mean, even something like a Bastion. Okay, not a Bastion. Maybe a Bastion.
Not a Bastion. We'll see. We said that last map. Don't do that. Junkrat, though.
Junkrat, though, could be pivotal, something like that. Get some Tracer running around the back lines to be able to make them just stop playing as a unit, really. Give them too much to think about here as we go on to it. Munich Esports, still so solid, though. I think anyone that they bring out now, I mean, trust me on that Doomfist on the previous round, now going to be looking maybe for an Echo, another good pick potential hero, and when left unchecked, so difficult to run against there. Now New 5D going to be coming out with a stand and fight composition here. We saw it run previously in the last series between Mind Goblin and We Like Koalas, and the Orisa proved pretty pivotal, and Lone going to be looking to also shut off any of these flanking opportunities coming out from Munich Esports.
And it's so difficult for New 5D, right? Setting up on this double shield, you're just waiting to see what Munich Esports has in store for you. Unfortunately for New 5D, it is going to be Melio on the Widowmaker. Probably the best hit scan player left in this tournament that isn't on one of the contenders teams. Every time he pops on a McCree, an Ashe, or a Widowmaker, he is an immediate threat to any of his enemies. And we've got Trust Me, who just absolutely flourishes on these high-octane heroes, previously on the Doomfist, now onto the Echo. And just last game when we were on Route 66, we saw how pivotal Echo was, throwing on the copy onto an Orisa and going at him with the triple shield composition, just looking like a force. And this is the way they choose to attack the girls. And the headshot from Emilio, that's exactly what we were speaking about. He is just an immediate threat. He comes onto your screen, and you have to respect the sightline and a flash, or you're gone.
Oh, and that's the big thing. Oh, Amphibian and Muse going to be taken down as well. Amphibian went for the res out there, managed to get it up. It was just in front of the shield, gets taken out. And now it's clean up through going through. Emilio and trust me, just doing so much work there, being able to get any of the off angles. And while New 5D took that kind of separate, isolated positions, they eventually just got chewed off by the off angles.
And this is what we talked about earlier about they have to come out of spawn and respond with a new strategy. They're not changing anything up in their defensive look here, so they think they're on the right heroes. It's just a matter of outperforming this incredibly talented Munich team, who is doing a great job setting up the double shield up front, as well as the Echo in the sky, taking the eyes away from Emilio, who does that every fight, opens it up with a headshot. This man is putting on a hit scan clinic like he always does. That'll get the res out early before the fight even happens. And we've got 30 seconds before it comes back online. It looks like Munich was dealt with this fight, but still the payload will progress maybe up to the catwalk, but New 5D does a great job responding to this attack.
Oh, that was big. I must admit, their idea to just sit behind the Orisa shield, give themselves some cover from Melia and the work that Melia is able to do. They need to be worried now. With Melio's sights, can get easy pickoffs whenever. But look at the respect coming out from New 5D. They get behind natural cover, they realize, and they manage to get the pickoff at the beginning here. Lone being able to get it up, of course, going to be raised up straight away. And Melio on the flank, looking for the shots. Nothing yet. Gets just a couple of blinks.
So near to getting those opening picks yet again, a third fight in a row. This time, though, it's going to be Trust Me, with the help of a supercharger and a Mercy damage boost, has no problem taking down Muse. And now this team has the second point fully controlled. Baptiste up onto the high ground with the Widowmaker perched up in that crow's nest. And you can just see Melon not having a good time here in the saloon.
Oh, that was mean. I mean, that's their main tank as well. That's going to be so long. And Orisa, not exactly someone who can recontest super quickly. And so this is going to be the whole second phase given up there. And that combination, we talk about the old combos. Being the old combo ourselves, we talk about it there. It was Melio getting that shooting gallery that came out from the Gravitic Flux. And goes down early, taking a bit of an aggressive position, but going to get picked off, raised up straight away at the beginning of the fight.
And this third point is just a straightaway sightline. Once the payload rounds this first corner, Emilio has a straight sightline all the way into the end game. Muse with a great copy here onto the Baptiste, just to keep his team supported with a second immortality field, throws up that window in a last-ditch effort to put a stop to Munich's attacking effort. They have been so strong to this point, using the copy of their own, investing the Valkyrie as well. But New 5D, they recognize they have to put an end to this attack. They come through with the Gravitic Flux, and it's enough to take down Emilio, but they need more, and they're just not getting it.
Yeah, that was big. Exo pushed into such an aggressive position, being able to push forwards, and everyone tried to turn on them, and Munich backed up. The people caught in the Gravitic Flux weren't followed up upon, and eventually New 5D managing to win out this team fight, doing a really good job, and now the aggressive play comes out, pushing forwards, Melon getting into a good position, even manages to get the grab back on the Mercy, but not being able to get anything out. And so New 5D looking good so far. They got a couple ultimates back up here, and it's going to be up to this battle of the amplification matrix between the Baptistes.
Those amp matrices, as well as the supercharge, is going to be coming through this fight. And it's another headshot to kick things off here. Mr. Dragonlol has caught 3 of those so far just in this round. A Resurrect having to be used on him. Lone able to respond with a pick on Emilio, and Mr. Dragon falls immediately again to Exo, who almost has that supercharger coming online. But right now, Munich using one of their own to just keep this ground on the first corner of the third point. It is crucial to make this hold here, because once Munich get those final sight lines rounding this corner, it could be all over, just because Trust Me is going to be popping off on this Hanzo, and it looks like it's just about to start. Going in, dealing with the squishies already, and taking down the tanks. The payload is pushing once more, and this is going to be a battle for the truck, getting those final sight lines on those spawn doors.
Man, Alex did such a big amount of work there, being able to pull both of the tanks. Lone and Melon getting baited into a duel with Alex, left so much space open for the rest of Munich to come through and take out the squishies, like you said. And now it's going to be the last fight. New 5D have 2.5 minutes, nearly 3 minutes in fact, to be able to try and fight this out. They're going to start off with the Gravitic Flux to try and get something out there. Nice grab, gets 3 people with that. Very good. No follow-up, though, unfortunately, and Munich being able to stick it out at the end. And as I say, stick it out, gets the stick. Melio getting swapped onto the Tracer Means he's able to come in and clean up anyone fighting at the edge of this fight. Trust me, back onto that prize Doomfist, and the pick potential is so quick. Being able to clean up this point, there's just a lone Lucio left ahead, and Munich with 2.5 minutes left on the board, able to close out the third point.
That's one of the biggest time banks we've seen here on Route 66, and a lot of winning that final fight came down to controlling that truck, like we were saying, using those double shields perfectly, and then Alex popping that flux despite his team being down in the fight, having it be a 5 versus 6, using that gravitic flux to get so many resources out of New 5D, and that's when we see the Tracer from Munich just go in, stick the pulse bomb onto the Orisa, burst down the immortality field, and from there, it was all said and done. 2:25 up on the clock for Munich, and it looks like New 5D have more than their fair share of work cut out for them on attack.
Yeah, I like the swap-offs from Munich at the end there. They went the whole way through Streets phase in the first phase on that pick potential. They put on, I think it was Melio onto the Widowmaker, just constantly getting those off angles. Trust me, on the Echo, was able to constantly find openings for them that allowed them to inch the payload forward. As soon as they got inside, they went, right, we can't afford, we need to win out the final fight as one big victory. And so they swapped their team comp up. U5D had to swap things around, and talking about swapping things around, this is an interesting team comp that they're coming out with, still trying to figure out exactly how they want to approach this fight. They know that they're going to be running into a big, solid front line of Alex and Exo coming out on that double shield, and so 5D decide to go full brawl.
A very interesting look going in with the SimTP as well. Not sure where this first rotation is going to take them, but time will tell here. Emilio throws in the dynamite just for a little bit of chip damage here, and we do see them going left. But still, what is Mr. Dragon going to do with this SimTP? He really is feeling that he was not having his job done on the hit scan, getting picked first in a lot of those fights, but here it's Muse laying down Melio, and that's exactly what this team was hoping for. There is a res available for Munich Esports. They've got to do a great job of making sure that Mercy doesn't sneak into the backline and deny it. And this is a crafty play, trying to Maywall themselves up here and take this high ground by surprise. Not quite sure if they'll be able to do it. Instead, they sim TP up there, and Munich is scrambling. They are running for their lives, so split up. This is the most disorganized I've seen this team so far. Now Melon all the way into the backline. What a dangerous play for the main tank, and he pays for it. Ends up getting bursted down by the sticky grenades from Trust Me, but maybe, just maybe, made enough space in this fight for the rest of New 5D to collapse onto the front line. But now they've lost their Baptiste, their Sim, their Lucio. It all unravels for them, and Munich are able to hold right here.
I love that little bit of adaptability. We were interested to see where that was going to come out and how they were going to use the Sim, and gets up onto a nice position, but Munich Esports peeling back perfectly mean that they get themselves the space. They bait in the charge coming out there from Melon, who's going to fall at the beginning of this fight as well, and it means that Munich just stays alive. They were close. I mean, the Sim beam there was on super high charge. Mr. Dragonlol trying to chew through a couple of people, gets enough damage in there that Munich Esports is able to clean up, and U5D want to come through with maybe something just as creative in the second one. They've got up that amplification matrix, they've got up the blizzard, they just need an opening now.
And it's so tough to find. Going in with the Sim TP again, but that one immediately canceled. Makes a little bit of space there, but still losing their Baptiste in transition. Going to be tough to claw their way back from, despite the Lucio down as well. Nothing left on the pitch for New 5D to heal themselves up with, just to seal the deal on this fight. Trust me, copies the Diva, and that is all said and done.
Again, that was an interesting attempt there. They went up with the Sim TP just to bait it out. Everyone from Munich kind of responded perfectly. U5D eventually got May up onto the top of Big Earls, but not really being able to do anything after that. Doesn't have the damage to follow it up. Munich Esports just being so evasive right now, being just everywhere on the map, that U5D doesn't really have a target that they can clamp down upon and control the space. And now using the Sim War is a good opportunity to create some opportunity for them to get onto a good position. But yet again, high grounds all controlled by Munich Esports. They're corralling everyone from U5D, and U5D just scattering around, not being able to get a solid fight, a cohesive fight.
Yeah, they are playing the double shield split comp to a T, having Ozzy on the Mercy, pocketing Trust Me all the way. Melio has already proven he can do as much damage as he needs to, pretty much any time, all by his lonesome. So having the Mercy pocket fully dedicated to the Echo just gives another insanely fortified off angle, a DPS threat that has just proven too difficult for New 5D to deal with. and they've already lost Mr. Dragon in this fight. Only 40 seconds could remain in this game if Munich is able to close it out, and they start this fight with another kill. Echo bursting down, yet another, and just full high ground control. Alex has not moved from this spot all game. This is the first time he drops to the low ground.
It comes down to, ooh, that charge! The charge from Melon coming in from behind. This could open everything up when U5D comes in with the Earth Shatter as well. Where did Melon come from? Why was he even on that side? I thought it was the other team's Reinhardt for a second just because of that was coming from the spawn doors. And suddenly, U5D back into this. They went for the brawl comp and went, we can't get on top of them. We're just going to come out of nowhere, keeping themselves alive in this competition for at least the next point. Being able to get that time bank reinforced with another 2.5 minutes there. Munich being caught a little bit by surprise, but you gotta say Munich has done enough work so far to at least give themselves a good feeling going into the streets phase.
How could you not be caught by surprise there? I mean, Melon comes in with a long distance pin from your own spawn, then goes with a 720 slam. I mean, we get 2 extra looks at this. He is just swagging out here.
Oh, I love it so far. And now it comes the long-range duel. 5D just have to keep this payload moving. They're staying behind natural cover. Milio's got that bomb to throw into the backline. That's actually going to cause a lot of problems. Melon has to put up the shield just to stay alive and keep the rest of the team going. Tanks up some of the health. We see Aussie going to be dropping out that Valkyrie to keep everyone else alive. And the attack visor comes out from Mr. Dragon Lol. Doesn't manage to find anything. Doing huge amounts of damage. Now reinforced by the Transcendence. LP being able to keep the team alive. And it's just Ultimates being traded back and forth. Each team trading back and forth lives as well. See Melon on the front lines taking a lot of damage. Creating some space. And trust me, now going to finish them off there with the sticky bombs.
The tanks on this new 5D team, I think they might have given in, running the Reinhardt and the Roadhog. We talked a little bit in the last game we casted about how Roadhog does make quite a few appearances on Route 66, but here with a Reinhardt, it looks like Melon just has no way of closing in on the space that he's trying to get at, and Lone is just doing exactly that. He's a Lone Ranger in the backline on this Roadhog, just trying to find those picks here and there. Pulse Bomb gets eaten up by Alex. Muse, though not done in this fight, deals with the Immortality Field, still trying to keep up the pressure in the backline as Melon starts to get back down. This team wants control of this high ground. Somehow they've got to get the Ashe off of her perch. They're able to take down level 1 Crook. He's been one of the more carrying players of this Munich team. The Baptiste really providing a lot of value. And now we see, trust me, letting the whole hog rumble for 2 kills. And it looks like Munich still able to hold street space.
That's insane. We talk about the Roadhog coming out from Lone and how it could have the obvious pick potential. Munich goes, oh, that's a good idea. We're going to do it too. Sticks to, oh, the bomb's coming out there at the end. Alex managing to get the kill there, but trust me, constantly finding people. And I mean, those are 2 players that now are completely staggered out. 13 seconds left on the board is all U5D have to do. They've only got 4 people, make it 3 people anywhere close to the payload. Are they even going to come forward and get a touch? There's so much oppressive play coming out. Melon going for a sneaky flank. Is he going to be able to come through? Gets the charge. The overtime has ticked down, but he's instantly chewed through. His HP pool counts for nothing as the Munich esports players turn around. Now it's time to clean up, take home their well-deserved victory. And again, this is a team that maybe the contenders players do not want to see.
Yeah, between them and Mind Goblin, they both look very difficult. One team has Alex just not exactly hard carrying because this Munich team is so well-rounded, but just because of that, it's such a difficult choice for these contenders teams trying to cherry pick who they want to play in those quarterfinals. We've got the play of the game here from Emilio. He showed off his hit scan prowess all game long, but here he does it on the Ashe. Melon going for that backline pin at the very end, hits the doorway, comes up empty. And Emilio has full free range to just turn around and continue taking down squishy targets. What a clinic they put on Route 66, but I kind of have to feel like New 5D may have felt like it was over before that map started.
Yeah, that was tough. I mean, it seemed like the team comp at the end of it was just, let's try something. Lone, go take a Roadhog, try find a pick into this opportunity. I mean, they only just managed to get 2-second point from a ridiculous charge from Melon. But it seemed like, again, no matter what they tried, it was Munich who had the answers. They try a brawl comp, we're just going to avoid your brawl comp. We don't have a brawl comp, we're not going to run straight into your face. We don't need to beat you on a reflective lineup. We're just going to take our own styles. We're going to play it out. And when you think of an Orisa comp, you don't typically think about everyone scattered to the 4 corners. But that's what they did, because that's what they needed to do at that stage. really good play. Let's take a look at some of these highlights. Melio, that star player that you're talking about, coming out here on the hit scan. And before you even ask the question, this probably is my player of the match. Being constantly able to find those sides, or even, trust me, being able to constantly get the picks out, whether it's the Echo, whether it's the Doomfist, being able to put in damage consistently. These 2 DPS coming through on a lineup that contains a 3 times contenders winners. That is an impressive showing as a team.
Yeah, I would say it has to be one of the DPS in this game from Munich. On King's Row, it was without a doubt, trust me, but still, Melio, like I was saying earlier in this very map, probably the best hit scan player left in this tournament, not on a contenders team. Put on a clinic yet again on 3 different hit scans in this game, just an expert on all of them.
Oh, we've got some interesting information for you here, ladies and gentlemen. 2 of the contenders teams have already picked their matchup. Adfriend going to be taking on Sheer Cold, and African Typhoon selecting Granite Gaming as the potential. And so, like we said, Munich Esports or Mind Goblins, one of the teams going to get a free pass straight into that semi-final, quarterfinals at least. Very interesting and not surprising. Let's be fair, not surprising that these 2 teams being the last ones that want to get picked. It's going to be, who's our 3rd contenders team? That's the, oh yeah, has to pick out on one of these 2 teams that I don't know which one is the lesser of 2 evils.
Yeah, they're definitely left with the hardest choice. I'm not surprised to see Adfriend go first. If you're a contenders team, you probably know how to deal with a one-trick roster like Adfriend, but they're in the winners bracket final for their quarterfinal, or their quarter qualifier. Ooh, word salad right there. But a one-trick team doing that well, we've seen the level of competition in this tournament. No one expected them to even get past, let's say, round 3, and they've made it all the way to the corners, being the first one picked against a contenders team. That's a little salt in the wound there. You don't feel like you've gotten the respect you deserve. I wouldn't imagine they flex off the Torb, they flex off the Wrecking Ball, but that is going to be one game you do not want to miss. Altruism going into these games up next. Do you feel like any of these teams have a better chance than the other? If you had to pick mainly between Munich and Mind Goblin, who would you not choose to play?
I feel like Mind Goblin, their entire idea was control space. And I think that's a very difficult play style to overcome. If you know that it's coming, you still can't really counter it out. There's not really obvious hero picks or something like that that are going to be able to counter out how Mind Goblin plays. Munich, on the other hand, kind of showed a lot of versatility, and they did them all pretty well. They did them all consistently well. I mean, they took the 3-0 sweep here, looking really good in all the group stages, but there's more opportunities. I mean, we did see here the fact that New 5D was able to take a couple of fights off them. They looked like a more closely contested team. The fact that when they ran a brawl, you could get the rest of Munich to be able to scatter a little bit. I feel like you've got more openings when it comes to Munich. I still don't think that they're an easy team, but I would probably want to take on Munich a little bit more. Still, you got to respect the fact that you can only do that if you know your hit scans can take the jewels. If you know that your tank lineup can fight out a proper brawl face-to-face with enemy tanks. And whether your supports are going to be able to be mobile enough to be able to survive and put in the support for the team, getting that healing. I think that it's, they don't have an easy pick, but my one would probably be Munich.
Yeah, I don't know if I would agree with you there. My differences between those 2 teams is Mind Goblin, they seem so well coached to always play on the part of the map that they want to play on, but at a certain point in contenders, you're always taking fights in difficult spots, so that doesn't always pay off. This Munich team, however, they seem like a team that on every single role, they've got someone who can definitely hold their own on a contender's level. Whether it's Melio on hitscan, definitely has that mechanical ability to duel out contenders level snipers. And whether it's Alex on the off tank, he's already been there. He's been to EU contenders finals 3 times and he's undefeated. So picking Munich, you got to be super confident to pick either of these teams, but I think I would go to Mind Goblin, and time will only tell. Altruism, it's been a pleasure as always this week, as was last. We're going to be going to a 15-minute break before we get into that quarterfinal action. Chat, make sure you stick around. You're not going to want to miss it.
Hi, my name is Williams IV. Chicago, the Windy City. The second city, the place that I call home. Champions have been born here. Legends have been made here. History has been captured here. I've been here for a long time, and let me tell you, it's amazing to witness history unfolding in front of all of us. When I created the Will English Invitational, I wanted to be a part of that history. I wanted to know who was the best Overwatch team out there. But not just the teams you see in the pros. I wanted to find the teams that you don't get to see on the Overwatch League stage. Teams that have heart, a story, a family, a community, a legacy beyond what you see and hear playing in the halls of competitive Overwatch tournaments. Thankfully, from the 20 teams that played in the first Invitational to the 40 plus teams that have played in the second Invitational, and finally our journey to the Overwatch Invitational 3, we get to witness that history unfolding in front of our very eyes and ears. For our North American champions in Lo-Fi AIM, now rebranded under Death Computer, they proved during the Invitational 2 that they were the best Tier 3 team in existence. But now they have to defend their title against one of the most dominant and strongest teams ever assembled in the ISU Redbirds. Our European Invitational Championship is vacant. Shoes Money Crew came in and showed the world where the top of the mountain was. With our expanded EU tournament, who's going to step up and claim that title? Well, fits to mention an African Typhoon might have something to say about that. The road to victory is not going to be easy. It's a crazy, crazy world out there. Who's going to step up and claim victory in the Overwatch Invitational 3? Is it going to be you? Do you think you're the best? Well, guess what? The world is about to find out.
Hey folks, welcome back to the Will English Invitational EU broadcast side. I am Waffles for Sid, joined by Ocean over on the Analyst, and we are going to be bringing you the remainder of the matches today. Of course, none of this could be done without Opera GX that has been bringing us all these additional great features. You can install their link in the chat below. Project Gap has been the production powerhouse behind all of the magic you see here today, folks. So make sure you tune into any of their additional streams. Follow them on Twitter. You can find them at Gap Project with a K, online there. And Ocean, we got one last thing to cover before we get into the meat of it. We're actually doing a giveaway for the Will English Invitational today. Today's giveaway package is a coaching session with none other than one of the old Dallas Field coaches, Tickety. Oh, sorry about that. So folks, make sure that you go ahead and put the exclamation point giveaway in the chat to enter over on the twitch.tv/WillEnglishIV channel. Folks, we have had some great banger of a matches today and coming up. Some unexpected overthrows as well, Ocean.
Oh yeah, no, today's been interesting. But before we go through the story of today, shall we recap the tournament thus far? We're now on our quarterfinal stage, right? We finally got to the point where we've got our contenders teams in the mix. So I think it's only fair that we, kind of give some teams a spotlight and talk about what happened in group stages. So I'll you were there for group A.
Yes.
So I'll take group B now, and I'll pop you back for group A. Wow, on the air, flying, right? This is all scheduled. This is how we cast, right? Planning, preparation, the things we're good at. Anyways, group B. Group B was extremely interesting to me, right? Because when we did the draw, we seemed to have like all of the powerhouse teams in Group A and all like the teams that we kind of expect to do kind of well in Group B, right? And Group B was just fun for that reason. We had so many tight games, and that was what Tier 3 Overwatch was all about. Going through that group, we saw Ad Friend and Munich for the winners bracket. Two teams still left in this tournament.
Right.
We like Koalas also went through, as did Beaumont cohort. Both of them unfortunately eliminated already.
Yeah, and not everyone was entirely ready for those results either. Group A had some pretty close matches, but all in all, these teams were showing really strong results and some diverse team comps on as well. Uh, Obviously, they've all been working really hard though to make it to these quarterfinals, and no one here is someone that you should be scoffing at. And these teams worked really hard throughout all these stages to show what they're made of, and they have come up against some really, really tough competitors throughout this entire tournament.
Yeah, and what this tournament brings to the community, right, is this opportunity for Tier 3 teams to go up against Tier 2 teams. And in our next game, we are going to see Ad Friend go up against Sheer Cool. Now, instant narrative here is Ad Friend came through Group B, right?
Mm-hmm.
Went through the winners bracket. They're now in the quarterfinals. And if you told me Ad Friend would be making it all the way to the quarterfinals, I would have probably insulted you, said some mad things, right? Probably getting cancelled on Twitter, right? Something like that. Maybe very over dramatic about it. But Ad Friend have been the surprise package of the tournament so far, and now they've absolutely earned the right to play a top contenders team like Sheer Cold.
Yeah, and obviously Sheer Cold contenders team. Okay, everybody's going to be familiar with kind of what they've brought to the table and the reputation that precedes them, right? And the prestige that comes with having the title of contenders team with their name. Ad Friend is going to, they're going to have a tough matchup for themselves. But, we were talking about this before. Having an opportunity to go up against a contenders team is honestly 1 in a million, that a lot of people would never get this chance. And Ad Friend is going to be able to take away so much from this game, regardless of how the results play out.
Absolutely. It's time to look at how these two teams will line up for today. Nice little transition there, and here we go. Right, I want to focus first of all on Sheer Cool, because this is the first time we are seeing them in this tournament, and we have a couple of little changes here. Levitate and Chaos into the lineup. NKZ is actually playing on African Typhoon, and ANJ is not in this tournament, so Levitate will be filling the main support spot there. And main support is such a weird position to fill, right? Usually one of your main vocal players. Levitate is a very good shot caller, so it might not be an issue, but that's something that the whole team's gonna have to adjust to, right? So it's gonna be interesting to see how they react to Levitate and how Levitate sets a tempo in this game, because maybe this game isn't their biggest challenge, but later in the tournament, that sort of stuff will matter.
And, with these changes to their lineup, that also means a change to synergy. And being able to adapt to that last minute could be, really tough for Sheer Cold, especially if they are used to having, those types of shot calling and specific patterns of shot calling, like you were mentioning, from that main healer. And, having someone else call the shots that you're just not quite into or familiar with their rhythm could be a little more challenging. Not as much brain reading going on. But, if we go ahead and look over at Ad Friend, we see their lineup here. We haven't seen a ton of what they can bring to the table, but I think that they're going to be able to capitalize on hopefully some of the synergy, the dis-synergy that Sheer Cold may have in this first round.
And what's really good at that, right? So what sort of heroes are really good at capitalizing on the per rotations, per engagements? Wrecking Ball. And Kiwi on the main tank is a sick Wrecking Ball player. Kiwi has been, if I was to kind of pick a player that surprised me in this tournament, it would be between Hathcool and Kiwi. Yes, Hathcool's now been eliminated with Beaumont cohort, so now it's time to talk about Kiwi and give them that spotlight. Ad Friend, for them, top 8 is a massive achievement, right?
Yes.
And having your main tank make plays and be your leader, absolutely impressive. Hopefully Kiwi gets a little bit of the spotlight in this matchup.
Yeah, and he does have, it says here on his little bio, he has 2.5k hours of ball, so going to be really comfortable on that hero. And you mentioned how disruptive that particular hero can be, and I think Kiwi's going to get a chance to strut his stuff and, show us his main character.
Yeah, so Sheer Cold, I would like to stick with Busan first. A map that Wrecking Ball was actually quite good on, right? You can see Wrecking Ball compositions on Busan Sanctuary. That's the map with the little drum in the middle. And Busan Downtime, which I shouldn't really need to explain Busan Downtime. But you know what my favourite thing about Busan Downtime is, right? Is if you get Busan Downtime first, it plays like a little jazzy song as you go into it. And I think that's my favourite thing about Overwatch, full stop.
Actually, I heard a pretty good jazzy song. Well, it was a more swingy song on stream earlier in one of the breaks. Hopefully we get that one cycling around too. But, I don't know if I've ever noticed the little jingle.
It's cool. I'll have to like send it over to you later.
Please do.
It's my favorite thing about Overwatch, like full stop, right? Forget the actual gameplay, forget the maps. So just that little jingle, right?
Yeah.
Going to Busan Downtime. So it's gonna be interesting to see Kiwi's impact on that map, and this is where we're gonna see Sheer Cold for the first time in this tournament. Sheer Cold, we know how good they are.
Right.
What we need to see is with these changes, are they still gonna be the team they are? And are they up for this tournament, right? They might just be here, for a little bit of fun.
Goofing off.
There's still other contenders teams in here, right? This is definitely not going to be a free win for them.
No.
They just came off of one of their best contenders finishes in the year. I'm excited. I don't know how Sheer Cold are going to do. You would expect them to do well. All of the expectation here is on Sheer Cold, and that's something that could play into this later on. If our friends suddenly take a map, Sheer Cold are under a lot of pressure, right? All of the expectations on them. They have so much pressure on them if they start losing grip of this series. So that's something our friend Kyo could be happy with. They don't have any pressure. They can just go out and play Overwatch.
And that is a different type of approach mentality-wise to the game, right? Not having that pressure yet means you can kind of feel a little more reckless sometimes with your decision and not worry about the consequences. And, when you are kind of back against the wall, that's when you start to question, like, oh, is this actually the right decision? Is this going to be the impact I need to bring to the table? And, that's where we really see which teams can perform under that pressure.
Oh, I'm seeing something on my screen that I have not seen ever. That is a Will Mamone Zenyatta.
Oh.
Known for his Pharah, known for his DPS play, Will Mamone has entered the lobby on Zenyatta. No looser at the moment. This is going to be interesting.
Wow. Yeah. That's definitely a curveball that even we weren't ready for. Man, that was almost a great accretion straight into Dynasty. Grapple saved her at just the last minute, though. We all know how squishy Widowmaker is. Right now, Add Friend hanging out here on the side. I like how this turret's providing a bit of an off angle and some additional pressure for Sheer Cold when they try and push on the point.
Yeah, it's a bit of a slow fight. Both teams feeling each other. Both teams trying to get their Zenyatas in play. Kiwi just about gets out there. This fight is starting to unfold.
Oh, and their point has already been capped by Add Friend here to open up the fight. The pulse bomb already charged up and thrown early finds the kill onto Levitate on top of it, and Add Friend holding strong so far.
I wonder if Dynasty is going to go over to the Ashe here. I feel like Ashe has a little bit more spam potential. Honzo, I think, would be another good pick. Ashe would be a pretty good pick, more against the Torbjorn. And also, Widowmaker, you don't have a lot of space to work with here, right? I feel like Ashe is just more suited to this map in general. Widowmaker on Downtown over Ashe, sure, I think I prefer that. I just don't see what value you get over here with Widow instead of Ashe.
We also had Chaos switch over onto the Sigma on top of it. See if he can provide some cover with the shield. Transcendence taken out for Sheer Cold here and doesn't quite manage to save Dynasty, but Levitate does manage to get the kill. Rally comes through as well. Sheer Cold are beefed up and they are throwing a lot into this fight. Minefield comes through on top of it all and they are just throwing more and more ults into it. Ocean, they haven't quite capped the point yet as Add Friend seems to be handling all of the pressure and giving them the space needed to just kite away.
All of those support ultimates are gone. No Transcendence, no Rally for this next fight. Oh yeah, it was Pulse Bomb and Crandops went over to the Orisa, so now not only realistically are you having to walk into this Wrecking Ball, you have to walk slowly into that, right? And look, Madero's got the Molten Core, you have to walk into that, the Pulse Bomb from Reflection as well. And then once you get into this fight, once we finally get this started properly, Soax is gonna have that Rally.
There it is, Rally already popped. Add friend beefed up once again with the extra armor. There's so much damage coming through on this side. There's no way they could push through that, Ocean. Minefield, turret, and everybody on the team.
This is a contenders team, by the way. They just got 100-0'd by
Whoa.
a top tier
Holy
3 team in Add
that
friend.
was so fast.
Talk about the surprise package.
Whoa!
Other W words. Other words that begin with W that express shock and excitement. Right? What is going on?
Yeah, that was a fast round. I wasn't even ready for them to take that so cleanly, and Sheer Cold couldn't get close enough to contest.
Well, we're going to see some swaps from Sheer Cold. They are making swaps. They're going over to some sort of brawl composition here. Wonder if Dynasty's going to stay on the Echo. I am a big fan of Dynasty's Echo. Looks like they're going to head on over to the Cowboy. So I would still say this is a brawl composition. A brush composition. I've got brawl and rush mixed together. I mean, that's kind of what it is. It's a mix of brawl and rush,
Yes.
right? The brush composition. It's brawl composition with a Doomfist, which is more of a rush element.
There's a lot of, high damage burst potential coming through. It didn't matter. Dynasty's already been taken out early in the fight. Reflection has been putting so much pressure onto Sheer Cold and charging that pulse bomb really fast on top of it all. An aggressive dive there right into the face of Mamo, and, well, it is still Add Friend putting the aggression forward and not even letting Sheer Cold jump through their own choke.
So this brawl composition, what is it really going to target? I mean, it's going to be hard to get onto the backline. I think you would assume the Zenyatta is the #1 target. But Sowax has done a really good job of protecting Ghost so far this series. You're going to have the turret in the way. It's going to be really hard to go and approach Ghost. So maybe the idea would be go after Shira on the Sigma. Shira's not on the Diva. What do you go after here on this brawl competition? Now we're going to do the Soldier. I guess that gives you a lot more spam potential to try and spam out Sowax and potentially get Sowax split away from their flex support. There's a Zenyatta, and that could help you a lot. And also just extra spam for that turret has not helped.
Right.
Anything Sheer Cold's done so far.
Of course, the MO is there, but the follow-up damage is done, and Mamo goes down early to Reflection. Reflection has just been putting so much pressure here onto Sheer Cold, and, I mean, really shining, in my opinion. I thought Dynasty would be a little bit better for Sheer Cold with that CC ability to kind of put Reflection and or Kiwi in their place of it, but it doesn't seem like they can quite catch him.
Dynasty is a player I've hyped up for a very long time over in North America. Wherever Dynasty has played, Sid, he has been absolutely awesome, but has not come alive so far in the series. Now going over to the Hanzo, this is a pick that provides a lot of poke potential, and I think poke potential is good against the Torbjorn, but here, this Torbjorn isn't really here to poke. You know what it's here to do? It's here to deal with Arena, and that's exactly what it's doing so far.
Molten Core is going to make it even more difficult for Sheer Cold to push through. They've lost both supports and their main tank. That's it. There's no way that they're going to be able to take this fight after that. And with 80% and counting, it's going to get close to last fight territory.
I think it is last fight territory. There's mines on the point if Sheer Cold can touch. This is so difficult. Are they even going to get a fight?
Oh, wow. Overtime bar is triggered just barely, but it's going to trickle out as Add Friend surprises everybody with a win here on Busan. Another 100-0, Ocean.
I'm lost for words.
Okay, let's go Ghost. Let's see what he's doing here.
I mean, this is going to be an awesome play from Ghost. Ghost had a lot of space on this left-hand side. Had a lot of space throughout the map. Maybe you could argue too much space. Maybe Arena could have done a better job.
He had space on the
And
second
I'm just
map,
lost
too.
for words. I'm just lost for words. 100-0 on both points. If you told me that was going to happen, again, there would have been more sort of insults thrown out. I would have called you a crazy person or whatever. Sheer Cold would have probably been the favourites for this entire tournament. They're playing a top tier 3 team.
Yes.
Who I barely expected to get through groups. What? 2 100-0s on Busan. All I can think of is Sheer Cold. I know they were spending a lot of time trying to get into lobby. I would assume that means that Will had to come in late and play this flex support role. And that's really, really unfortunate. That's just a guess. I don't know. And some of these other changes, they just don't seem to be working. That's 100-0.
Yes.
If you told me they would have won a team fight, I would have been surprised.
That they didn't, yeah. And that is really, I mean, Sheer Cold is a contenders team. And so Ad Friend has got to be really riding high after such a sound victory on map 1 of Busan. We've mentioned how Sheer Cold might have some synergy issues, and looks like they're still working on them a bit. Control, of course, is that one exception of the map type, right? You can really be quite dominant on control or very poor on control, and then do well on the other map types. Control punishes that trickling it way more than any of the other styles.
I mean, it does, yes. However, not to an extent of 100-0 getting swapped.
Yeah.
I don't think we saw Sheer Cold win a team fight.
Fair, yeah.
I am stunned still. This is going to take a while for me to get over. Once map 2's over and we go to a break, I'm getting so much caffeine, right? Because I'm going to need it, right? To absolutely get through this. Sheer Cold, I would have definitely... They've been a consistent contender. They've been in every contender season for the past 2 years.
Yeah, and placed high.
Why?
Yeah. I mean, an Ad Friend.
I don't know what's going on.
What a miracle run so far for them, right? Like, they are a beautiful underdog story. I mean, basically picture perfect. You are a T3 team coming through. You get this opportunity to face off against all these, really higher tier teams that we mentioned, like you mentioned before, they would have never gotten the chance to encounter Sheer Cold in their everyday scrims or whatever tournaments they're typically enrolled in. It's the Will English specifically that lets everybody from all those different tiers come together and really show who is number one, regardless of, resources that you have available or funding or sponsors. It's about Overwatch here, and Ad Friend has come to play, and Sheer Cold isn't ready yet.
They've been playing so serious Overwatch, Ad Friend, right? Their open division placements this season have been pretty good. They've been at least top 24, I believe, in most of the OD seasons this year. So well done to them. That's actually a pretty good achievement for to be a stable kind of top tier 3 team.
Right.
That's really good. Well done. This is probably their last tournament of the year, and I could not be more impressed. This is absolutely awesome from them. To get through groups was good. To get to the quarterfinals was good. To have the opportunity to go and play Sheer Cold and say, oh, that's not enough, we're going to go and take a map off them and potentially more.
Yeah.
It's absolutely elite mentality from our friends. And you know what? Start of the show, if you kind of rail back, you will actually notice I was kind of writing them off. I want to see Sheer Cold for the rest of the tournament. And I was writing them off. And I was wrong. This Ad Friend team, they're here to play.
That's an underdog for you too. And we'll have to see if they actually can continue this momentum, or maybe Sheer Cold is going to get their bearings. We're going to go to Eichenwald for our next map, and there is a lot of high ground to be abusive on here in Eichenwald.
Yeah, just while we're here on Eichenwald, I'm going to make a controversial statement. This is the best hybrid map in the game.
Ooh.
Not even close. Kings Row is a high B tier map. Oh, I say this every single time we have a hybrid map. Borvalskaya shows up on the Borvalskaya is the best map in the game. Get a lot of angry Twitter DMs about that, and it makes me happy. But Eichenwald, we've seen some epic moments over the years in Eichenwald. The Zumba grab against Team USA.
Yes.
Toby's boops on the bridge. We've seen some awesome plays on Eichenwald. We've seen some awesome history on Eichenwald. Kaiser Shatter, my favourite Overwatch play of all time. If you haven't seen that clip, by the way, Eye of the Kaiser on YouTube. Look it up. It is Kaiser. Awesome. It is elite. Now, we have another opportunity to witness some history on Eichenwald. If Ad Friend take a 2-0 lead against Sheer Cold going into the break on Eichenwald, that's history right there.
Yeah.
This is a contenders team, a consistent tier 2 team against a top tier 3 team that some people, if you ask some people, Ad Friend wouldn't even be considered a tier 3 team. To some people, not to me, but to some people that would be their mindset. And thinking about that, if we see Ad Friend win Eichenwald, it would be genuine history here in the Will English Invitational.
And I like the choice of going to Eichenwald, right? Everyone is really typically quite comfortable on King's Row. It feels like there's that's when it's also typically the most up close and personal. You see a lot of brawl come through and a lot of like in your face type of style fighting. And Sheer Cold tried to bring that for the second map of Busan, and it didn't really work out in their favor. So, moving away from that, it does surprise me a little bit since they were aiming for that. But the mobility that you can leverage on Eichenwald could be really difficult for Add Friend, right? If Sheer Cold can maximize coming at them from different angles, maybe sending people over the top initially to take pressure off, they could come back and put some pressure on and take this first point.
This is such a cool map pick. I like the fact that you brought up the point of not every team is going to be really comfortable in Eichenwald compared to your King's Rows or potentially your Nabonnies if you're a dive team. What I'm intrigued is to see what side Add Friend pick. Obviously, Sheer Cold have picked Eichenwald. I am really intrigued if they go for the attack and just want to ride the momentum, or if they go for the defense to try and just stop Sheer Cold in their tracks. And if Sheer Cold get full health here, that's really concerning for them.
Yeah.
We're not going to see any roster switches for Sheer Cold going into this map, so none of their returning players. No Lucer yet. I don't know if we have an update on that. It would be unfortunate to see Lucer. Lucer's a really good flex support player. But aside from that, I think it's very bold for Add Friend to go for the defense first. Usually that's something you pick if you feel like you have an advantage, right? I think that's bold, and I really like it. I really like this decision.
As far as the who picks offense, defense first, there are definitely momentum elements that I would choose off of. Although some teams just have a standard comfort of, we like you to push into the jaws of our trap first and see what you can do and how you're going to punch through. And I like when you're waiting and you're like, yeah, come show me what you got, Sheer Cold. We did great on the first round. Push into us again. And Add Friend taking a bit of a farther back defensive approach here, waiting for Sheer Cold to push through, and then, probably going to look for those opportunities to capitalize on anyone out on their lonesome. Ghost, though, was 100% out on his lonesome, got booped away from cover on top of it, and that was easy for Dynasty to finish off. Poor Zenyatta doesn't have any abilities to escape from that, and after 2 ticks already for Sheer Cold, I think that they were upset after that last match, Ocean.
Yeah, Dynasty coming out on the Pharah. I told you Dynasty was a good player, I wasn't lying. Arena also an Echo, so kind of a double DPS here for Sheer Cold. It's kind of unique. You kind of worry about the Pharah here because Add Friend's composition is so mobile, right? To where you would think the Pharah isn't able to get any value. As you see Arena kind of stop the snowball here already, gonna get rezzed up. But it's going to be interesting to see, as the mobility plays a factor later on, how is this Pharah going to cope with that, and then what adaptations, if they can't cope with that, does Sheer Cold make?
And it's going to be all about adaptations, right? That's going to be the name of who actually can win this. Oh, a good juke coming through from Kiwi. I would have been booped straight off the map. He was low enough, though, that Chaos was able to finish him off. Post bomb E coming through. Chaos here is a hungry, hungry diva. And Sheer Cold continuing to put this pressure on. The payload is moving strong, and it's already cleared under the bridge.
Was that like a hungry hippo joke? I've never understood how that game works. Here comes Arena though, with the duplicate in the spawn. I think they'll want the ultimate back.
Yeah, probably gonna want that back, but there have been a couple of picks, it's just the duplicate revert back onto Arena. There's another pick onto the DPS, and that's Add Friend going to be able to stabilize. The minefield on top of it's gonna give them even more traction, and I'm surprised at the trance at the end, but maybe.
I mean, okay, so the Transcendence is unneeded, right? And they'll definitely want that ultimate back, but to be fair, Sheer Cold don't really have any major ultimates to win this next fight, and they have to walk an awful long way. Add Friend are going to have control of this bridge. They're going to have control of the other bridge on the high ground, right? So the high ground area is going to be under their control. This is a really hard push for Sheer Cold.
Yes.
And also, how are you going to get your Pharah involved when Add Friend are on this high ground? And There's just not enough space really for the forward to operate. This is where Sheer Cold have to turn it up to the next level.
Immortality committed, and she jumps out there, and the damage is too much from the pulse bomb. Once Immo goes down, follow up from Reflection once again, and Add Friend stopping Sheer Cold at a very, very good spot right before the second checkpoint.
I think Sheer Cold will actually be happy with that fight though. They got out the rally, and realistically, there's only the 2 tank ultimates and maybe the Torbjorn ultimate next team fight. Yeah, I mean, you could probably say Reflection will probably build a pulse bomb too. The self-destruct's going to be the critical one to look at, because you could send that in the air, maybe catch on Echo or Mercy. You can even force that Immortality field. This is a very important ultimate, because if you don't catch Dynasty or off-put Dynasty, that barrage is available.
Yeah, I thought he was going in for it. You can see Dynasty is looking for the barrage. Watch out for the mine, and just barrages straight in the doorway. 2 kills, 3 kills to follow up, and that's going to be Sheer Cold pushing.
Where is Shira right now? Oh no! Shira's going to get demacked. I think they need the ultimate. They're going to come back into the next team fight.
Yeah.
This barrage for Dynasty is what's probably going to get them point B off the back of it. This is why you sign a player like Dynasty to your team. We are going to see one more team fight. I think that's a kill on the Dynasty. No, they get the point.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it was going to be a tough trickle in for Add Friend at the end. They did try to stall it out a little bit, but Ocean, they've got 3:30 left on the clock, and that is quite a hefty time bank to defend.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned now for Add Friend. This could turn into a snowball very fast.
Yes.
Lots of ultimates here for the offense. 4 ultimates available in this next team fight. Probably going to start off with an Amp Matrix. And I'm also curious on Arena's duplicate.
Diva Bomb finds, 2 kills and the turret in the back. Add Friend still exchanging blows in the process as Sheer Cold tried to push through on that, but the duplicate onto the Zenyatta. Okay, an interesting choice coming through. Manages to take down the turret and can't quite charge up the trance in time. Does use it though to stay alive and keep themselves in this fight. Pretty much solo there on the front line. Sheer Cold has regrouped some, and you can see the pressure coming up from behind from Chaos and Dynasty on this Junkrat. Not something you want to get too close to there. Dynasty falls very low. 11 health. I need healing all day. The minefield clips him though on his way out, and Add Friend are slowly getting the kills and stabilizing once again.
They made like a very awkward decision to commit to that fight, Sheer Cold. They used the duplicate, didn't get any value out of it. Used the supercharger, no value. The whole Riptire in the next fight said, and I think that's going to have to be their win condition. If they're going to even finish the map, this Riptire has got to get something. It's got to force out an ultimate, maybe Ghost Transcendence. I think that would be good enough, because otherwise Add Friend are just getting a really nice ultimate rotation, a really nice ult cycle, and it's going to be really hard for Sheer Cold to come back.
Missed it by that much. Just barely missed stick on Levitate, and not quite finding all the value they want. Shira does find that kill, and Add Friend is up by 1. The Amp Matrix is going to be tough for them to push into, but doesn't look like they're concerned, Ocean. They just pushed right past it and then continue with the pressure.
They got nothing out of that Riptire, Sid. Nothing.
Oh gosh.
Not even a Transcendence out or anything. And look at the ultimates now for Add Friend. They're going to probably have a Transcendence for the next team fight, a Minefield. Sheer Cold probably need to win 2 team fights, 2 clean team fights to actually finish this map. And by the time that happens, Shira will have a self-destruct and Soax will have a rally. This is going to be really tough for Sheer Cold.
Sheer Cold trying to make this work. The kill onto Reflection, though, could be the opening pick that they need. There's been an exchange back and forth with the DPS behind the scenes, and Sheer Cold now got that res. They are up a man now, and they continue to push forward. Diva Bomb thrown over the top from Add Friend. Doesn't find any kills that they're looking for, but they are still pushing forward and trickling as much as they can. There are exchanges, Ocean. This is nobody's fight quite yet. That turret putting on the pressure. Sheer Cold isn't having the sustainability they need with Cran Drop charging out. That's Add Friend holding strong with still only 40 seconds left now.
Stagger Ulto Diva as well. This is going to be really tough. Sheer Cold don't have that many ultimates either. They'll have a self-destruct and an Amp Matrix. I mean, at least those two kind of synergize with each other. You can get cooldowns out with either or. Probably use the Amp Matrix first. Try and bait out some cooldowns, and then it's self-destruct time. If we are looking at Sheer Cold completing this map, it's going to be on the back of Chaos. Can they do it? I'm not so sure.
Pulse Bomb thrown early by Reflection does not find any kills. So there's the Ant Matrix popped by Mamo there, and they're looking for the damage. Nothing from the Diva Bomb either, but it was all add friend in the kill feed.
Remember what I said? Eichenwald has a trend for historic moments, and we could have some history here on Eichenwald. That's a real possibility. A real possibility. And Dynasty, the player that got the point A, the player that got share code point B as well, was the player that really made it so they didn't finish that up. They needed something out of that Reptile. They needed to get Transcendence out. They needed to get anything. Just anything, even one kill. That would have put a lot more pressure on our friend, and it got nothing.
Yeah.
And realistically, from there, that round was probably done and dusted. As long as Ad Friend didn't kind of screw up their ult rotation, their ult cycle, they would have been absolutely fine. And that's exactly what happened. Mm-hmm. They didn't make any mistakes. And I guess that's half the battle, just not making those mistakes, right? And for a tier 3 team, that might be an issue, but not for Ad Friend today. They have been next level.
I think that Ad Friend here has really grown and evolved, and the pressure of going up against a contenders team has obviously not gotten to them. I know that a lot of, people in general, when you go into a new environment and you think that you're the underdog and you're walking into a room with all these other people with these pristine records and reputations, you may not always feel like you belong. Ad Friend is showing none of that today, Ocean.
I mean, maybe it's because they don't feel there is any pressure on them. All the pressure is on the share code, right? They're expected to go and win this tournament, or at least get grand finals. They're expected to go and beat Ad Friend, and I think that expectation is hurting them.
Ghost is the first one down again early in this fight. This time, though, they are on the defensive, so not going to be quite as detrimental. I like this long-range Ashe coming through from Arena. We did mention it before, but haven't quite seen it as much as I would have expected.
Dynasty. I think this is the player that needs to step up. This is the player that's going to turn this around for Share Cole. Share Cole needs something like that right now. They need a player like that right now. It's going to be Dynasty. Here he comes.
That was some great resources pumped into Matteo there on that Torb. Ad Friend's supports are absolutely keeping tabs on everybody who needs it. Kiwi does go down, bit off a little bit more than he could chew on that roll through. There's still an exchange back and forth though, so Ad Friend does not want to give up this attack very easily. And that kill onto the BAP is going to mean Sheercool doesn't have as much sustainability, and they don't have Ant Matrix either. It was online, Ocean, and that could have easily turned the fight for them, but now they have to handle all this pressure from Ad Friend continuing. And Crandrop is getting hit from all angles. Oh my gosh, I don't know where he should be looking, but with Dynasty on that duplicate, gets stunned mid-swing in the air. That was a great accretion there coming through, and Sheer Cold continuing to hold this point. There's been 2 ticks already grabbed by Ad Friend, and those are the kills Sheer Cold needed to stabilize.
Dynasty, it was going to be Dynasty if they settled into that fight and won it. It was Dynasty. We need to see more of that from this player in this series. They're going to be so critical to this series.
I thought Dynasty was going to... I thought he was going to get Matteo on there.
Do Ad Friend have in their lockers here? How are they going to get points down? It's probably going to be for a Gravitic Flux if it happens this fight.
Have to see how much they want to push forward. I love how much shield Shara has there on this front from all that kinetic grasp eat. A lot of damage comes through, and it's too much. The fire is there and the pressure is on.
I feel like Ad Friend are always going to struggle. They always play the Torbjorn, Sid, and Sid, I think the Torbjorn is pretty poor pick on the attack. It's always hard to kind of like walk into space with a Torbjorn. It's easier to control space with a Torbjorn, which is typically what you're doing on defense. I think that might be part of the problem. Still the same win condition this next fight though. It's going to be that Gravitic Flux in from Shira.
I like the Flux coming through as well. It's going to take some people out of the sight of the Ant Matrix. The kills come through off the back end to follow up, and there is AdFriend pushing forward with their aggression. They know that they're man up. The res, oh my gosh, right in front of Shira's eyes, is successful onto Crandrop. I don't know how much longer Crandrop will last though, as they're just the only one left. Points already been capped and moving right along with the payload.
See, this is where the Torbjorn attack gets a value. If they could take the high ground first and have the turret up there, that's controlling space. If they can somehow get their Torbjorn controlling space, then AdFriend will basically just capture point B off of that. I'm not sure how easy of a task that's going to be, though.
Well, you mentioned the turret and how it's, with Torbjorn, you definitely want to get set up and force the enemy to push into you. That might explain their defense first selection as well. Dynasty did get pulled out of that duplicate really quick though, and still putting the pressure from the high ground. Ghost is bloodthirsty though, shuts him down. The res is easily protected there with everyone on Sheer Cold hanging out.
Yeah, this is just free project right now for progress. Sorry, it is a free project as well, I guess. Free progress for AdFriend right now in the point. Probably gonna end shortly though, as Soax goes down. Dynasty's starting to click some heads here. Going for Patefo, no, it's all on Shira. That Flux gets the immortality field out and gets a kill on the arena just after.
Oh my gosh, there is so much going on around the point too. You see Dynasty here on this side battle, just has their pocket trying to get this kill, cannot find Matteo there on that Torbjorn. Kiwi's just railing people on the Hammond, crushing and booping everyone around. Sheer Cold can't quite seem to even get out of the gate yet. They gotta be careful. I know that he's looking to boot people off that edge. Oh, that just saved him! A 2K from Chaos there. Sheer Cold's going to be able to stabilize after that.
They got Transcendence out as well. And the minefield. Uh-oh. Wait, what? 2 kills. They're gonna
2 kills? No
I don't
way.
know what's going on.
Oh my gosh, it is just Dynasty here on the point with Levitate, with this pocket damage boost. You can see Kiwi rolling their heart out, trying to do all this damage and take the point. This last 0.77 meters doesn't quite ring it out though. It was too much and the jukes were too good from Dynasty.
Oh, I thought that was gonna be a bit of a C9 there. I was in my seat. I was like crawling up. I'm glad we don't have like face cams on during matches because I was like shriveling around in my seat.
I like
so
watching
excited.
you.
Oh, yo, this is a moment. This is a moment right here. But Detho has got 2 kills on this Torbjorn, and this is gonna open up the fight real nice.
Ooh, Kiwi got stuck on the wall a little bit, but it's still in favor of AdFriend. Ooh, with Ghost going down, it's going to be really tough. They are handling some of the trickling in from Sheer Cold, and the Flux is going to put even more pressure onto them. Sheer Cold tries to keep pushing forward and holding this point. They do not want to let this get capped on the second checkpoint. Dynasty on this Tracer duplicate, trying to continue putting the pressure, gets the charge up, and can't quite launch off the pulse bomb yet. There it is, second point cap, and the Dragons roll through just a little too slow.
1 minute and 40 seconds, Sid. That's the amount of time AdFriend has to get just about to the end of IVitational Point C to make history in the Will English IVitational. To knock out, this was the first time a Contenders team has been knocked out in the Will English IVitational in the European edition.
Yeah, and I mean, no one would be expecting this either. Great pulse bomb stick, Reflection bringing in a clutch kill on to the Hanzo there on the other side. Now that AdFriend is up a man, they're going to keep pushing forward. The golden box of victory is just within reach of them. The self-destruct, it grabs the Torbjorn in the back line. Hopefully there's enough damage coming through from AdFriend. You can see Soax just bringing that Inspire up all the time, trying to keep his team alive, but 51 seconds, one more chance for AdFriend.
It's just one more team fight. They need to win one more team fight. Who's going to be the player that wins this map? It could be on either side.
Yeah.
We have last fight territory here in IVitational. And there's some ultimates coming online for the defense. Supercharger, Ant Matrix. Levitate's going to have the rally.
And Reflection almost has pulse bomb.
Yeah, this is going to be nuts. I have no clue who's going to win this last team fight. I have no clue what player is going to step up here.
Okay, add friend pushing forward. They're going to have to push into the Ant Matrix, but Flux is going to bring a couple people out of it. I love how he jumps on that chandelier right there at the end, continuing to keep that high ground some. There is some sheer cold supports on the point, but they are slowly being whittled down here. Reflection doing a lot of aggression and pepper damage coming through. The point is still rolling forward. Sheer cold doesn't have enough people to keep on the point all the way. That supercharger is going to be tough. Kiwi goes down to a pulse bomb, and it looks like Sheer Cold are finding their traction and their strength. Their numbers are there, and with 2 last people cleared out, they are holding at the last moment on Eichenwald.
No history for Friend. Sheer Cold get the win on their map pick. We go to 1-1 in this series. So this series is an absolutely terrific one. I was not expecting much, and I am getting absolutely everything for both teams. And I asked the question, who's going to be the hero in that last team fight? It was Crandop, right? Crandop pops back out on the Orisa, pops out the supercharger, and from there it's done. Absolutely awesome play from the main tank. Crandop's been on Sheer Cold the entire year. I think the only consistent player for Sheer Cold this entire year. Correct me if I'm wrong, people in the chat, if people can feed that information through to me. And Crandop's the leader for this team. Crandop stepped up. And that's exactly what Sheer Cold needed to get back into the series and back in control of this tournament.
And without Crandrop setting up their team at the end, the supercharger, the shield was in perfect location. They did their fortify during the flux as well to survive all of that extra damage and utilize some of the Ant Matrix coming through. I mean, Sheer Cold really stepping it up there at the very last, literally at the last possible moment of that map and holding strong. But let's not knock Ad Friend out quite yet. Obviously, they had a really, really great performance, and in a game that's this close, it's not just that one last play that really could have won you the game. I guarantee you that there are a dozen different things that all the players could have done, one little thing differently, or one use of your resource a different way, and would have changed the tide of the fight or the tempo, maybe not just the last fight, but a previous fight. And so, a lot of the growth that needs to come from it should be throughout the whole match as well. But dang, Ocean, what a great performance from both of these teams.
Yeah, and you know what the positive is for our friend? They get to select the next map, right? We've already got confirmation. They're taking us to Rialto for our escort map. I personally, in their situation, would have probably picked Route 66. I think maybe the reason they haven't done that is it maybe leans itself too much towards double shield, and I think they did struggle against the double shield of Sheer Cold, so maybe that's why they didn't go for Route 66. But I think just play to your strengths. I think Route 66 is a great map for them, but Rialto I think is a fine pick as well. I'm just interested to see if they can continue to get value out of this Tourbillon, or Sheer Cold starting to figure out what they want to do against the Defo on the tour.
Yeah, I like how you starting to figure it out. Absolutely.
Starting.
I don't know. I like their pick on Rialto because I don't think I would want to go up against Dynasty on Route 66 on that Farah. That's a potential for... that would be real hard to clip out of the sky, and we saw that he was putting in a lot of value and damage, especially on that opening fight of Eichenwald. But folks, we are going to go to quick break before we head over to Rialto, so don't go anywhere, and we'll see you on the other side.
Hi, my name is Will English IV. Chicago, the Windy City. The second city, the place that I call home. Champions have been born here. Legends have been made here. History has been captured here. I've been here for a long time, and let me tell you, it's amazing to witness history unfolding in front of all of us. When I created the Will English Invitational, I wanted to be a part of that history. I wanted to know who was the best Overwatch team out there. But not just the teams you see in the pros. I wanted to find the teams that you don't get to see on the Overwatch League stage. Teams that have heart, a story, a family, a community, a legacy beyond what you see and hear playing in the halls of competitive Overwatch tournaments. Thankfully, from the 20 teams that played in the first Invitational to the 40 plus teams that have played in the second Invitational, and finally our journey to the Overwatch Invitational 3, we get to witness that history unfolding in front of our very eyes and ears. For our North American champions in Lo-Fi AIM, now rebranded under Death Computer, they proved during the Invitational 2 that they were the best Tier 3 team in existence. But now they have to defend their title against one of the most dominant and strongest teams ever assembled in the ISU Redbirds. Our European Invitational Championship is vacant. Shoes Money Crew came in and showed the world where the top of the mountain was. With our expanded EU tournament, who's going to step up and claim that title? Well, fits to mention an African Typhoon might have something to say about that. The road to victory is not going to be easy. It's a crazy, crazy world out there. Who's going to step up and claim victory in the Overwatch Invitational 3? Is it going to be you? Do you think you're the best? Well, guess what? The world is about to find out.
Hey folks, and welcome back to the Will English Invitational 3 here on the EU broadcast side. Of course, big thanks to our partners and sponsors, Opera GX. Make sure you install their link to add to your Twitch stream there in the chat below. One more shout out, of course, to Project Gap, bringing you all of this production magic that you see here today on this broadcast. Check them out on Twitter at Gap Project with a K. Ocean, we have one last thing to cover. Once again, of course, we have a giveaway for today's event at the Will English. We are giving away a free coaching session with the Old Dallas Fuel coach, Tickety, and all you got to do is hit the exclamation point giveaway in the Will English IV Twitch channel. All right, had some great games already, and Ocean, I'm totally shocked at what we have seen from AdFriend and Sheer Cold so far.
I think we all are. I think nobody would have predicted this. Like, you genuinely, if you predicted this, you need to go outside, sit on the floor, and never predict anything again, right? Because you shouldn't be allowed to.
Or open up a shop and make a lot of money.
That would be better for the person, but I think that's too much power, right? That needs to be constrained at all costs. They need to be hidden somewhere, right? But anyways, AdFriend, just your boy lost our previous map of Rialto. We here are tied up in the series. They have opted to take us to Rialto for our escort map, a very pretty map. And while we're talking about very pretty maps, let's talk about the very pretty observing that we've got today. Ooh. We've got some nice technical directing as well. Yes. Let's talk about our observers. We've got some multi-obs today. Thanks to Sinja for the kind of directing the observing we've got today. And then GK, Ninja, and Plishcap, I believe, are observers for today. It's been absolutely so much easier, I guess, to work with this. I love this so much.
Yes.
Right? It's so awesome. And I'm sure everyone else is enjoying watching the show.
Well, and there's so much more of the game that we get to be capturing, involved in, and looking at from just a bigger perspective as well. We're not stuck hanging out with one person all the time. These guys are bringing us just fantastic angles and capturing these great plays.
I just like multi-ops. Yeah, they're doing a good job. I'm excited. When we were actually planning the production for this event, and Sky told me we had multi-ops for this weekend, I was so excited. And they've been pulling it off really well. We're going to get to see more of that, Unreal. So we're also going to get more of this fantastic series so for AdFriend trying to create history, not just Overwatch IVitational, but Overwatch itself. We have never seen a Tier 3 team and a Tier 2 team go this close. And not just any old Tier 2 team, right? It's a Tier 2 team that has been top-level Tier 2 for the last 2 years, full stop. AdFriend, I think that the best place, I think this season was around top 12. OD, maybe a little bit higher, maybe top 8 OD this season, this year. This is miracle stuff so far.
AdFriend is going to be really happy with their performance. Like I said this at the beginning, they're going to be really happy with this experience coming out regardless of the results, but they are 100% going to be pleased with the performance that they've been bringing to the table against Sheer Cold. And, you know, we're going to have to see if they can continue to bring that heat. Reflection on this Tracer has been a huge nuisance against Sheer Cold, but they are matching him on the Tracer with Arena. Going to be able to put that additional pressure on. Dynasty on that Echo with the Mercy Pocket 2 is, I mean, that's better than the Pharah for some people, but we'll have to see how much that focus beam is going to come into play to mow down other people. Like a little bit of an exchange on the side. Reflection takes down their counterpart though as the opening kill on this fight. Sheer Cold is down their DPS and probably just going to back off and wait a little bit for them to come back.
This is really hard for the attacking team to get any sort of engagement opened up, particularly on the backline. Look how deep the backline of AdFriend is playing. Really good positioning from that backline in particular. Levitate down already. See, Kiwi has that defensive positional advantage and is able to get to the backline of Sheer Cold.
Man, and I see, so I'm watching Reflection here shooting at people left and right, and what I'm also noticing is most of them are discorded thanks to Ghost. And that is the communication and synergy that these teams are going to need to continue to, you know, put the pressure on to Sheer Cold. We see Kiwi also with him, and the stick fade away recall. Oh my gosh, Ocean, that was beautiful.
That better be. We better get a replay of that in a second once this fight finishes up, because that was a sexy play if I've ever seen that. That was hot. Right, Reflection, gonna keep going. I mean, look at this. Just fades away with the pulse bomb, gets the kill, done. Awesome. Flex support gone.
And I love when players don't even stick around to see the results of the pulse, right? That's when you know that they're the pros and this is the pristine and high level that they want to play at. They don't need to look at the shot, whether it's landing. They already know it's going to land. And right there, you can see Dynasty with the duplicate lands so many sticky bombs. He just killed 2 people from AdFriend and pretty much turned the fight.
I see. That would be awful if Soax went down there. I wonder if they're going to go for the touch. They have got a kill, and yeah, they're going to try and contest this right on the edge. They have the ultimates to do so as well.
Yes.
This is a critical fight for AdFriend.
Mad Theo went ahead and threw the Molten Core on the payload as well. No way Sheer Cold's going to touch it, and well, now they've been put on the back foot and forced to regroup once again, and just before the first point is capped.
I have an interesting fact. I don't know if this is still like a true fact, but Rialto used to be the most commonly full held first point in the game, right? Like even when Paris was a thing, right? This was a stat. Both teams, by the way, now have no ultimates to work with, except for Arena's pulse bomb. So Sheer Cold, they have a lot of distance to travel where things could go wrong, but they do have this pulse bomb. It's going to be the key. Arena, the player to watch. Pulse bomb, the ultimate to watch. What is it going to do?
Oh man, doesn't find the stick or the kill off the back end. You know, we've seen them get the pulse bomb throws and just have the damage follow up there to whittle down the remainder chunk of health, but not quite that time. Arena's still getting aggressive.
What?
It's Reflection's pulse bomb. They just go and reset after that. Wow. Reflection has stepped up so much.
This point. I mean, Reflection's been popping off, but I'm really worried for Sheer Cold here. This could be a full hold.
Oh my gosh.
30 seconds to even get another team fight in here from spawn. Dynasty's still switching over here to the Tracer. The only positive I can see is that they're going to have a Transcendent. Krondos went over to the Roto. What is going on here?
They just need
Hero
picks.
I mean, realistically, that's a long distance to travel. The shot is gone.
Oh
The shot is gone.
That's absolutely devastating for Sheer Cold. Trance is out of the picture. Can anyone touch and stay on the overtime bar? There it is. Overtime bar has been triggered, but it is Shyra with the self-destruct defending the point. Drops it up there just to zone anyone else out who's thinking about getting close. OT bar triggers down, and Add Friend looking like they are about to hold Sheer Cold before the first checkpoint.
Sid, do you remember when we were preparing for this broadcast? I was like, yeah, Sid, I've been losing some of my skills about being able to control the broadcast really well. It used to be one of my number one skills.
Not this round.
Not happening in this game. Maybe the next one. Just usually go next on that one, really.
Well,
it's impossible to contain myself on this one. I can't get over this. Sheer Cold are expected to go and win this tournament, probably. At least grand finals. The expectation is probably what's getting to them. Our friend, they're playing with so much confidence. They've already surpassed expectations getting to the quarterfinals.
Mm-hmm.
They're now playing against the contenders team, no pressure whatsoever. The surprise package of this tournament has just got even bigger. Now, all they got to do is capture 1 point of Rialto, and they're winning this series and are on match point against Sheer Cold.
Nobody was ready for that.
I'm so confused.
Yeah,
that's the only one I can think of.
I think that we are going on the same journey with all of you folks here joining us on the stream. Everyone had high expectations of Sheer Cold, and Add Friend is pretty much a movie perfect underdog story so far. Had some of that back and forth come through, and they are going to want to continue to just try and push forward and cap this first point. As soon as they clear Sheer Cold out, if they get a good enough team wipe, it could be game over.
There is no way this is like an anime or something. Like, this is like an anime arc if I've ever seen one, right? This is insane. This Will English Invitational 3 is an anime, and there's nothing anyone could do to convince me otherwise.
The first prelim times were the training arc that everybody's familiar with.
Yeah.
And then now we're here in the battle arena arc where the underdogs are coming to life. And Add Friend, look at the Kiwi has already circled them, is trying to close the gap. It's going to be tough, though, for them to really collapse onto Sheer Cold. They've got Arena and Cran Drop on some two pretty CC and fortifying characters right there. Oh, some peppering going through.
And attention's gone.
Oh man, and I thought Kiwi was going to get mowed down right there, but resources thrown into him and he manages to skirt away. There is more kills coming through for Add Friend. Oh man, they are continuing to take down Sheer Cold one after another, and if Sheer Cold is even going to contest, they got to regroup and move fast.
I was talking about how they might struggle with their decision making in game today. Once they got that kill on the Sowak, Sheer Cold looked lost. They didn't know whether to push their advantage or go for the bow in the back. They split their resources, and Add Friend now have the opportunity to win this map right here, right now.
Mamo does have that Amp Matrix and uses it right there, trying to give their team that advantage and a chance at holding before the victory box is achieved by Add Friend. Reflection goes down with the Pulse Bomb online, but Ghost pops the Trance in response. Molten Core all over the point, and Add Friend wins! Sheer Cold got off and they went ahead and rolled it the last little bit.
What on earth is happening? I am so impressed with Add Friend and their resilience in this series. No, I understand they're playing with no pressure. That we've talked about how there's no pressure on Add Friend right here.
I think there's some pressure now.
There's some pressure now because they are match point against Sheer Cold, right? That is,
wow.
This is the game of their lives right now. But to keep this up against a team that you know are a little bit better than you,
right?
Maybe more than a little bit, is so impressive.
I don't know.
You know what?
I'm
a very critical caster.
They can't say that they know that they're a little better anymore, though. Like right now, Add Friend has gone toe to toe, and they're like, okay, we thought that you were going to be a lot better, and well, maybe the gap isn't nearly as far as they thought originally. Oh, love that stick.
I mean, probably. But, like, I'm a very critical caster. Usually
Yeah.
here I would be thinking about, share cold, they're bottling it, right? You know, that this should be their tournament to win. Why are they not turning up? Why are they not taking it seriously? What's going on? But the real story here is Ad Friend. They've impressed all the way through the group stages, all the way through the knockout stages.
Yeah.
They are now one map away from beating Sheer Cools and earning a spot in the semi-final. I would not have thought this. I did not expect them to get out of groups, and if they were going to get out of groups, I expected them to get eliminated first round of championship weekend. That was my expectations for this team, and they've already surpassed them.
Yeah. And they're going to have to keep this momentum moving forward if they're going to knock Sheer Cold out of this tournament. And I mean, if you going toe to toe with Sheer Cold has been absolutely incredible for them so far, but knocking them out would be a huge benchmark for them and to really show their progression throughout the season. Open division, they were not the top 3 open division team, right? Not quite that like highest little tier, but then they've come over here to Will English and they are showing that maybe they're a lot higher tier than they got handed during open division. So I'm curious, and I'm actually really excited to see what they're going to do when we move over to Anubis. Obviously, 2CP, the second capture point is way more difficult, and I think Ad Friend looks more comfortable on the defensive end, right? They've been choosing defense first, and I'm wondering if that Torb has something to do with that.
I mean, most likely. I think the reason we're saying that the selection from Sheer Cold is they want to play something spammier, right? And Anubis definitely allows you to spam a lot more. I think if they went to Volskaya, they would have been absolutely crazy, right?
Oh, gosh.
Hanamura is a really risky map to go to when your opponents are on match point, because Hanamura, you could easily see those 5-minute, 6-minute time banks, right?
Yeah.
Because of the potential TP to point, that sort of thing, right? Additionally, you could easily get full health here. I think this is definitely the least risky pick for them.
Mm-hmm.
But now the pressure's on both teams, right?
Well, Sheer Cold's got their back against the wall. They have their reputation kind of, not on the line, but definitely influencing people's opinion and views and expectations. And then you have Ad Friend, who, like we mentioned, complete underdog in this tournament, now at match point against a contender's team. And I mean, that gets my heart racing for them just talking about it. That would be so nerve-wracking to go up against. And you've been doing so well handling that pressure and, the adaptations from both of these teams. We're gonna have to see if they can keep doing it and which one's actually gonna bring the edge.
I mean, now it's time for the critical ocean. It's reawakened, right? If Ad Friend do take this map and get through those semi-finals, it'll be an absolutely great achievement. But critical ocean has become alive here. Sheer Cold, in all honesty, should not be losing this series, right? Sheer Cold, they have players here that will probably be considered for Overwatch League, and Overwatch League teams are going to be looking at this series and going, hey, hang on, I was looking at Crandup, they've been to contenders level and a good leader all through contenders. But when it really mattered in this tournament here, as a tier 3 team, they went missing. I know Crandup was the player that got them the map win on Iconville, but it's just an example as a player that might be looked up by an Overwatch League team that might not get it, because in this sort of game, they went missing. But they haven't, not Crandup in particular, as I'm saying.
Right. But in general,
then you potentially have to criticise the switches, right? We've seen Levitate coming on mid support.
Mm-hmm.
Levitate is pretty much as good as ANJ, right? ANJ and Levitate are both very good mid support players in Europe. That is a fact, right?
Yes.
They're both very good. So Levitate is not a bad player. But then the question, was it too late to bring them in for this tournament? Why are they not synergizing well? Why are the decisions not being made?
I mean, all things here that we're wanting to know, and definitely seeing if Sheer Cold is having those issues. Man, Ad Friend continuing to berate them, though. I loved watching Kiwi just swing around, get a little bit of chip damage coming through. Reflection is so sneaky, and I mean, already at 59% for the Pulse Bomb coming up. Actually, it's a Mamo with the Amp Matrix online. That could be the opportunity for Sheer Cold to push through this already opening up the fight with it. And the kill onto Matteo is going to be rough. More people going down, and Ocean, I think Sheer Cold's going to be able to take this first point.
Wow, unlikely hero. WMMA on the flex supports. Not their usual role, but a team fight winning play is something we're used to from this player. I absolutely love this player. I'm sad that we don't get to see them much more in the competitive scene. Great out matrix, however. Look, Reflection's here to fight back.
Ooh, Reflection with another pulse bomb stick. There's that molten core all over the point from Ad Friend, and well, it's getting some of the kills and zoning people out. Sheer Cold cannot keep on the point, and just before they cap at the third tick, Ad Friend shoves him off.
How did they bring that back? I'm the color caster, I meant to know this. I am stunned. I mean, it was a great post bomb. It got at the immortality field and also got the kill on the Dynasty. 2 minutes left here for Sheer Cold. 2 minutes left to muster up whatever they can here on Temple of Anubis. And they've got to step up now, because otherwise they're going home.
Yeah.
And this would not look good on Sheer Cold's CV.
Oof, man.
Like, imagine Sheer Cold's CV, contenders placement, Real English IV, top 8.
Crandrop shield already shredded, and the minefield drops straight on top of the supercharger in the thick of Sheer Cold. Sheer Cold does have a couple more ultimates online if they want to use them to regroup and continue this push. Answer's yes there, since they already took down a couple people. Soax goes down, and he still had Rally online. That is a big support ultimate removed. Ad Friend is gonna have to, I mean, they're trying to hold, but it's not happening.
Yeah, it won't. I mean, positives for our friend is they have to rally to try and prevent the snowball here. And to be fair, they're gonna need it.
Yeah.
Sheer Cold have a lot of ultimates here, a lot of momentum riding.
They're already
Our
pushing.
are still getting set up. Self-destruct for space. Dynasty is a molten core as well. This could be a tough fight for our friend.
Molten core thrown, and well, Ad Friend doesn't want to push into that too much. Ad Friend is stabilizing really well. They got the turret up. They did not have to commit their own molten core, but did end up using the rally.
I mean, I think you're still happy with that, right? You get some time off the clock. Dynasty's ultimate isn't there anymore. There's only 1 or 2 ultimates now left.
Yeah.
For Sheer Cold. And we know how assault maps work, right? You need to win the fight extremely cleanly.
Yes. And
I don't know if they could do that with the resources they have right now, Sheer Cold.
it'll be really difficult. And I mean, both support ultimates online for them is going to help, but it's about how they're used, right? Molten Core thrown onto the point. Cran drop would have died. The MO is absolutely clutch coming through from Sheer Cold. They're getting the kills, putting the pressure on, but they haven't quite moved on to the point yet. That turret is putting the pressure on from Mad Theo, and well, it's a little discouraging for them to walk out into the open. They got stuck in this small room, and well, they just got slammed into the wall by reflection on that Doomfist.
Let's slow down. Let's consider all the possibilities now for sure. Tiger really isn't going to help them, so that's going to reset Chaos's ult charge, but I think it was close to 0 anyway.
Oh, reflection
How
back on the
can they-
Tracer.
Yeah, how can they break this? How can they fix this up? How can they, Sheer Cold, fix the sort of mess they've got themselves into? Dynasty onto the Tracer, I think, is a good adjustment. Like, Dynasty maybe hard committing onto Ghost and Zoax and trying just to be the carry player might be that playstyle adaptation they need. That's what I want to see from Sheer Cold.
Ooh, Diva Bomb came over the top, but didn't quite find any kills. Sheer Cold drops their supercharger straight up the middle of the point. Bob has already been removed from the equation as Ad Friend trying to hold defensively strong. Wow, that tracking on reflection is nasty. Poor WMamo trying to just jump away and skirt away from any of the damage coming through, but Ad Friend has mines all over the point. Sheer Cold needs to play really careful and zone away from that left side if they're going to survive this. Ant Matrix on the high ground is going to be tough, but not enough value brought.
Initially, my thought was, why was the Molten Core invested? And honestly, I've taken that away immediately. Look at Sheer Cold. They used both of their support ultimates in this previous fight, and they're scrambling. They're scrambling for a solution here, Sid. 1 minute remaining on the clock. They've made an adaptation. Maybe this needed to come ages ago, because, bro, randomly, at this point in the series against a wrecking ball comp?
Yeah.
And you have to walk into this pulse bomb as well? I'm not sure I like that.
And, well, it's always tough to know when to make the call to switch. The early pick onto Levitate 2 from Kiwi, Sheer Cold is down one of their supports, and it's the support that lets them be the most mobile. Pulse Bomb thrown into the thick of it, doesn't find any kills, but lots of damage being done. Reflection is just showing us what look at all this magic he is bringing. Constant damage, constant bombardment onto the tanks. Minefields online for Kiwi as well. Oh, he falls a little low, but there is the trance from Ghost coming in clutch, and Kiwi doesn't even need to drop Minefield yet with 20 seconds left. How is Sheer Cold gonna touch?
I think they might get a touch, but will they get a coordinated team fight? No. Will they have a time to set up an ultimate? Probably not, and definitely not now. Arena's gone down.
Oh no, 10 seconds left and counting. They're gonna have to book it. And this is, Levitate skirting around the side already. There's a charge straight up the middle from Crandrop, and no one can touch. It's just too far, and there's too much going on. I loved your open mouth, Gabe.
I am so confused. But let's slow things down here a second. As friends, need 1 point plus a tick of point B, and they will be through to the semi-finals of the Will English IVitational. The surprise package of this tournament. They were not expected to be in top B. They're playing against Sheer Cold, a team that's been in contenders for the last 2 years full stop. Without a break, they've been at a consistent high level for such a long time.
Ready for battle.
And I'm witnessing history here, right now. I am witnessing history. Sid, you're witnessing it with me on broadcast.
Yeah.
Our observers are helping us capture it. Everyone here watching us is watching Overwatch at its finest. This is such a pivotal moment. Like the last sort of tier 3 events of Overwatch 1's era, this might be all we get. And I'm feasting on it right now. Our friend had a chance to create one of the biggest upsets Overwatch has ever seen. Full stop.
Add friend. Are they gonna keep the momentum going? They have to capture, they have to make it all the way to the second point. So still got to work through this first one. And Sheer Cold has decided to set up their little fortress on this high ground here. They've got Crandrop on the Orisa. And, I've liked seeing Crandrop on this Orisa so far. It seems like he's doing a good job at shield placement and handling some of the flow. But it doesn't look like he always has the backup he needs to really capitalize on the halts and get those last minute kills. But solo kill onto Ghost right there. I stand corrected from you, Crandrop. That was a great play. He does go down in the end because there's just too much chaos and damage coming through from Add Friend. Add Friend moves on to the point, and they're trying to handle Sheer Cold funneling back on. They've gotten 1 tick already, but Sheer Cold trying to circle them and hit them from all angles. Manages to come back from spawn and have pushed Add Friend back a bit for now.
What are we going to focus on this next fight? WMAMOM has that amplification matrix, but I really want to focus on the traces. Dynasty and Reflection have a lot to think about how they approach this next team fight. Do they want to try and build up Pulse Bomb and then go for that sort of play, or do they just want to get in, get aggressive, and get some damage done? That's what I want to know, and Dynasty's going for the damage approach.
Yeah, Matt Theo's already off the table, and more people followed suit so quickly. It seems like once Arena gets in the right position, he just melts both supports from Add Friend, but can't quite always capitalize and get there where he needs to be.
This is looking pretty good for Sheer Cold.
They got a lot of ults.
They need to step up, and it looks like they will be able to for the moment. Look at the ultimates they have online. Duplicate is really good at kind of delaying the fight and making it longer, as is Rally. So if they need to, they could do that. But Soax has decided it's go time. Levitate responds with their Rally as well.
And there's mines all over the point from Add Friend currently. Arena goes ahead and duplicates him in the back and tries to skirt through a bit, get some of the proximity mines. Pressure coming through. Add Friend found a couple of kills, but they lost their Brig. It's going to be tough trying to keep alive, and, doesn't look as tough for them as they continue to fill the kill feed, Ocean.
4 minutes 35 seconds.
Jeez.
Add
For
friend.
one tick.
Only a tick, and they will be moving to our semi-finals. That self-destruct was pivotal. It forced out the duplicate, which meant that there were limited options for Sheer Cold and how they played that fight. It also got Crandup separated from the rest of the team. That led to Crandup going down.
Ooh.
And speaking of Crandup, they stepped up on Ikevold when Sheer Cold needed it most. They're going to need to do it again. That Supercharger is a pivotal ultimate once more.
It is.
Crandup, only Arisa. What have you got for us?
It's tough, though. It is tough to be the hero of the team, and well, really to continue being the hero of the team. That is what's going to set them apart, though. Reflection trying to capitalize, wins that attack onto Dynasty thanks to the help of Ghost. Ghost pops the trance in the back, and Ad Friends are so beefed up on health. Sheer Cold can't get the damage done they need from that Ant Matrix on the high ground. Another stick comes through from Reflection. No surprise there, and the kill. I mean, that's it.
Sid, it's gonna happen.
They've almost taken down the Tracer, and there's just Sliver left. Oh my god. Ad Friend knocks Sheer Cold out in the quarterfinals of the Will English Invitational.
Play of the game.
Sheer Cold are right. Sheer Cold are out.
Wow.
I don't know what to say. I'm just mesmerized. This is what Overwatch can be like, right? This is Overwatch, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sheer Cold are gone. Dunzo.
Wow. What?
Oh dear.
I mean, talk about a picture-perfect movie story so far for Ad Friend. Coming through, huge underdog, like you keep calling him, the surprise package. And Sheer Cold was 100% surprised with the ferocity and aggressiveness that I think Ad Friend brought. They were constantly just shoving Sheer Cold back, not even letting them get through their own choke. And, I mean, we saw the results for themselves.
I don't know what to say. I'm lost for words, Sid. We're going to have a look at some highlights in a second. I was so glad. I mean, this entire series was a highlight, right? The highlight game of this tournament, both EU and NA. I don't care what happens for the rest of it. Unless ISU somehow gets beaten in NA. Even then, someone's pulling some strings, right?
Yeah.
This is absolutely insane. Sheer Cold. I expected them to be in grand finals, and maybe that is what it is. The expectation hurt Sheer Cold because when they play in contenders, they aren't the favorites, right? That's British Hurricane, that's Falcons.
Right.
They have way more resources than Sheer Cold have, and that's not even Sheer Cold's fault, right? That's totally why they're not expected to go and win contenders. They were expected to be the top dogs there, and they've been knocked out in the quarterfinals by Ad Friend. Tremendous respect to Ad Friend.
Yeah.
And you know what? What's going to be interesting for me now is how does Sheer Cold recover? Because they weren't good enough today. The weird roster swaps that they had to do. W. Mamone unfortunately had to come in on flex support, and that did hurt them a lot. Mamone's a great player, always has been. Led them to so much success in contenders this year. The roster swaps is a question mark. The other question mark is they weren't set up well enough for this game. Remember, Sheer Cold got the first pick of whatever team they wanted to play. They got to pick whatever team. They picked Ad Friend, the first pick, and they lost. That shouldn't happen. That realistically should not happen. And so questions of Sheer Cold will be asked. Questions of the players will be asked. I'll tell you what, though. Players like Crandup Dynasty, they've been around for a while and they've been absolutely excellent. Do not let one game fool you. They are excellent players. It's an off day today for Sheer Cold, and there will be questions asked, and rightfully so. But today, let's celebrate Ad Friend and ask those questions later.
And I think that, you mentioned how Sheer Cold picked Ad Friend, right? They get to do the first pick of who they want to fight and battle against. And, if I was Ad Friend from their perspective, okay, all these contenders teams are like, ooh, who are we gonna knock out first potentially, right? And if I was the first person to be selected, I would have a huge fire lit under me even more. I'm like, oh, you think that we're going to be easy to knock out? That's cute. And Ad Friend has totally brought that to the table. And, I think I mean, us included, we underestimated what they were going to bring and how well they were going to do against sheer cold. And they've blown us all away. This was history right here.
Yeah, and we're potentially going to see more history
Ooh.
up next after this. We have already just witnessed an amazing story in this match. It's going to be Mind Goblin and, oh yeah, another Contenders team up next. But, oh yeah, did select Mind Goblin. Mind Goblin previously in Contenders Trials. I know a couple of these players are quite familiar with each other. I'm really excited for that game.
Yeah. And, both of these teams are teams that we have seen in the scene before. A lot of people are familiar with them. And the prestige that comes with both of those titles. So I'm really curious to see how they're going to do against their pick against Mind Goblin. We've already seen how it worked out for Sheer Cold against their pick. So maybe it'll be a little better for yeah, or we're going to see a repeat of an overthrow again. Folks, we are actually going to
Hi, my name is Williams IV. Chicago, the Windy City. The second city, the place that I call home. Champions have been born here. Legends have been made here. History has been captured here. I've been here for a long time, and let me tell you, it's amazing to witness history unfolding in front of all of us. When I created the Will English Invitational, I wanted to be a part of that history. I wanted to know who was the best Overwatch team out there. But not just the teams you see in the pros. I wanted to find the teams that you don't get to see on the Overwatch League stage. Teams that have heart, a story, a family, a community, a legacy beyond what you see and hear playing in the halls of competitive Overwatch tournaments. Thankfully, from the 20 teams that played in the first Invitational to the 40 plus teams that have played in the second Invitational, and finally our journey to the Overwatch Invitational 3, we get to witness that history unfolding in front of our very eyes and ears. For our North American champions in Lo-Fi AIM, now rebranded under Death Computer, they proved during the Invitational 2 that they were the best Tier 3 team in existence. But now they have to defend their title against one of the most dominant and strongest teams ever assembled in the ISU Redbirds. Our European Invitational Championship is vacant. Shoes Money Crew came in and showed the world where the top of the mountain was. With our expanded EU tournament, who's going to step up and claim that title? Well, fits to mention an African Typhoon might have something to say about that. The road to victory is not going to be easy. It's a crazy, crazy world out there. Who's going to step up and claim victory in the Overwatch Invitational 3? Is it going to be you? Do you think you're the best? Well, guess what? The world is about to find out.
Hey folks, welcome back to the Will English Invitational 3 over here in the EU division. I am Sydney, joined by Ethan over here on the analysis side, and we are going to be bringing you our last match of the day here for the quarterfinals. Before we get too far into that, though, of course, big thanks to everybody who made this show possible and the broadcast that you see here this weekend, last weekend, and tomorrow. Opera GX has been one of our, partners and sponsors here, so make sure you go ahead, install their app in the link below at the chat. Project Gap has been the broadcast studio here behind the EU department and the broadcast. And Project Gap has been bringing these fantastic observer points of view. The show has been smooth, and make sure you check them out and all of their other events on their Twitter at Gap Project with a K. And Ocean, we have a giveaway here during the Will English also, all right? We are giving away a chance to have a coaching session with the old Dallas Fuel coach, Tickety, and all you got to do is put the, what is it? Exclamation point giveaway in the twitch.tv/Will English IV channel. You'll get your get your entry submitted and get a chance to get that free coaching session. We are going to have our next matchup here of Mind Goblin versus Aw Yeah. And, well, we know these teams, Ocean. We've seen them around the scene many times before.
I wonder if the Sheer Cool players are typing exclamation point giveaway in the chat.
Oh.
Too soon? Too soon. If you didn't see what just happened, you need to go back and watch what happened between Nand and Sheer Cool. This was the game I was actually more excited for. Mind Goblin versus Aw Yeah. Both of these teams, so Aw Yeah has been in the last two iterations of Contenders. And of course, Mind Goblin has been in Contenders Trials. They actually had an underdog story of their own to get into Contenders Trials. And
Indeed.
Pretty admirably there. So this is going to be an exciting game. Mind Goblin, I believe, are still yet to lose a map in the tournament.
Oh.
And Aw Yeah selected Mind Goblin for this match.
Well, we saw how, when you select your opponent, it doesn't always play out the way you expect previously. So we'll see how it plays out this time around. Aw Yeah, we'll take a look at what they're bringing to the table team comp-wise. But with their choice of Mind Goblin, I do want to know what's going through their mind when they go through this choice selection.
Well, this is interesting to me, because Mind Goblin, to me, are a team that prefers brawl and rush-based compositions. They are still quite versatile because they have young Thematic on main tank, a really, really good traditional shot caller in-game is what I always hear about Thematic. Very, very good communication. So that's going to be pivotal in this game. Why is that going to be pivotal? Well, Aw Yeah have a very unique style, don't they, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of your old... OTP style. They're kind of the players here that actually brought this OTP style forward, made it something extremely viable. And we're going to see the lineup here from Aw Yeah. Chasm is going to be playing a lot of Wrecking Ball. I'm Special is probably going to be the biggest flex on this roster. Will play most of the different off tanks. Abs is going to play a lot of Baptiste, and Kaya is going to play a lot of Junkrat.
Oh, that's going to be a lot to handle too, because having such a bombardment from from someone like a Junkrat too, it is going to be hard for Mind Goblin to even push into an onslaught of damage like that.
And you know what? I think this is a really good matchup-wise game for Aw Yeah. Because looking at Mind Goblin, they like to play a lot of Brawl, a lot of Rush. Chasm on the Wrecking Ball is going to be critical to this. Because if Chasm can get a pile drive on any rotations, like because Mind Goblin say they're midway through a rotation, get pile drived, then you're suddenly having to do a Kaya, who's probably taking a really aggressive Junkrat angle. And that's kind of scary. I think compositionally, this will match up really, really well for Aw Yeah. It's really going to be up to players like Wex, who might switch over to Tracer Sombra instead of your typical Cowboy in your brawl-based compositions.
Right.
The Symmetra as well for better mobility. Wex is going to be a key player in this series.
I'm going to definitely have my eye on them. You've called them out, right? So we'll see what they can actually bring to the table. Our first map is going to be Nepal. So... it's Control, Ocean. We see a ton of different team comps. There's so many variants, and Control is the outlier of all game modes, but it is the tempo setter of the series and can, maybe define how they continue to play and be either more aggressive or on the more passive side.
I love the fact that Overwatch now it's now industry standard in Overwatch to start off with Control because it's so chaotic, right? And you kind of think about it that way. You can go 1-0 up in this series without being the better team, and that causes a lot of chaos in itself, right? And speaking of chaos, we're going to see a lot of it from Aw Yeah today, especially on the Control game type. You'd imagine that would prefer them. I think it does prefer them. Nepal, though, as a map, does kind of suit what we like to see out of Mind Goblin. I do think we'll see Symmetra here from them. I do think we'll see mostly Brawl comes from them, and that's definitely viable on the polls. So
Totally.
I wouldn't count Mind Goblin out of this map.
You know, after our last match, I'm not counting anybody out today. We've been already thrown a hard curveball, and the matchup of Anya versus Mind Goblin is definitely one we've had hyped, but you know, momentum stops right here at game one for both of these teams in a sense where, you know, moving in, it's a fresh slate. Who is actually going to set the tempo? Who's going to, you know, put each other in their place? And like, who will continue to evolve and adapt against these new variations they bring?
I just want to get started, right? I have no clue who's going to win this series, especially after what happened in the last one. There is a real possibility that we go into tomorrow with maybe only one of our contenders teams left, right? That is a very distinct possibility. Actually, I'm unaware of the scoreline of Granite versus African Typhoon. So if I do get that, I will let you know because that's extremely interesting. And honestly, I have no clue who's going to win this. No. I just want to see these teams play some good Overwatch.
I think at the minimum, Ocean, we're going to get to see some good Overwatch from these guys because they're powerhouses. We've seen them around, and we're going to open up here on Village of Nepal. And this is, like you said, this is really good for those brawly comps that Mind Goblin does favor.
Okay, so it's actually not going to be Wex in the lineup. It's going to be Condi taking kind of Wex's role. Condi is a newer addition to the Mind Goblin roster, been with them for a little while now, joining with Theomatic. I believe they both hail from South Africa, so that's good to see that country getting some esports representation.
Woo.
So that's cool. That's definitely a cool fact. And yeah, that's great just to see how those players do. So Condi is going to be one of the players to highlight in this series. We see the Cowboy from them, Tracer, Symmetra. Symmetra's going to be the ulted hero on this map. What's really interesting here is to see, oh yeah, how do they deal with this? I assume it's just going to be a surround and conquer type thing while Mind Goblin sit around the point.
And Mind Goblin is happy already being set up on the point, get those turrets down, and make it really tough for Arya to push in. Arya's not really hurting too bad quite yet because they want to bombard Mind Goblin from this outer side. Kaya on this Junkrat is, I mean, he's fine. He's just going to shoot in, throw the damage in. Look at those mines just blowing up. And, well, there's already the kill on to Chasm in response. So Mind Goblin is holding down the fort.
They got to keep Condi up though, because that's the majority of their damage do. Condi was biotic grenaded for a moment, unable to heal. Wow, that was way more difficult than it needed to be.
I did that a couple times earlier. It's still Mind Goblin all over this point. No one from Anya can get close, and oh man, Isaac has been kind of chipped out from the side and definitely needs to skirt back and regroup.
This is interesting. Oh yeah, they've gotten rid of that immortality field. So if they can isolate a player like Condi, there is no backup plan. Not to 5v6 in favor of
that anti as well coming through. Theomatic had no chance when Crimson went to slice him, and the follow-up from that tire Ocean was devastating.
No, this is the hard bit for Mind Goblin. How do they get set up on the point again? They kind of have to go through now. A lot of opportunities to make mistakes on these rotations, and that is where Chasm is going to come into play. Additionally, look what's online, the Nano Blade, right? Crimson has got that blade online. Happy/Coolboy has the Nano to go with it. So let's see how they set up that ultimate. Johan will have the immortality field, and Striper will have the sound barrier. Will it be enough?
Wow! A pin all the way through the point onto the nano blading Genji right there. The sound barrier reinforcing Theomatic, and Mind Goblin just TP'd in and just drove straight through. Oh yeah.
So, Nano Blade I was hyping up. Well, it was really well dealt with from Mind Goblin. I think that's even more impressive in its own right. I think that's even bigger of a play, right? To shut down those three ultimates. It's an even bigger play than the Nano Blade actually getting anything. They still have the Blizzard for this next team fight, and now that Arya are kind of forced to walk into Mind Goblin, that's going to set an ideal tempo for this Blizzard.
Blizzard all over the point now, and oh, the clip comes through. The sleep to save the Hammond right there during that charge. Absolutely clutch from Cool Boy, but it is not enough. Yeah, need to get on this point with 80% and 88% and counting in possession for Mind Goblin. They're trickling on, and the minefield has helped clear them out. They are able to flip it here just at the last moment.
This next team fight said it. What do you think is going to determine it? Well, I mean, it's not even a question, to be honest. It's going to be Kaya's Riptide, right?
Yeah.
This is what we have to watch out for. If Kaya's Riptide doesn't get any sort of value, similar situations with Dynasty's Riptide and Ikevold, the support ultimates for Mind Goblin will be online. They'll be on the point and ready to go. Kaya's got to come up with something here with the Riptide, otherwise, oh yeah, we'll probably be in trouble in the Huron Village.
Cool Boy has already gone down. Fire shut down. That's so devastating for yeah, and with the loss of Cool Boy, it's going to be more time waiting for respawns. Okay,
Isaac,
maybe
they got point.
Not.
This
What?
is like danger time.
Oh my gosh!
Oh yeah,
they just sneakily went in, took the point right there, and now they need to stay on if they want this OT bar to have any chance of staying in this fight. Trickling down just barely with the Nano Genji. Blade comes through, shut down very fast. Those turrets are slowing him down. It is just abs, and with him going down, Mind Goblin takes the first round.
only really one Nano Blade, and I'm not going to count that last one for all yeah, and they didn't really get anything out of it, so maybe that's something that they kind of have to maybe turn away from later on. I mean, Crimson's a great Genji player.
Right.
So they may as well keep with it. But, I mean, credit to Mind Goblin. They dealt with everything. Oh, yeah, dealt with them, right? You know?
Yeah.
Okay, they're going to surround them from different angles. Okay, yeah, we'll deal with that. Okay, we have an Nano Blade for this next fight. Okay, yeah, we're just going to pit him, right?
And that's
how
not
Mind
an
Goblin
easy pin.
approach that. I mean, no, I mean, it's a lot easier when I kind of just say it, right? It's just doing it. Like, it's theomatic. It's absolutely crap. But it's so impressive that I managed to do that.
I mean, if I'm gonna isolate a Genji, typically I'm throwing a full grav to keep the Nano Genji away from everybody. The fact that they can use just their normal kit to combat all those ultimates. Of course, they had that sound barrier reinforcement, all right? Don't want to cut out those supports coming through. And already an early pick onto yeah, and another one to follow up. Ocean, there's no way they're going to cap this point first.
Mind Goblin have come out with one of the best and worst setups I've ever seen. This is not like the best setup for this map, right? But I'll tell you what this setup is for. It is the best setup for playing oh yeah on this map. Mind Goblin, when have you ever seen Lucio Mercy ran by this sort of team? You haven't. Theomatics onto the ball. SXJ onto the far, one of their signature heroes, but you usually see them play Echo instead. This is a very well designed strategy from Mind Goblin to counteract oh yeah here on the pole. Shrine, and I am all for Condi. Almost up to that pole spot as well, so Cool Boy is going to find it really hard to get into this team fight. And look, oh yeah, away from the Genji already, they've had enough of it.
Isaac has switched over to that Roadhog as well, so more pick potential and the ability to, you know, pull Mind Goblin, one person from Mind Goblin out of position. Condi's 5! Forces out the recall, of course it does. Misses the throw there onto the pulse bomb stick, but no big deal. They still have possession of the point for now. It's slowly being capped and plucked from the sky. Isaac takes SXJ down. That's going to be an opportunity for yeah to try and capitalize and take their advantage when they're man up. There's still bombardment coming through from this side. Oh, the flash has landed onto Strebber, but the reload from Crimson needs to be done, and there's no way that he can get the kill. Of course, High Noon goes ahead and finishes off Theomatic, but it is still in possession. The point is still in possession of Mind Goblin. The barrage comes through on the side. Nobody takes her down, but geez, SXJ damage boosted here with Yoham. No one's shutting him down, and no one's putting pressure on him.
Juzo and Yoham did an excellent job of storing the point for that long, and then SXJ had the easy part to do. You just kind of barrage, right? You know, it's a great barrage. Yoham does excellently to go and support it here and now. If are going to do anything in this map, it's back down to the situation of Kaya needing to pop off of a Riptire.
Wow. I have never seen a Riptire travel quite like that before. OT bar trickles down, and that's it. Mind Goblin takes our first map.
that happened. We've been dealt a very good and also bad hand here, haven't we?
Yeah,
All the shocks
yeah.
and surprises here on our broadcast today.
I said that in my
setting up for
outside.
tomorrow very nicely. I mean, this Riptire from Kaya was great, but the Riptire at the end, I mean, I don't know what they were looking for. Maybe they were looking for SXJ, but they needed something out of that Riptire. I think it was too risky to go for that sort of play.
Right.
They needed a Riptire play near the end of Village as well. They weren't able to find anything. I don't know. Realistically, I would love to go back and watch the VOD, like from player POVs, how they're playing against the Riptire. But honestly, right now, from what I can see at the immediate moment, Kaya needs to wise up with these Riptires, because when they need something from the Riptire, they're not getting it.
And, well, so Riptire does need to bring all that value. But in Kaya's defense, for that last Riptire especially, that is a long alleyway to try and bring your tire up. They were throwing it from way far away as well, which, puts some of that time pressure for the lifespan of the tire. And they had their backs up against the wall for the last one. And it's these types of 3Ks that they need to be, not a 3K every time, but at least one pick from the tire. You need to be getting value out of that ultimate. And the longer the alleyways are, the harder it is to actually get the tire close enough.
I don't want to alarm you, Sid, but we might be a curse on the winners teams, because sheer cold that they're at friends. Now we see behind. So this series is definitely not done. That was a really, really close map on both points. And realistically, all it takes now is for to say, okay, well, we're not going to win with our nano-play combos. We're going to get them right.
Right.
That's all it takes. Like, from there, they could
Jeez.
go on a 3-1 this series. But what we are seeing, right, is the gap between Tier 3 and at least Tier 2, if you ignore British Hurricane, Falcons, and ISU, is closer than you'd expect.
A lot closer than we would expect, Ocean. We are going to go over to Eichenwald for our next map. The choice of And, we're not going to King's Row again. We're going to Eichenwald again. So, lucky us.
We'd be going to King's Row if it was maybe in the map pool, Sid.
Oh.
Don't know where the research is. I'm kidding.
Thank you.
But yeah, we're going to go to Eichenwald. I think this is a very open map. It suits the playstyle of a lot. I'm surprised we're not going to Nabani, though. I feel like Nabani or Hollywoods might have been better choices. Actually, Hollywood's not on the map pool either. So what am I talking about? Blizzard World is the other map in the map pool. So yeah, no, I'm surprised we're not going to Blizzard World or Nabani, but it's going to be Eichenwald, the map of choice. So we're going to get potential even greater Eichenwald map than we saw in our previous series.
I think that Eichenwald will be easier to find some of those tire values as well. There's a lot more of those roundabout ways. Eichenwald is one of those maps where you can see, Doomfist do these crazy rollouts across the rooftops. There is a lot of ways to cut angles if you have the ability to jump over and wall ride and climb. Obviously, not all the characters have that, but I think that the additional angles could help just focus down Mind Goblin and surround them a little bit easier.
Yeah, 100%. I would say you into your Junkrat parkour then, or Riptire climbing around the map. I don't know, but Eichenwald is, I think, quite a nice pick for them. There are a lot of angles, and that is definitely going to help them if we continue this trend of, not really a trend anymore. If we continue a potential trend of Mind Goblin wanting to play brawl-based compositions, and we obviously will then see try to surround and conquer, then this could be quite favourable. But Mind Goblin brought out
Ready for battle.
whatever that composition was on the previous map on the Pole Shrine. I don't know what that was. It was mad. Lucio Mercy, you're not going to see that every day of the week.
No.
Maybe in your ranked games, so it's going to be an instant L, but you don't see that in a quarterfinals of a Tier 2, Tier 3 tournament, right? That doesn't happen.
It worked though. The results spoke for themselves there on that front, and they were able to, I think part of the speed coming through from Strebor really helped them avoid a lot of that incoming damage, especially like Riptire. Everyone can skirt away fast and try and get into a position where maybe they're just the only person killed and they were able to take away a lot of value.
SXJ on the Widowmaker for the grapple shot. Come on, give us the clip. Oh, damn. What is our content, SXJ? Come on. Anyway, so we're also looking for a little hold there with the Orisa as well. So we'll probably see, I imagine, the Reinhardt from Thematic, or are they going to go for this Orisa?
Oh.
They're going to go for the Orisa.
All right, gonna be inching up slowly but surely here, and with Juzo on the Diva, a little bit of extra mobility coming through from the other tank. Pushing forward now, Mind Goblin straight into Aya, speed boosted so fast into their face, right into the face of Kaya, so not something you want to do in that Junkrat. Good spot on the trap coming through as Mind Goblin continues to push forward. Oh, almost fell low, but port resources pumped into Juzo right there. I love how he's keeping an eye on Kaya here on this Junkrat, making sure they don't get completely encircled because Kaya could be so much burst damage potential. You've got the mines and the primary fire that are, a whopping amount of damage. SXJ fell very low and is taken down in the end before he can go back and take that recall. Pulse Bomb didn't find the kill, and Ocean Mind Goblin already has 2 ticks on this point.
They might get more as well. That's a really critical kill to Kaya. However, they lose Condi, and SXJ coming back on the 4 is probably going to be the best way of winning this team fight if that damage does come back in.
Ant Matrix popped too from yeah. There's the tire. Kaya needs to find the value. We've been putting a lot of pressure on him to do it, and here it is, over the top, right on the face of Theomatic right there. It's going to be a reset for Mind Goblin.
Yeah, potential stagger here. Nope. There's a kill of Juzo there. SXJ going over to Soldier 76. Now this is interesting. Soldier 76 is a hero. Oh, that was a nice shot.
Yeah.
Soldier 76 is a hero that realistically I don't like to see. I don't think Soldier 76 is a very good hero. But in a situation where you need to be constantly on the move because you're playing against a Wrecking Ball and you still want some of that hit scan benefit, then I understand the Soldier 76 play in this unique scenario. A lot of ultimates online for Mind Goblin as well. But how do they pair up against Abs' Transcendence?
Gravitic Flux comes through from Isaac, opening up the fight for yeah. Diva Bomb over the top from Juzo, though. Pushes a lot of people off the point. Cretion doesn't quite find its target it's looking for, but oh man, SXJ fell very, very low. That sound barrier keeping him alive. Just the nick of time. Strebert absolutely clutching it out for his team right there. We can see Mind Goblin putting on the pressure, continuing to move forward. Pulse Bomb online for Condi, and the point got capped! Right there underneath their nose!
Well, that's devastating for Aya because they just won the team fight.
Yeah.
Isn't it? I mean, maybe you make the argument that they don't win the team fight, they don't give up the space that's necessary for them to lose the point, but maybe the point comes first in this sort of scenario. Mind Goblin, they capture point A and get on their way. Yeah. I mean, if they can keep everyone alive and they can get out of this team fight, they'll be able to use the minefield early on point B, but they've already lost their Baptiste. Chasm's in a little bit of trouble as well. This could become a very desperate defense for this could be Snowball very fast, and of course Snowball is you're gonna roll Snowball down a hill, it picks up speed, picks up snow, and gathers a lot of momentum. That's why we refer to multiple team fights 1 in a row as a snowball.
And snowballs get bigger as they roll down the hill, and it gets harder and harder to stop all of that mass and momentum coming straight at you. Looks like Kaya handled Condi's dive in though, and another tire. This one just manages to find the immortality field, but that is going to be a good takedown right there. Another couple of kills coming through for the favor of and Mind Goblin trying to just push up into this small enclosed area. It is an all-out in-your-face brawl with handling all this aggression.
Yeah, they do it really well. All that talk and definition about the snowball, and then it gets killed immediately. That's just unfortunate. Right, so here we go into the next team fight. This is going to be interesting because we actually see, a lot of ultimates. 5 ultimates probably in this next team fight. I mean, Kaya's been building the Riptire fast as well, so maybe 6. What do Mind Goblin do here? They try and get some ultimates out. They've got to know that at least Transcendence is online, and maybe Ant Matrix as well. So maybe try and get some ultimates out in this fight.
Visor is being used here by Crimson. Doesn't find any value actually. It's he goes down, but it doesn't really matter. Oh yeah, went ahead, got a couple kills. They forced out Juzo's self-destruct, and Mind Goblin's still trying to just break through this little archway here. Oh yeah has been set up, and I mean, it looks tough to displace them from this high ground.
That's a 2 ultimates for 2 ultimates trade from Mind Goblin and Oya. I think Oya will be happier. They're on the defense. They're dwindling down the time, like, very reasonably. We're at like what, a minute left here. I don't see how Telematic's going to get into this team fight. Maybe with the supercharger they can make some leeway on that.
Supercharger's been set pretty far back too. Point's gonna move along thanks to Juzo just scooting it forward, but they're gonna have to contest at some point, and Aya has the high ground and they've got the ultimates. Minefield already launched into the thick of Mind Goblin. Crimson goes ahead and gets that kill onto the main support, and that pulse bomb kill onto Isaac is gonna hurt. There's still exchanges back and forth as Condi trying to make hero plays come alive for Mind Goblin. It's not quite enough. Going in for the dive against this Junkrat. His partner that was going to follow up got trapped, and in the end, it is SXJ that goes down. Condi escapes just barely, and, well, they have taken down the Zenyatta. Oh, no. Oh, what? Oh! I'm surprised he dodged that! What a juke.
Condi's got 4 kills in that last fight and avoided the Riptire. If Mind Goblin get point B, it's all on the back of Condi.
Oh my gosh. I mean, moving right along with the payload right there. Condi doing, the best possible work. Gold objective time gonna be probably for them. Trance has to be forced out from Abs to just stall the point at this time. We see Crimson on this Widowmaker in the windowsill, trying to do any kind of damage, get a headshot. 2 kills back to back onto the tanks of Mind Goblin. It is still Condi making the dream and keeping the dream alive for Mind Goblin. Can't quite seem, no one can touch him. There he is, finally taken down, and, well, Mind Goblin stopped just before the second point.
Yeah, and that's a reasonable distance in Ike Evolve. Is it enough to where you're comfortable? Absolutely not, especially against Aya, right? Aya, this is their map pick, they're going to be confident. And then what's really interesting here is to see maybe the first minute of the next round, because if Aya capture in the first minute, Mind Goblin are going to be in a lot of trouble. And the most important thing for them was going to be to stop the snowball, get settled in, get a nice alt rotation, they'll be at a good spot.
Yeah.
And there was a game earlier that was a little bit like this on the bridge of Ike Vault. Maybe it was our last series. I don't quite remember. Yeah, it was our last series with our friend and Share Cold. And yeah, so it could potentially happen. If they could get settled on the bridge at point B, then Mind Goblin definitely have a chance to win this, but they're definitely not comfortable. Right, 1 point on Ike Vault, you 100% uncomfortable.
No.
Oh yeah, this is their map pick. They wanted to come here. They'll also be very confident. They are a very confident team, hence they have this OTP style, because they think they can run whatever and win games, right?
Right.
And they've done it in the past. They've proven it multiple times that they can go and win games with these sort of comps, and fair play to them. They're going to keep their identity. We'll have to wait and see, probably in the next minute of this round, what's going to happen, and then kind of base our opinions based off that.
Ooh, is Crimson going to stay on this Pharah? That could be tough, especially if if Crimson can take the turret out of play really early. There's going to be a lot of pressure removed from when they try and push in on those other angles. Crimson just gets in their face though, so aggressive into the backline of Mind Goblin, has that pocket and is feeling really good. Condi almost took him down, but didn't quite have the damage needed to do what needs. To finish him off. It's hard when Crimson has that pocket though, Ocean.
Isaac is like a super flex player and can play almost anything. I have never seen Isaac on Winston. With the Winston Wrecking Ball composition, it is super weird. They wanted to go hyper aggressive here. It didn't quite work out. Kaya's not got caught at show. This is looking really bad for this first minute or so. They haven't really generated any ultimate charge. Abs is close to Valkyrie at least, right? That's at least helpful for them. Kaya's not gone over the Tracer for the first time in this series. Not looking too great on this map so far. I like the idea of going hyper aggressive there. I think the setup could have been a lot better though. The timing was really weird. They didn't eliminate the turret as well. So
yeah,
they want to continue that hyper aggressive style here on Ikevolt. They've got to have a little bit of a better setup before they go in with that aggressive punch.
And they were really far in the back line of Mind Goblin too, trying to almost look like encircle them, but I think Mind Goblin was a little more aggressive and preemptive in their engagement and prevented them from truly grouping up enough to circle and execute their plan of attack. Crimson getting pressured, and, well, of course, the pocket from Abs is coming in, keeping him damage boosted and alive. The Valkyrie has been committed by and Isaac goes ahead and throws the Primal Rage on top of it. Crimson is going to be looking to get aggressive. Of course, up close and personal. Has to pay for it, though, after he takes down Yoham. And, well, with the shield in your face, that is going to be tough.
I don't want to curse them, but are in a lot of trouble. They used 1, 2, 3 ultimates in that last fight. Now making a lot more switches. They did 10 or so switches this round. My Goblin have a very nice ultimate rotation, Transcendence and Rally Online, both support ultimates. I mean, those are going to be the keys to victory, right? Not even just this next fight, but the entire round. Watch Trebor and Yoham and how they execute their ultimates.
Sound Barrier has already been committed to by and they're just trying to make it to the point at this, up through their choke. There's a little bit of pressure coming through, but Mind Goblin seems to have their bearings and is able to just turn at a moment's notice and reinforce their own teammates. There is a pick there onto SXJ, so he'll be walking back, but I don't know if it's gonna be detrimental enough.
So this is why I don't think I'll ever cast contenders, because none of the teams would win. Which would happen, right? It's never happened. It's just never happened, right? And Michael would still have this Transcendence, right? The key to victory is going to be this Transcendence. Here, this is weird. SXJ and Kaya, weird Joe in the back line. This is actually going to decipher a lot.
And SXJ just goes ahead and throws the Molten Core over the top of the point. Just a Hail Mary.
Interesting. They get the kill on the Kaya, and that's good enough for me, right? DPS for DPS trade, that's fine. Good kill for my second return, and now we're back on the point fight.
Wow, Cool Boy putting in a lot of damage here as well. Oh man, taken out very quickly as soon as I say that. Mind Goblin trying to continue to hold this defensive point, but has found their traction and their footing. They've got a couple of kills in the bag and they're looking to find more. Kaya coming up big with the damage on Junkrat, but they do go down. Only has their 2 tanks here, and there's the stall. Theomatic trying to keep this point alive. Yoham has joined him in the fray, and there is a sleepy Juzo right there, just out of sight. A huge play coming through from Abs. This tire could be massive from Kaya, taking out any chance Mind Goblin has. That is it. Juzo canceled out of the Gravitic Flux by the tire. Has everything in the bag to go ahead and take this point and move it along.
Wow. Okay. Finally, Kaya with a Rip Tire. When it needs to be strong, it is strong. Finally. Maybe I think that's a third attempt at needing sort of map saving Rip Tire, and they finally got it right. So well played there from Kaya. The improvements so far in the series, but 2 minutes to get second for your Ike Evolve. There is a lot easier things in life.
Holy crap! That poor Chasm. CC'd to death right there. Does manage to pop the minefield in response, trying to save himself, but after the stun and hook, it was going to be a very, very difficult battle with no supports having vision on you. Isaac goes ahead, throws the self-destruct way over the top, but doesn't find anyone caught out of position. Condi falls a little bit low and is just continuing to berate the back line. Lost Crimson, and so gonna be down some of that attack damage, but is Abs alone? Oh no. Okay, Abs regroups with his friend and is getting some protection here now from Chasm.
This is looking really bad for Oya. They need to win 2 team fights in a row. Do they have the ultimate economy to do that? I'm not too sure.
Oh no.
This tactical visor potentially boosted by the nano boost of Abs. That's got to be the ticket. I don't really see any other way that win this map.
There's the attack visor, and it's the nano visor coming through. He's grabbed, stunned, and just hooked right to death right there as he's trying to go through the wall. It needed to be a hero play, couldn't find the value, and now Mind Goblin has everything they need to hold this point and prevent from continuing.
Look at the ultimates. If I was a betting person, I would say this is done. How do you even walk into these ultimates, right? Look at this. Look, Juzo could kind of waste this whole hole because SXJ has the attack visor if they even get in. If they get in.
If. That's a big if, too. There's still 15 seconds left on the clock. Oh no, that's it. There is no way Aya is going to be able to sustain nearly as well as they want to for this last fight. Cool Boy is out of the picture with no ultimates online for anyone in Aya. There is the visor that's just going to zone anyone contesting from Aya, trying to touch the point. He's uncontested, free firing here from this high ground. Does get a little bit of pepper and is taken down at the very last moment. Does not want to give this up without a fight, and the minefield being dropped is going to be a little discouraging for Mind Goblin. A huge hook once again. Juzo is slaying on this Roadhog, getting pick after pick and singling out target after target. Are still trickling onto the point, but Mind Goblin, they look comfortable, and they are taking Eichenwald.
Mind Goblin are 2-0 up in this series. One map away for booking their spot in the semi-finals. You know what's interesting about Mind Goblin so far? I don't think they've dropped them up. I don't think I recall them dropping him up in the previous round. They didn't drop him up in group stages. And they're now 2-0 up against who, by the way, are contenders. And in contenders September, finished 3rd place.
Yeah, wow. I said it in our last matchup, right? Regardless of the results, going up against a contenders team is great experience, blah, blah, blah. But Mind Goblin are bringing so much more to the table that this might be a great experience for Aya to learn from.
I mean, Sid, I just want to ask the question, are you glad you woke up early for this cast? You glad you woke up for this absolute insanity?
Oh, there is no question at all. I was so excited to be. EU has been banger after banger. Even last weekend, we had a great showing, Ocean. And I thought we were casting together last weekend, too. I got to cast with Will English himself instead. And now we're back on this scene. And wow, what... I can't believe Mind Goblin is showing such a strong front on these games.
I mean, I'm just saying it. Like, we must be cursing these contenders teams because we put these contenders teams into the top 8 automatically. We let them select their opponents, right? Because we felt that gave the best opportunity for these tier 3 teams, and even in some cases tier 4 teams, and tier 2.5 teams, or whatever. To essentially prove themselves to then go and face these teams. Well, that format has worked out bloody beautifully, hasn't it? Right? I'm not even going to kid around here. It has worked out tremendously. No one would have expected Cheer Cold to go out. We are sitting on the brink of potentially going out as well.
If we were placing bets on these games, I would have lost a lot of money already. There's no way I would have predicted this outcome of the matches so far. And, I gotta say, I am really impressed with how these, quote unquote, lower tier teams are moving in through these quarterfinals against these contenders teams. Obviously, they're not being intimidated by their title, by their reputation, and they have been, there is a fire lit under these underdogs to continue to bring their A game and, not let the contenders teams just brush them off and scoff at them. They are here, and they are here to be noticed at this tournament.
So when I was actually prepping narratives for this weekend, I'm a talent manager for the EU side of things. I've been prepping some narratives to help out all the podcast talent, keep us a flowing narrative from last weekend to this weekend. Every single game, it all links up. I was trying to prepare ahead, and I actually prepared for an versus Share Code final. And now I feel extremely silly.
Oh man, there's no way. Sheer Cold was absolutely the favorite there, and Anya has a lot of expectation and pressure on them for this round of the quarterfinals. They did pick Numbani or Dorado, sorry, as our next map here, and I mean, once again, it's another tough archway to push through as the opening point. Ocean.
I mean, yeah. So we're gonna see another map pick here from yeah, here on Dorado, very open, which I guess kind of plays to their strengths. But so we just played a very open map of Eichenwald, and it didn't really make a difference. The poll was also quite
That's
open.
true, yeah.
I'm really worried here for yeah. Mind Goblin could just take it for you right here.
And what an upset that would be. Obviously, you know, Mind Goblin has been in the contenders trials scene, and we've seen them come through. And I mean, it's not the first time they have surprised us. Mind Goblin is a team that we know can bring the heat, and they've obviously evolved and grown considerably throughout this season. And, you know, we'll have to see if that is going to stay consistent for our last match. They are on match point against Yeah. So here on Dorado, we're going to have to see if we're going to keep going or if Mind Goblin is going to create the upset.
Hi, my name is Williams IV. Chicago, the Windy City. The second city, the place that I call home. Champions have been born here. Legends have been made here. History has been captured here. I've been here for a long time, and let me tell you, it's amazing to witness history unfolding in front of all of us. When I created the Will English Invitational, I wanted to be a part of that history. I wanted to know who was the best Overwatch team out there. But not just the teams you see in the pros. I wanted to find the teams that you don't get to see on the Overwatch League stage. Teams that have heart, a story, a family, a community, a legacy beyond what you see and hear playing in the halls of competitive Overwatch tournaments. Thankfully, from the 20 teams that played in the first Invitational to the 40 plus teams that have played in the second Invitational, and finally our journey to the Overwatch Invitational 3, we get to witness that history unfolding in front of our very eyes and ears. For our North American champions in Lo-Fi AIM, now rebranded under Death Computer, they proved during the Invitational 2 that they were the best Tier 3 team in existence. But now they have to defend their title against one of the most dominant and strongest teams ever assembled in the ISU Redbirds. Our European Invitational Championship is vacant. Shoes Money Crew came in and showed the world where the top of the mountain was. With our expanded EU tournament, who's going to step up and claim that title? Well, fits to mention, an African Typhoon might have something to say about that. The road to victory is not going to be easy. It's a crazy, crazy world out there. Who's going to step up and claim victory in the Overwatch Invitational 3? Is it going to be you? Do you think you're the best? Well, guess what? The world is about to find out.
Hey folks, welcome back to the Will English Invitational 3 here on the EU broadcast side. Of course, this has been brought to you by Opera GX, who you just saw. Go ahead, install their link there. You can find them in the chat. Project Gap has been the production powerhouse, bringing you all the excellent footage you have seen today. And they do tons of great events also on their off time. So follow them on Twitter at Gap Project, project with a K. And we also have a giveaway going on during our Will English today. We have a coaching session available with the Old Dallas Fuel coach Tickety. And all you got to do is type !giveaway in the chat over on the Will English IV channel, and you are submitted to get that coaching session. So make sure you go ahead, add that to the chat. Ocean, we're in the thick of a battle right here, okay? We've seen Mind Goblin go up against Aw Yeah, and Aw Yeah has their backs up against the wall here at match point for our third map.
Yeah, I mean, this could be our second of the 3 contenders teams eliminated in the first round the contenders teams playing, right? That'd be absolutely insane.
How?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. That's a very good one-word answer to today. Actually, you could answer it just with one bit of punctuation with a question mark. Oh, that's a good question. Where are we going to our next map? Where are we going for potentially the final map of today?
Dorado.
I'm glad you caught that throw. That was impressive.
It was nice. We saw Eichenwald, and there were a lot of angles being utilized, but it seemed like Mind Goblin was able to just jump up to them and put the pressure and take away those angles that Aw Yeah was trying to capitalize on, especially on that bridge area previously. So I'm a little concerned about what's going to happen here for our opening point of Dorado, which is essentially similar to the second point of Eichenwald, and that's where the point got stalled out.
You know what? I am very worried for Dorado, actually. Right, because Dorado Point A has some chokes that are very similar to Eichenwald Point B. But also, Dorado Point B has a very good big similarity as well to Eichenwald Point B because of the distance. If you get to the end of Dorado Point B, you have to travel a long distance to get involved or get under the high ground, whatever. And that's very similar to Eichenwald Point B. Eichenwald Point B, of course, being the point that Aw Yeah really, really, really struggled with in the previous map. So the fact that both point A and point B are similar is a little bit concerning for them.
And Aw Yeah chose this map too. So I guess that does put a little bit additional concern that they wanted to take Mind Goblin here on Dorado. And they have opted for the defense first, which, depends on what your team fancies. And if you can hold strong on defense, you could set the tone for the whole match. And Aw Yeah needs to take that mental reset and try and take control of the tempo of this match.
Aw Yeah, they've got a way of doing that. Necros is in the lineup. Genji Superstar.
Ooh.
Let's see what they can do in this lineup. I think that's the talking point right here, right? That they know they're on the back foot. They need to make a change, and I think Necros is the player to do that.
That's a lot of hero expectation for Necros, and well, so far, Aw Yeah does have a bit of the traction. Isaac got that pick onto Juzo, and without that hog on the board for Mind Goblin, they are going to have to give up a little bit of space, and there's not quite as much durability coming through. Obviously, hog is very easily self-sustainable and can take those nasty off angles, but Mind Goblin is not here to give up. They are still keeping the pressure on the point, and that ante coming through from Cool Boy put the nail in Juzo's coffin.
The Roadhog pick on the offense here is weird for me, right? A lot of pick potential, a lot of CC potential, that's great against the competition that Aw Yeah runs, right? Mm-hmm. The problem is, you're also very easily isolated, you're also an ult battery, and those two weaknesses make you really poor against the composition of Aw Yeah.
Chasm just rolled through there, trying to get this additional pick here onto Strebber, and there's Necros there to follow up. This is what it means to have that mobile comp and allow each other to capitalize on the damage being done and help them get that last little chip needed.
Yeah, Theomatics had enough. It's going over to the Orisa. No more of this Wrecking Ball. Wrecking Ball, of course, in the Roadhog can be quite frustrating. Juzo staying on the Roadhog, though, that really surprises me. I would have thought after being isolated a couple fights in a row, being over to the Diva. I heard a pulse bomb get stuck there. What was that on to? Maybe on the chasm?
I don't know. I didn't see it on the far end, but, we do have Isaac already using his whole hog. That was online much faster than Juzo had available, but now Isaac is in a sticky situation. He gets the kill and throws the hook in, and there's so many resources being thrown at him. He manages to live through it, a couple of exchanges, and that is still Mind Goblin needing to go back to spawn and regroup.
This is interesting, huh? Mind Goblin could just get held here, right? Because 1 minute 40 seconds, Dorado's not exactly the easiest point to capture, and look, Nanoblade is available, Rally is available for Aw Yeah, they've got loads of options.
It's going to be tough moving under this bridge, too. Necros, Nano Blade, here we go. Slice and dice coming through, standard from Necros. And, well, we've seen it before. He does just get the one pick onto the turret and McCree, but the damage is done. That's the value they need, and they've shut down Mind Goblin.
They hold the kill as well with the Johan. So that's pretty much that fight done. Nano Blade maybe need to get a little bit more, because I feel like the fact that that fight wasn't one and done, just in one ultimate, one fell swoop, allows Mind Goblin to build up the rest of their ultimates. And they do have some pretty powerful ones, both of their support ultimates notably, right?
Yeah.
Yoham and Stravor have got massive value support ultimates thus far in this series. So Rally and Transcendence, Rally activated for both teams. Now let's see how that kind of sets up this team fight.
High Noon being channeled as well from Crimson. I mean, he gets a defense matrix straight in his face because of it, and Theomatic's antied. That could be really, really tough for Mind Goblin, but manages to stay alive through all of that onslaught. Good shield placement coming through, and once again, Theomatic coming up really, really strong on this Orisa. I like the control and space that they've been taking with the shield, trying to block that damage, but Chasm comes around the back, takes out Condi, and I mean, Mind Goblin has 8 seconds left to try and continue moving this cart. There's a supercharger being dropped, but Isaac picks the Zenyatta. Juzo's antied. It is all downhill for Mind Goblin right now. They've got a couple of picks, but it's going to have to be dream plays coming through from SXJ. That sleep is not a dream play. It is for Cool Boy, though. He's thrown that anti on to Isaac. Isaac is tearing through them one after another, gets another hook, and oh my gosh, oh wow, the point got capped. They hopped off for just a moment and they got it and moved it along.
That should have been a full hold. We should be talking about Mind Goblin and how they rejuvenate themselves for their defense. They've been held at lifeline here. You know what? Oh yeah, right. That's gotta hurt. You're already 2-0 down in the series. I think that's the moment. Ow! It hurts. It hurts. Pain.
Man, that was just barely at the end of the time for Mind Goblin there. They managed to clutch it out in the end. A great stun, too. I mean, there's no way they would have gotten that. And now Anya has this high ground control. They're just going to be bombarding Mind Goblin from below, but they're giving Mind Goblin a lot of room to push the payload. Chasm comes down, a lot of CC, and almost CC'd to death, and there it is. The follow-up is sound coming through from Mind Goblin. That anti-nade veil was devastating. Isaac saw that, followed up with the whole hog, just straight into the heart of Mind Goblin.
How does that thing start? Why do Mind Goblin set this up? They don't really have that many tools to work with. I've got a pause, so they've got a little bit of time to think about this.
Mm-hmm.
I know that Theomatic is close to that supercharger. And that supercharger can be used in a multitude of ways. They can use that supercharger to try and win the team fight, or they can use that supercharger to build up something else. That supercharger could build up whatever ultimate they want if they set it up right, and then that could be their win condition. Let's think about what they can do there. But they're sitting pretty, right? Point B, they know they probably should have held a point A, and that could cost them. We are yet to see. But point B, they're sitting pretty. They've got a couple of ultimates online. But this supercharger is what we are going to have to watch when we come back in. We saw some interesting plays so far, like this one. Isaac not getting a touch. Isaac's had a really good map on Roadhog.
Yeah.
I've worked with Isaac previously, and Isaac is one of the typical ranked grinders, so you'll see Isaac go for plays a lot, and that's why Isaac is popping off so much, and it is working really well with this team. But you can't help but feel he should have got on the point, right? Maybe someone else made a call, but
totally.
It's so hard to tell.
He was definitely trying to, right? He thought that he had it. You saw how close he was at the very last sequence of that, and I don't think he was ready for Strebber to just stun him for that fraction and allow them to touch the point. We do have, so Abs was the person that disconnected, and they are back in the fray, but Ultimate has been reset. So see if that comes into effect later on. Minefield opening up, and Cool Boy has taken the Nano, Necros has taken the Nano and continuing to just push forward. No blade needed. It is just used to charge up more, and what a swipe off to finish them. That dash reset is such a broken ability some days.
Wow, 2 kills here. This is not actually good for. Oh yeah, SXJ is in the back line right now, but Mango will get another fight. They'll have both of their support ultimates, Sid, and they'll also have a Deadeye. They actually used the supercharge to build up the Deadeye, so that's an ultimate they wanted online so badly, so that's what they used the supercharger for, right? So it's going to be critical what value that ultimate gets, and SXJ going down early means it's a 5v6 when we finally get started.
SXJ was all by his lonesome right there, trying to be a little bit sneaky with the pressure. Didn't play out how he wanted since everyone from collapsed on him in the back. There's still some fights going through here right on this point. Condi's channeling High Noon. No value quite found, but still zoning people away. That Ant Matrix is going to be tough for to continue pushing into, and Isaac goes down. There's still more damage just being thrown straight up the alleyway here and around the payload. Has to regroup and give space if they're going to hold.
Well, this is interesting because Coolboy 163 is extremely close to Nano Boost, and once that's online, it's Necro's time.
A lot of pressure on Necros though to be able to get that value he needs from the potential Nano Blade.
Here it comes.
Oh, you called it. One slice through, gets another one on top of it, just chomping away at everyone's health bar, following up, and there it is. Pushes everyone off so they can't get the touch.
That was a good call. Well done us. Well done us. Little pat on the back for us, you know. They build up the Nano Boost, they build up the Nano Blade. Yeah, we did nail it. Here it is. That's critical fight win, right? Mm-hmm. If we see Mind Goblin even get near the end of point B, it's very, very winnable for them. We talked about how point B could be a potential weakness for here on Toronto, and that was extremely concerning. Now, we have to see about Aya's attack. And maybe, again, this is one of those rounds we can talk about it after the first minute, what we think is going to happen. This first minute of Dorado on Aya's attack is going to be extremely important, because if it's not solid or doesn't have any evidence of being solid, they could be going home.
And that would be, holy cow, another upset in our predictions. And anyone who made a bracket prediction, it's probably already been completely botched.
Mine's
after our last round.
Mine's done, so.
But if Mind Goblin can hold defensively really, really well here, they could just stop. We saw them do a good job previously and almost had the hold, but just barely let it slip away.
Let's see how this goes. This first minute, as we said, is very, very important. And Mind Goblin's composition is also very important, you know. Look at all of the stuns. Look at all of the disruption. Necros is not going to have fun. At least they kind of Crimson on the Hanzo here, right? To kind of spam out all of these heroes and all of these abilities. So Crimson's got a very important task, and that's essentially trying to get rid of all these resources that Mind Goblin has so that Necros is free later on.
There's a lot of shield to eat through as well, and Crimson's already gone down. A lot of pressure and responsibility for him to bring the heat, and just can't quite find the footing yet. It is tough to come out of spawn here, though, on Dorado. There are so many angles to be attacked from.
Let's go over to the Ashe. Again, another hero that kind of works in a similar way, maybe. Prefers Ashe's ability to get to the high ground quicker, or the dynamite for the extra burst down, which means you can build ball faster. Mm-hmm. And Abs is going to go over to the Mercy. So they're putting everything into Crimson here. Everything's going to go to Crimson, and they're going to try and win team fights with Nano Blade. So start of the team fight, resources to Crimson. End of the team fight, resources to Necros. That's kind of the game plan right now for
And that is a huge amount of pressure onto Necros, right? If Necros can't make the plays happen, if he can't get the value he needs to be bringing, I don't know if his team will be able to continue to capitalize on the opportunities. Though, is doing really, really well as they've pushed through that initial archway. A nasty ante onto a couple of people of Mind Goblin, but this Ant Matrix is keeping at bay. No one wants to get shot up by that damage boosted, anything damage boosted incoming. Trying to skirt around, and you can see they're inching the payload slowly, but these teams are backing off and giving a little bit of space. Crimson's pick, though, on to SXJ. That is opening up the door. A 4-man ante. Oh my gosh, the aggression is going to be nasty after that. from yeah as they continue to push Mind Goblin into this corner. The immortality field lasts just a little bit, but it's not going to matter because that is a point cap.
Yeah, I mean, they won't care, right? And they'll have the Nano Blade for the next team fight. They'll have a minefield to try and force out any cooldowns, and that's Chasm's job. Chasm and Crimson, the start of this next team fight, have a joint job. Force out cooldowns, then Abs, Coolboy, they're going to put everything in Necros to try and win that team fight. Oh yeah, are in a really good position to go and win this map and get back in this series.
Yeah.
They just have to execute this final Nano Blade, and they should probably be fine.
And Nano Blade is online for them currently, right? We've seen Necros perform really, really well. He just goes straight for the back line, usually at least taking out one person, if not more, and or the turret. So huge amount of pressure for him. The point is still rolling forward. There's the ultimate coming through from Juzo, though. He goes ahead and tries his best to whole hog everyone away. Necros doesn't find the value with the nano. There's too much damage from the whole hog, from everyone else on Mind Goblin, and they repel. Oh yeah.
Wow. Nano Blade gets nothing. I mean, the point is 3 minutes and 18 seconds, so we'll at least have one more Nano Blade team fight for Mind Goblin to deal with, right? I thought Conde was not long left for this world, and Mind Goblin, they still have the Amp Matrix, but nothing much else.
The point, it's moving! Sorry. Oh, I thought they were about to see unite right there! No, you've got to make sure you're keeping that pressure on. A huge amount of kills just flood Mind Goblin's feed, but you've got to make sure you're staying where the main action is. Bob from Aya has been thrown by Crimson. Crimson's very low, trying to let Bob do a bit of the work, and now Mind Goblin needs to make sure they are staying close. 1.94 meters left until Aya takes this map, and oh wow, that was they got to keep pressure on.
Yeah, I mean that was almost twice that they actually just gave up this map. They still have that Matrix online. They're slowly building up to the rest of their ultimates. If Mind Goblin can actually complete this ultimate cycle and get all 6 ults, they have a great chance of winning the map. I'm not sure how Isaac didn't properly get hurt there. They got caught on some sort of ledge, right?
Yeah.
But oh yeah, we'll have the Nano Blade. What seems to be the wrong time. By the time Necros gets Nano Blades ready to go, Mind Goblin will probably have all 6 ultimates. And from there, that's really difficult on Necros. So how do you, force out some of these ultimates, or how do they just win now?
Oh no, Juzo's gone down early though in this fight. He did have Whole Hog online, and Kondai goes ahead and uses the High Noon already. Now Mind Goblin needs to hold strong on this point, and they seem to be handling that aggression most recently, no problem there. That was an audacious res attempt though, right in the middle.
Yo, they got the rally out though, right? So now Necros has one less thing to deal with when the Nano Blade comes out. Shaber will not have that rally online.
That's true.
So it's probably going to be mostly on Johan and mostly on SXJ to deal with this.
A little bit of a skirmish here on the far side. That's 2 people already down from yeah, and I mean, there's no way they're going to push in on a fight that's this lost man-wise. They're going to reset.
Yeah, this is probably it, right? Because they probably have to travel about 20 seconds to the point.
Right.
If you kind of lose a player, that's 10 seconds.
It's far.
This is probably last fight territory now. And look, what's online said it's finally available. Necros had the opportunity to win Dorado before, was subbed in for this map, and is now tasked with keeping this series alive.
Minefield thrown, and there it is. Necros with the nano. He is diving straight into the back line. He gets killed by the molten core. The ground is lava, guys. You can't be stepping on it. Mind Goblin continuing to take the teams in this kill feed. Kondai does go down in all the chaos, but it is still Mind Goblin continuing to berate. One after another.
I think it's done. I mean, maybe they'll get a touch of the minefield off, but you still have to do dead eye. And if it goes even longer than that, the support ultimates will be built up. Can they even touch? Necros is trying desperately. Chasm will get the touch.
Chasm also drops the minefield, trying to keep them in this fight. It is do or die for match point for Mind Goblin. A huge High Noon takes down Chasm. That is a lot of staying power taken away from flooding onto the point and trickling, but they've just gotten 3 kills. They may be able to clutch this out in the end, and there it is. No one from Mind Goblin touching the point at this time. The last trickle comes through, and are just continuing to handle the Yamatic They move the point
Did
forward
it?
and
What?
they take the point at the last moment. Wow.
I didn't think they were even getting a last team fight, to be honest. So the fact that they brought it back
Of the game.
is absolutely nuts. I mean, we see Necros get player of the game, but Necros realistically, it was something for this map, and yeah, they've won it. So they've changed the series in that way. But the 2 times they were tasked with winning the fight with Nanoblade and winning the series, well, winning the map, right?
Yeah.
They didn't do it. So do you keep going in this Necros direction, or do you change it up? I'm not too sure. I think you got to keep it in now that you're kind of onto a quote unquote winning formula.
Winning
And of course,
formula.
the second issue now is right. The second question is, now Mind Goblin have the map pick, but and also there's another question. And I don't even, there's endless questions, infinite possibilities. But my thing here is, Mind Goblin should be celebrating their win right now. They really should be, right? Oh, you had no right to win that fight. I mean, it's extremely impressive that they did, right?
Yes.
But what's Necros to the molten core that it should be done? Map over. We should be doing our post show right now, right?
Yeah.
But that's not what has happened. Oh yeah, I've managed to clutch it up. We're now back in the 2-1 scenario, but they have to deal with 2 Mind Goblin map picks. The next one being an assault map. I'm curious to see where they take us.
I wonder if Mind Goblin shut down that nano blade at the very, very end, thought that they had it in the bag, took a little bit more relaxed approach for that last fight, and then when it got extremely chaotic, you saw the hooks being thrown, the minefields, people are being slung left and right from the Hammond, just got a little caught up in the chaos and couldn't focus fire down the members of Ah Yeah. And yeah made some incredible hero plays to come back on that very last moment. Ocean, I did not think they were going to win that last fight, and happy to be proven wrong. Let's go another map.
Yeah, I mean, we've got some very good series. We kind of drew a little bit of luck here, right? We drew some good straws here for some matches here at the Will English Overwatch IVitational. I'm really curious to this map pick. I don't think you go Anubis, because Genji's actually quite a popular pick on Anubis, right? I think like you've got to try and like stop Necros at all costs. I mean, additionally, you could do Anubis, right? Because the poke value there is so strong. Volskaya would be a good map for them as well, I think. I also just want to see Volskaya. I actually don't know what you pick here. I mean, it's down to Mind Goblin. What do they pick? I mean, it's essentially their choice, right?
And it's more about, I think it's going to be more about what they're comfortable with too. There's 2 thought processes for picking a map and what you want to do. You can pick what you feel good on, what you're comfortable on, and what you think is your strength. Or you can pick a map that you think is going to put the other team at more of a disadvantage or make them more uncomfortable. It's always nice when those choices are, one and the same. But with all of the Genji play coming through from Necros, I think that extra high ground, especially on first point of Anubis, is so much space for him to be able to skirt away, still get topped off, and then come through and add that extra chip value. So, I'm not into the Anubis pick for the map as much, but, I'll have to see what they actually want to do and what they think they're going to win.
Well, it looks like we actually know what our next map is. A lot of discussion, a lot of talk. We're going to go and see Hanamura here from Mind Goblin. This could indicate a swap back to a broker position on their offense, your symmetric teleport. And I mean, it could be quite tricky to actually run the symmetric teleporter strategy here because, of course, we know it's going to play a lot of Wrecking Ball. Or you could get caught in your rotation to the choke where you're going to teleport or right after. And that's going to be quite difficult to kind of know how is going to operate against this sort of strategy. I mean, maybe they scrimmed each other, maybe they know already, and that's why we have Hanamura as a map pick. I don't know. What I do know is that Hanamura is a very pretty map, and I do know won the last map, and I have a chance to have a reverse sweep here, but I also know that Mind Goblin are on match point.
What makes Hanamura a pretty map for you?
How
do you define that?
The fact that it's a 2CP map. I'm joking. That is a joke. Do not crucify me, please. Thank you. I don't know. I just like nice bright colours. Actually, no, that's a lie. I'm just an evil person, so I like watching people suffer while they play Hanamura.
At least you're not making them suffer on Horizon or Paris. That's
Oh
real
no,
torture.
I would love them to be picked, right? I mean, we just don't have them available to us. It's my choice. I would watch that suffering all day. And you know what? Horizon's better because there's darker colors. We got a little bit of space action, a little bit of black sky. That'll be enjoyable.
Actually, I do like the touch they put there on the Horizon of no audio when you're in space, right? It's very true to the physics behind it all. And I mean, the death physics in this game are nothing true to what it would be, though. There's a very stark contrast on that front. Man, I don't know if they're going to do well on this Hanamura, or if Mind Goblin is going to do well on Hanamura. I like that there's not as many pathing points for them to have to combat against yeah, and how spread out we've seen them play, especially with Necros just jumping around. He was in the back line, he was towards the front, he dove back. I mean, the dash is a huge amount of mobility.
Yeah, I mean, it is, right? And Necros is always a player that you have to be concerned about, because Necros, if you don't pay attention to him, will kill your entire team. And maybe some other per team that somehow got involved, I'm not sure. Necros is very, very good at that, right? So you've got to pay attention to him. You cannot ignore Necros. It's not possible, right?
Right.
You saw actually had to use the Molten Core to deal with Necros' nano blade the previous turn. You know what? It was an awesome Molten Core. It was really well played. And now kind of thinking about this, but we're going to Hanamura. I'm now really intrigued into OEA's decision, attack or defend first. I think they should attack first. And the reason I say they should attack first is because if Mind Goblin somehow gets some momentum back on their attack, then it is kind of worrying. But they've decided it's defending time.
There's it depends. There's different approaches to how you can it looks like we actually have a quick disconnect here already for Necros. I don't know if he'll be rejoining shortly, but all in all, that totally threw me off my train of thought with the disconnect. But we're on Hanamura, right? So with Aya picking defense first, I would love to know their thought process behind why we want to defend first. They did have a really good, strong defense originally on Dorado, and it was just like a tiniest of slivers that they weren't able to full hold the first point.
Well, I think the option is that they think that Mind Goblin are going to TP, which they are. We got that right. If they can catch them out before they TP, which I think that's going to be their option. Also, Minami now in the lineup, so we're going to have Arissa instead of Isaac on heroes like Roadhog. So this is interesting. I haven't seen Minami play in a while.
TP up high ground, and well, now they are pretty much in the thick of Hanamura on this point. Mind Goblin moved around extremely fast, and Condi is looking to charge up that beam, get the damage done. A great pin coming through, and there's already 2 people off the table from Condi is charged up, and I don't think they're going to be able to touch and recontest. This looks like a really fast first point cap, Ocean.
Yeah, I think it's done.
Whoa.
I mean, I think the only positive for right now is that Juice is out of mech. Never mind, not even a positive.
Nope.
It's snowball time. It is absolutely snowball time, baby. There are picks coming in here. I don't think are going to be able to get properly set up here. Condi, where are you going to teleport? Where are you going to take us? Probably just to the backup point. Crimson has the bulb, and that's probably his best tool to deal with this. I'm not exactly sure how deal with this sort of teleporter push other than this box. So Crimson has a lot of pressure on them. Also, Isaac is still in the lineup, by the way. Instead of Cool Boy, Isaac has moved over to Flex Support.
Wow. I mean, really showing us the diversity of their hero pool for all their members. That was a fantastic follow-up of Isaac's anti-nade there, right onto Mind Goblin. Hit the go button to push in on them.
So when Isaac started playing outside of ranked and started playing scrims, etc., Isaac was originally just sort of an off-tank player, right? When Isaac first joined he was playing DPS and then flexed over to off-tank. Now we're seeing Isaac on flex support. That is testament to how flexible Isaac really is. Chasm here right now is just kind of poking out to try and build up the minefield. The problem is if they get caught. Is Chasm getting out? I don't think they are.
Wow. The Hammond special rolling away at the last possible moment when you just barely almost died. Huge coming through for Chasm there, especially in this next engagement. They did not want to be a man down with Mind Goblin. Already has 4 ultimates online. There's the blade coming through towards the back, and there's still a kill. Necros gets frozen up after throwing in a bunch of damage, but there is still an exchange. I don't know if Mind Goblin wants to continue such an aggressive push. Nah, they're waiting. Gonna regroup a bit.
If they can force a fight on the point, they'll be in a really good spot. So the photon barrier, the amp matrix, right? That'll be them in a really good spot. The problem is also, I really want to fight on the point here because they've got a minefield, a supercharger, and the vault. So this is going to be extremely.
Where are they moving to? Can't see them quite yet. Still moving
They
around.
got through.
Oh,
Hammond and Condi are dying, so this is just more opportunity for Necros and Isaac to build up Nanoblade again, and Mind Goblin are a little bit stuck.
And, I would have expected Mind Goblin to try and capitalize right after Nanoblade was used. They know Nanoblade is, almost... It's a very strong win condition. Obviously, we've seen it shut down, so I can't say guaranteed at this time, but it is a strong win condition and tough to go up against. Kondai goes ahead and throws this photon barrier around this high ground here, and is just dancing left and right of it, dodging the damage coming through from Crimson. There's still more to be done, though, by Mind Goblin as they're continuing to push forward. Charge comes through as Kondai is lasered in on Crimson. The Fire Strike is there to finish him off, but he gets peppered down. Mind Goblin has lost one of their main damage dealers, and with Theomatic going down, they're gonna have to reset.
No ultimates left. It might be time to get off the Symmetra. They decided, it's time. We're gonna head over onto the Cowboy. This is another tool to potentially deal with Necros and Chasm. A little bit of CC action. Juzo said, I'm going to Zarya too, so maybe they're going to put resources into Theomatic as well, try and get Theomatic onto Minimi and Isaac maybe. They've got a lot of options here. I think this is more versatile. Juzo definitely could have stayed on Diva, but this is what they're opting for now. They needed to adapt something. Are these the right adaptations? I'm not so sure.
We've seen this before. It's the Nano and it's a Nano on Necros. Once again, he gets taken down though, as 2 people from have already been taken out of the play. Wow, that is tough for them as they continue to try and hold forward. What a shot from SXJ across the way with those icicles. He throws the Blizzard on to follow up and continue to zone back. Necros dashes through and falls very, very low, but that Earth Shatter stops Chasm straight in his tracks. Mind Goblin now has 2 ticks. They're looking for a last one. They want to close out this map and take it all the way here. Bob thrown in a desperation by to try and hold space on the point, but he is deleted so fast. Abs is in Valk trying to keep in the fight, but it is tough with everyone going down one after another. Chasm is coming up big though. A huge res from Abs, and that was the opportunity for to come back.
Right. Have Isaac and Chasm to fight. Both of them randomly just cleared 2 kills in that team fight, and that is why are sitting here still defending on a more. My Goblin's adaptations have worked so far. They're going to have a Graviton Surge and a Deadeye next team fight. 2 of the changes that they just made. Crimson, of course, getting the last kill of that team fight. What could they do here in the next one? They're close to Bob. If they could build that up, that's a really good resource for Problem is, I don't know if they can get up in time. 57% right now. And Necros is also close to another Dragon Blaze. But I don't think that's the ultimate to highlight. I think it's going to be Juzo's Graviton Surge. What can that ultimate get?
Oh my gosh, so much CC onto Chasm every time, but Kondai goes down, and he goes down with High Noon online. He's gonna have a long walk back, and everyone has been grabbed here from Mind Goblin's pumping in the damage, and with the 2 kills, that is huge. Kondai opts for the soldier swap, but with this point almost fully capped now, it is up to Necros trying to defend. Ticks away, and there it is. Mind Goblin takes 2 points.
I feel like that was won and lost. Whether there's a fly on my ring light, needs to go away. Alright. So anyways, I think that was won and lost, and two factors. The Graviton Search of Juzo being what it needed to be to go and win the team fight.
Yeah.
And secondly, it was also kind of on Crimson not being able to build up that ball, right? It was a little bit delayed. I mean, the blizzard from XXJ and just XXJ's play in general on Hanamura on that attack has been absolutely excellent. And my Goblin have done what they needed to do, right? You know, they captured both points of Hanamura with time in the bank. And in a quarterfinal situation when you're up against a very, very strong team, I think you can't get mad at that, right?
Right.
If you got anything more, you'd be extremely pleased. If you got anything less, you maybe would be a bit annoyed, right? Even if you kept both points in overtime. My Goblin are in a really good spot here. They are now tasked with capturing both points of Hanamura. And that's not always easier said than done.
Yeah. I mean, 2CP is always tough, especially that second point B trying to push into such a close spawn. And, you know, even though is our contenders team and was definitely one of the favorites, actually right now, Twitch chat has a Mind Goblin favored to win this last map and close out the series. So, either needs to bring the heat or Mind Goblin needs to keep this momentum.
This is also very interesting, right? Because we're going to see SXJ on the Torby one again, right? This is going to be something, again, limits Necros. And now you think about it, was Necros the right choice to keep in the series, right? They struggled to get value out of Nanoblade on Toronto. Yes, they won the map, and maybe you could say Necros contributed to that. Probably did contribute to that. But was it the right decision here? Because they know how to play against Necros now already. They've already dealt with Necros so darn well.
This pepper damage from Crimson just coming through across the way into Mind Goblin. Does manage to chip a shoulder there, but mostly focusing on shield break. Ouch, that halt was a little scary for Crimson there, but good thing Abs is pocketing him. I mean, he does go down in the end to a lone Tor bullet, but protected enough to easily get the res off. Now, still trying to push forward, but that is a huge setback. Kondai takes down Isaac, and is going to have to go back to spawn.
I actually remember, like, back when I was starting my the EU project, Kondi filled for a scrim, like as a ringer filled for a scrim. And he took the most interesting off angles I have ever seen. Not even bad, just interesting. That was a really cool off angle from Kondi there. Really cool. Got really nice kill. Really opened things up. Now we're a minute and a half into this round. 2.5 minutes left. And are in trouble. Right, yes.
Yeah.
They'll have Nanoblade probably online here towards the end of this fight. They'll have a lot of options mid-team fight. But, I mean, if Necros get staggered here, they've got to wait to even go in. There you go.
Yeah, and the kills onto Necros have been really consistent, and you can see that in the ult charge, right? He was pretty far behind Isaac. He had a whole nother fight until he's gonna have Blade built, and Isaac is still sitting on that nano, pretty much waiting for him.
Theo's running low.
Oh no, that is huge. Theomatic's gone down. Chasm just flooded the kill feed. There was so much follow-up on that. Wow, that they just punched through in the blink of an eye, Ocean.
Chasm's kind of good at Wrecking Ball. Just nothing really else to say on that. Chasm is just very good at Wrecking Ball. 4 kills with the kill feed for them. That looks good. Put it on the CV. Just get a screenshot popping on Twitter. I mean, obviously, you only do that if you win the series. And it's going to be tough work now for all y'all to win this series. 4 minutes and 26 seconds here to capture point B. This could be a good start if they can get Kondi. No! Chasm gets hooked. Hero play from Juzo.
Juzo's been nailing these hooks too. He's been doing a good job. He had the most trouble, I think, on Dorado, but came back a bit here. Necros finally has that blade online, and well, he is slinging it alone and naked. Didn't quite find all of the normal flashy kills we see, but wow, he just dashes through, deflects everything in their face, and then continues to aggress forward. Looks like it's not mattering too much, though. There's a couple of kills coming through but too much damage coming through. Bob is putting a lot of pressure on and couldn't quite find the traction.
Juzo might actually... Okay, Juzo does stay alive.
Oh, no!
No, doesn't!
No.
Wow. I think you take this if you're... Yeah, you've got an opening, a small opening here. With Juzo going down. And you've got to take on the point, right? And still 3.5 minutes left. Supercharge online for Minimi. It's go time.
And another kill, this time on to SXJ. Crimson popping off finally here on this Ashe. He's got the pocket to help him out and reinforce him, and now Necros is getting up and personal on this high ground with Mind Goblin. He's been given the nano on top of it, helping charge that blade fast, and wow, that extra damage is massive. He's taking people down one after another, and it doesn't even need the blade yet. The swipe through multiple targets, charging ultimates even faster. Oh yeah, continuing to push this point, and they almost have it all the way capped. 250 left on the clock. Mind Goblin wants to stall as long as they can and whittle away this time bank, but this blade is nasty. He's cutting through. Bob is on the point as well. Mind Goblin is being bombarded from all angles. There's just the Orisa left online, and with that, they cap the second point.
Oh yeah, again, when they need to, they come alive in this series, right? The series was almost over on Dorado. Should have been over on Dorado, right? We shouldn't be, be here on. I should be in bed. I should be asleep, right? Not happening. Oh yeah, they don't want to lose this series, right? Mind Goblin again. They put up the results they need to Hanamura attack. Oh yeah, say okay. We'll put up even better results on Hanamura attack. Ooh, slowing things down 9. You have to think about what adaptations are these teams going to make. Are Mind Goblin going to say, okay, let's do a TP, it's going to give us a great advantage on point A. If we get point A, we have a pretty good shot of winning. Or are they going to say, crap, our TP strategy didn't really work on point B. Are we going to make an adaptation? Looks like they are just going to make sure that they get point A. Okay. That's at least what I assume based on the competition they're running. I think they probably will get point A. But Ace is going to come down to point B, or even going to get a draw. There are so many possibilities here. Or can Oya stop them from getting point A even? And if it's going to be that, it's going to be Chasm and Necros, right?
Right.
It's going to be Chasm and Necros trying to get in before Mind Goblin even teleports. So that's going to be interesting. So maybe watch Chasm here on point A. I think that's the final conclusion I kind of come to.
They gotta, if Mind Goblin wants to stay in this tournament, they have to win this map. Or draw this map. They have to stop Mind Goblin from winning. And Mind Goblin does have a significantly less time bank available for their push. You saw Necros already dove through the back line for 16% ult charge, and Mind Goblin once again throws the TP straight on to the point. They don't quite opt to move around for it, but instead are taking this outside approach and still bombarding. Aw, yeah. Oh, man, that is a nasty anti coming through. Condi gets very, very low, and Theomatic falls low, but everyone stays topped off. That was a close wall, almost catching Chasm, but just a little bit too slow. SXJ continuing to just spray and pray on this Mei, freezing people up, slowing them down. It is tough if they're going to keep that pressure on, but oh yeah, coming back, the minefield already online, Ocean, and just after one tick has been capped, looks like they are trying to handle Mind Goblin flooding onto this point. Bob has been thrown. Mind Goblin can't really find the space they need, and it looks like this is going to be an end of our first round.
They did get a tick though, sis, so this is a winnable map for Mind Goblin. I wonder what sort of setup they'll be intrigued to go for now. It is worth noting that one nano blade from Necros could just end this and we go to map 5.
And they've got the time to charge that.
Yeah, they've got maybe a time to charge too, really. Right? Like 3 minutes and 20 seconds is a lot, right?
Yeah.
Like they have a lot of time here, but this is definitely doable for Mind Goblin. I do think Mind Goblin had a missed opportunity there. They killed Minimi, didn't they? Right?
Yes.
I knew why this opportunity was missed. You know why they had to hesitate? Isaac's biotic grenade.
Yeah.
They couldn't go out because otherwise Condi dies. But maybe now thinking about it, they should have risked it because Minimi wasn't there. They may as well have chanced their arm. They would have a better response. They would have more time to maybe even get a second fight in. I would have liked them to just go out for it. And this is interesting because we're seeing something a little bit different here. We're seeing...
Well, that grenade also hit Theomatic, by the way. And I know that Theomatic was a little... everyone's off-put when you're antied. You know you're not going to get any... There's no chance of pockets.
Yeah, look, I'm looking at this now. You're just going to go with the Diva. I like that adaptation because you've got a lot of versatility in your composition. And you can make adaptations with the rest of your composition if you need to and point out how players come back. But Juzo can say the same, keep the ultimate charge the same because Diva's such a versatile hero. A lot of this seems comfort to me, right? SXJ and Condi versus Soldier 76 and Mei. Two heroes that don't traditionally go together, but both players are comfortable on these heroes.
there's already a pick onto Chasm. That's really fast and early. I wonder what happened as far as damage or CC coming through. All the supports flooding over there to help out. Now, Mind Goblin is just going to hold this choke point, and with the Mei online, I know Anya needs to be wary of getting sectioned off and caught out too far alone. Now, though, I mean, they haven't quite made it through this choke. Chasm is hanging out, and I mean, if they cap a little bit over this first tick, it's game over for Mind Goblin. So Mind Goblin need to be aware and cannot be zoned off this point. I mean, be careful about being booped off the point on top of it, because Chasm is absolutely, I mean, he's been nutty on this Hammond this whole time. I love the block with the dynamite though coming through from SXJ, and now Yeah is just aggressing forward. There's not a lot of oppression coming through to push them away and prevent them from just jumping in there. Dynamite's making everybody crispy on Mind Goblin, but Abs has gone down. That's a big support out of the picture for Yeah, and a lot of sustainability. The res onto Kondai is successful, but Theomatic has been lost in the process. Necros gets the Nano Blade, and oh man, it may be all over for Mind Goblin right now. He is slicing and dicing his way through. Still a bit of stall coming through from SXJ, but Ocean, that Diva Bomb was not enough to clear the point. So far, Yeah, capping here, and looks like they are, well, handling the trickling coming through from Mind Goblin. Minefield needs to come through from Chasm to keep them in this fight a little bit longer, and it is just Theomatic rolling his heart away. Now you have Strebor on the Valking Mercy, keeping the point alive, but it is a trickling game coming through from Mind Goblin, and in the end, Yeah is going to take our map.
We're going to map 5.
Let's go,
We
baby.
could not have asked for better games in this quarterfinals, right?
Woo!
Yeah, have the opportunity here to complete the reverse sweep. However, they have a couple of things to combat here.
Right.
2 things to combat, right? In particular. 1, they actually lost the previous control map, despite the fact it kind of suits their chaotic style. And secondly, again, it's Mind Goblin's map pick, so they're going to pick a control map that kind of suits them, right?
Right.
So that's something they have to deal with. That's something they have to kind of think about in this next map, because Mind Goblin will be comfortable in this next map, but will they be comfortable with how the series has gone? Because this could have and should have been finished on Dorado.
Yeah, and I know that Mind Goblin probably got a little bit comfortable though after the second map and was like, we're doing good. They had, I mean, on Dorado, we thought Mind Goblin was going to take it at the end. And Yeah has come back and really shown us the clutch factor that they have in their tool belt. And I mean, has come alive much, much better than what we saw in our previous rounds. I don't know if the map pick is going to matter as much since Mind Goblin did pick this map, and, you know, Yeah was still able to flip it and take it for their own favor.
I mean, also, another point is, Yeah picked Icon and didn't win that, so
Yeah.
maybe map picks haven't been that influential in this series. Maybe other series, yeah. We'll still keep it for an harder point.
It's only when there's
yeah.
King's Row in the pick that it's...
Oh, I see, you're right. Yeah, so this is interesting now. Map 5, I'm trying to think about who I favour here. I think the momentum is with Yeah.
With the almost reverse
side,
sweep.
Yeah, win this. But I also think that Mind Goblin have actually been playing the better Overwatch. I also kind of think that they won their first control map. Oh, and they won it 2-0 too. Right?
Yeah.
And they were close rounds, but it was 2-0.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go and not predict.
Yeah,
because
don't curse anyone, all right? You've already... We'll see what they curse themselves with.
Yeah, I mean, and if I don't say anything, then I can't get in trouble. But if I do say something, then I can get in trouble.
Oh, man. And, you know, I worry about Aya's dependency on the Nano Blade, right? It seems like that's definitely one of their main strategies of taking space and consistently bringing the value, getting the kills, or just being aggressive enough to force Mind Goblin to give space, right? You don't always have to be doing the damage as long as you're intimidating enough to take the space. And I mean, that's what a lot of the tanks do as well. I don't know if Mind Goblin is going to be able to mentally reset for this last match, though. They've almost been reverse swept, and I think you nailed it on the head when you said Aya has the momentum currently.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be silly to try and predict a winner of this last game. I mean, we're going to go to the Yizhong Tower, I believe. If we have a little bit of a look at our map set, this is Mind Goblin's choice for our final control map series. And our final map of the day,
Ooh,
no matter what happens, this will be our last map for the quarterfinals tomorrow. We'll have Championship Sunday with semifinals and finals. That's going to be extremely exciting.
oh yeah.
But who will be joining the rest of our teams in Championship Sunday? Well, we don't know yet.
To be determined who is actually going to reign supreme and, well, bring the heat continuously. We are here in our quarterfinals match and about to move into map 5, Ocean. Folks, we are going to take a quick break before we kick off our last map here on the EU broadcast, so don't go anywhere.
Hi, my name is Williams IV. Chicago, the Windy City. The second city, the place that I call home. Champions have been born here. Legends have been made here. History has been captured here. I've been here for a long time, and let me tell you, it's amazing to witness history unfolding in front of all of us. When I created the Will English Invitational, I wanted to be a part of that history. I wanted to know who was the best Overwatch team out there. But not just the teams you see in the pros. I wanted to find the teams that you don't get to see on the Overwatch League stage. Teams that have heart, a story, a family, a community, a legacy beyond what you see and hear playing in the halls of competitive Overwatch tournaments. Thankfully, from the 20 teams that played in the first Invitational to the 40 plus teams that have played in the second Invitational, and finally our journey to the Overwatch Invitational 3, we get to witness that history unfolding in front of our very eyes and ears. For our North American champions in Lo-Fi AIM, now rebranded under Death Computer, they proved during the Invitational 2 that they were the best Tier 3 team in existence. But now they have to defend their title against one of the most dominant and strongest teams ever assembled in the ISU Redbirds. Our European Invitational Championship is vacant. Shoes Money Crew came in and showed the world where the top of the mountain was. With our expanded EU tournament, who's going to step up and claim that title? Well, Fifth Dimension and African Typhoon might have something to say about that. The road to victory is not going to be easy. It's a crazy, crazy world out there. Who's going to step up and claim victory in the Overwatch Invitational 3? Is it going to be you? Do you think you're the best? Well, guess what? The world is about to find out.
Hey folks, welcome back to the Will English Invitational 3. We are on our last map of the day, and it is the final one, okay? Before we get into all the thick of it though, we are going to give a quick shout out to our sponsors. Of course, you just saw Opera GX fly by there, and big thanks to all the support that they have been giving us for this tournament. Go ahead and install their app in the link with the chat below. Of course, Project Gap has been the absolute magic behind the scenes, bringing you today's broadcast and these incredible multi-observer views of the game. Make sure you check out all of their other events that they continue to support, trying to close the gap between grassroots and professional esports. And you can find them on Twitter at Gap Project with a K. Our last thing to touch base on is our Will English giveaway, which you can submit into by doing the ! giveaway in the Will English IV Twitch channel. We are offering a coaching session with the old Dallas Fuel coach Tickety to, help everyone improve their gameplay. I'm sure we'll see some of the past teams throughout the tournament drop their submission as well, Ocean.
I mean, 100%. Yeah, you dropped out of the tournament to an unexpected team. Time to get some coaching. Time to level up. I don't know. I'm done naming on share calls. You know what? I've cursed them twice this year. I've done enough harm to share calls this year, and I really respect them. I think they do really good content. I think the graphics are obviously awesome.
Oh yes,
I really love share calls branding. It's really extreme, and I like it a lot. So. Awesome job share call throughout the year. Just had to name on you a little bit. And here we go. It's time for the final map of the day. Final map of quarterfinals. It's map 5 here. Between Mind Goblin and Oh yeah, looking to complete the reverse sweep. And Mind Goblin looking to take it back to where it all started, here on Control.
I'm excited for Lijiang Tower. Lijiang Tower is actually my personal favorite map, mostly to play. I don't know about casting. I haven't evaluated it that all the way, but I love the different types of map settings that they have at Lijiang, and how abusive some of the edges can be in either preventing the team from aggressing forward or forcing them to funnel up main every single time. And it could be anybody's match here at the end for our map 5.
I'm glad you're not one of those Kings Row basic people as well, you know? You know what? I reckon if they made like an Overwatch Tinder thing and the favourite map, if I saw Kings Row, it'd be an instant to the left. That's to the right on broadcast. This way. This way to the left. That's what it would be like for me. So interesting people, interesting map choices. Well, Sky Industries for me.
Mm-hmm.
Lijiang for you, right? Screw the Kings Row people. We're going to Lijiang for our final map, and it's going to be interesting because there are 3 very unique points.
Right.
You've got more brawl-centric, control center, very tight spaces. Night Market, which used to be kind of like a hybrid between the comps, now more oriented towards brawl.
Yeah.
And then Lijiang Garden is very, very open. You'll probably see ball compositions there,
Yeah.
but realistically, we could see Rush, Summer Tracer. Compositions are very good there. Actually, we see that. But we don't really know what we're going to see on Garden, really.
And I like that Lijiang doesn't force lock you into a specific type of composition, right? Even that last map alone of Gardens you mentioned, there are so many varieties that are effective. It's about how you use the topography and terrain of the map and which points you want to hold your control and force as choke points for your opposition. If they want to play in those more open areas, it is going to be, they want to play at that distance where they can have that pepper and berating damage. But, we've seen a lot of counters come through. So I don't want to count either of these teams out yet.
I mean, no, you'd be silly to, really. I have no clue what's going to happen. Nobody has a clue what's going to happen. You can guess and you can pretend, oh yeah, I'm so cool, I got that guess. Did you pun intended, by the way? Pretty cool. I was quite proud of that. Smiling a little bit too much up there.
As you should be.
Yeah, it was a good joke. But I don't know who's going to win. No one knows, right?
No.
You hit gas and then say, oh yeah, I did brilliant, right? And that wasn't actually meant to be the joke again. I just used the same words. But yes, you can pretend that you got it right and you're all smart and intelligent, but realistically, it's a guessing game here.
Yeah.
Both teams have been really strong throughout the series. Both of them realistically deserve to go through.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, there's only room for 4 teams on Championship Sunday.
I'm wondering if is going to keep Necros in for this last map as well. They brought him in for the Dorado map, which, they kept him in again for Hanamura, and he managed to get the value that they were looking for. I think you were correct when you said that we don't think that Necros' Nano Blade is the sole reason that they were winning those last 2 maps. It was not all the value that they were looking for, but it definitely was more value and it was enough that they needed.
Yeah, okay, well, actually, you could probably make the argument that Necros is getting more value out of Blades and getting more resources out of Mind Goblin than, say, Kaya's Riptires were, right?
Yes.
So that's probably the argument we're probably looking at.
Yeah.
So Necros came in for Kaya after map 2. Mind Goblin were 2-0 up in the series. Necros came in, and now we're 2-2. But we should not forget, Mind Goblin had the opportunity to win Dorado.
Right.
And they passed it up by a couple of silly mistakes. And now we're here on map 5.
That's true. That is absolutely true. And, I'm sure that they are kicking themselves a little. Well, hopefully they're not kicking themselves right now, right? Right now they need to be focusing on this map 5. In hindsight, we'll see what happens as the results play out. But, I also want, we saw Isaac on the support role for that last Hanamura map. Do you think that he's going to continue on that role and that's the value they need him there on?
Isaac can play every single hero in the video game. I don't want to guess what role Isaac's going to play.
Yes,
again, it's like
that.
predicting the results of the game. He can play every hero. It's not really fair. Let's say he plays tech support again. Actually, no. I'm going to go back to off tank. I'm going to go guess back to off tank for Isaac.
Yeah.
That's my guess.
I think he's going to stay on that support role. Those antis that he was throwing was stopping Mind Goblin's push in their tracks. And I mean, stopping it in their tracks, forcing them to stall and wait out the clear of the 4-second ante. That's a stop right there. And it did prevent them from being able to capitalize on some picks. And I mean, when you can stop aggression with just one resource, one ability, that's a huge amount of value. And I think Isaac was bringing that. I also saw, a couple of reflections happen and antied myself.
Yeah. I mean, Isaac's such a talented player when it comes to every single hero. Like, literally, I don't think there's another player in Europe that matches Isaac for flexibility.
Ooh.
I mean, no. He can play every single role in the video game. Main tank, off tank, flex DPS, hit scan, flex support. I mean, maybe not main support. I don't really think I'd ever see Isaac on the Mercy. I can't picture that in my head. I mean, maybe he's got this seal. I don't know, right? I've never seen the Isaac.
See his super jump skills.
I want to see his break tech, to be honest. That would be exciting.
Well, that also makes me wonder, like, what is his communication role within the team behind the scenes, right? If he's able to flex to be, the tank and the support and whatever they need, where does that leave him in the communication verbally with everybody behind the scenes? Because those roles change the communication, what you're observing, and how you would dictate where to go.
You asked a very good question, because I've worked with Isaac before, played in one of my rosters before, so this has gone really well. Isaac traditionally was a massive personality in the team.
Okay.
Right? When you needed a boost, he was there. When you needed a little bit of a peg down, he was there. In game, his comments were, not very consistent, but when he spoke, you listened, right?
Okay.
So that's kind of the impact that Isaac has.
Nice. So he's one of those, I call them essentially like a sniper type of call out, where they just sit quietly, and then when you hear them come through and that cut through, boom, that is going to be a direct shot that you need to be paying attention to. And, I wonder, do you know if he's had any additional goals behind that, or if that's still the role that he's taking on?
I don't know. I haven't actually talked to him since he's joined our. Yeah, I would love to have that conversation, because he is a very talented player. The sky's the limit for Isaac as a flex player. I would like to see him focus on one role in the future and see what that brings him in Overwatch 2, potentially, because I think he's very talented.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to be a jack of all trades, because the follow-up to that statement is master of none. And, as great as it is to be a flex and utility player, at some point you want to be the dominating force in your one field. And, I'm really curious to see if he's going to be able to bring that. We don't even know what he's going to play yet, or which role. So, Lijiang Tower will be one to show us what they've got. Looks like we are about to get set up here, folks. So we're going to take it to our partners real quick and see you on the other side.
The Overwatch Invitational 3 is brought to you by Crusaders, a community centered around gaming, positive vibes, and encouragement to reach for your dreams in a way that only Johnny Cruz can deliver. For more information, join the Discord today at discord.gg/Crusaders. The Overwatch Invitational 3 is brought to you by Elo Hell Esports, turning passionate volunteers into working esports professionals. For more information, join the Discord today at discord.gg/EloHell.
Hi, my name is Williams IV. Chicago, the Windy City. The second city, the place that I call home. Champions have been born here. Legends have been made here. History has been captured here. I've been here for a long time, and let me tell you, it's amazing to witness history unfolding in front of all of us. When I created the Will English Invitational, I wanted to be a part of that history. I wanted to know who was the best Overwatch team out there. But not just the teams you see in the pros. I wanted to find the teams that you don't get to see on the Overwatch League stage. Teams that have heart, a story, a family, a community, a legacy beyond what you see and hear playing in the halls of competitive Overwatch tournaments. Thankfully, from the 20 teams that played in the first Invitational to the 40 plus teams that have played in the second Invitational, and finally our journey to the Overwatch Invitational 3, we get to witness that history unfolding in front of our very eyes and ears. For our North American champions in Lo-Fi AIM, now rebranded under Death Computer, they proved during the Invitational 2 that they were the best Tier 3 team in existence. But now they have to defend their title against one of the most dominant and strongest teams ever assembled in the ISU Redbirds. Our European Invitational Championship is vacant. Shoes Money Crew came in and showed the world where the top of the mountain was. With our expanded EU tournament, who's going to step up and claim that title? Well, fits to mention, an African Typhoon might have something to say about that. The road to victory is not going to be easy. It's a crazy, crazy world out there. Who's going to step up and claim victory in the Overwatch Invitational 3? Is it going to be you? Do you think you're the best? Well, guess what? The world is about to find out.
Folks, welcome back to the Will English Invitational 3. We are here on our last EU map of the day. Well, last map of the EU broadcast. Of course, the maps are all over the world here in Overwatch. But, Ocean, we have Yeah going up against Mind Goblin. Yeah has almost completed a reverse sweep, and Mind Goblin is looking to try and take this last map. This is where it all needs to be left on the table here in the quarterfinals.
I mean, yeah, you lose this map, you go home. You win this map, you go to semifinals. You go to tomorrow, and it's kind of fitting that this is the last match of today. We have had such a crazy day.
Oh.
We have such a crazy day. I mean, just that last series before this one. I mean, I'm not even going to talk about the results because even though it helps us narrative wise, I just want people to go and watch and experience that for themselves.
It's a brain breaker.
Yeah, right? And now we're here in a map 5 situation. Mind Goblin were 2-0 up. Now it's 2-2. Oh, yeah, trying to bring it back. I don't even know what to think about this series either. Again, could go either way.
Mind Goblin absolutely came through and surprised us. They are, a trials team going up a contenders team, and they have shown that they belong to be here in this high tier and the quarterfinals. They won the first two maps. We talked about how they should have, in quotes, won Dorado as well, but just had a couple small mistakes, and was able to capitalize and really take advantage of all the space that they were given. And I think that also comes with their experience that they've had previously in all the different levels of competition, just knowing when those small mistakes are there to really jump on them.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it counts, right? We could talk about how theoretically, shouldn't be in this game anymore. Mind Goblin should have won. The reality is we're here in map 5 because clutch shot when necessary.
Yeah. And it's going to be about who has this clutch factor here on map 5, because it's control. It's going to be some of the most aggressive gameplay that we have. It's always more aggressive it's an aggressive game style in general. And, we've seen be aggressive, and I don't know if it's going to be enough coming through here for Mind Goblin.
I have no clue if it is going to be enough. What I am going to say is Mind Goblin, I've been very impressed with their rise over this year.
Mm-hmm.
I remember, so the OG season before they qualified for Contenders Trial said they went out on day one of Open Division, which for 4.6k players who are scrimming top tier 3 teams, even some tier 2.5 teams, is a disaster.
Yeah.
But they stuck with it. They had faith in each other, and most of that roster that had that disappointment, guess what? Is that Mind Goblin team today. Right? And then that's such a magical story because they always had that talent. It just, everything clicked and everything's still clicking. And I'm actually really happy for them that they have managed to get this going. They're keeping it going and they're playing extremely well on the top stage. They have an opportunity to extend this further and get the championship someday.
Well, Ocean, you called it earlier. Isaac is back on the off tank.
I feel so intelligent right now.
Another win for you over there in that category. So far, Mind Goblin is going to be looking to try and take this one for themselves, but will not give it to them easily. Almost has this reverse sweep come through, and it is all left here on Lijiang Tower. Mind Goblin set up on the point a bit, trying to hold down the fort as Crimson is just berating them from all these different entry point options. Another anti comes through onto Mind Goblin. There's some capitalization attempt, but can't quite get the kills. It's actually Necros that goes down first, and that gives Mind Goblin the man up advantage. I don't know if cares entirely though, as they continue to aggress forward and push a little bit onto this point. They saw that ante and tried to capitalize a bit, and there's another one coming through with Chasm actually getting the kill after it, but he might pay for it with his life, Ocean.
They got the first cap, but Necros and Chasm have got kills each. This is definitely turnable for all. Yeah, Ultimate's starting to come online.
Ultimate's online so fast for everybody, and just like that, has come back in the kill feed and flipped the point.
Wow. I mean, maybe you're kind of mad to use that nano boost. I think you need to use that nano boost to confirm that fight win, right? Or at least you can't be sure you win that team fight without the nano boost. Good little spot attempt there for Crimson. Doesn't get too much, but will at least stall Mind Goblin for now. Important ultimates to look out for. Probably the two main support ultimates. The Rally and the Sound Barrier, what I have my eyes on, and I advise you to do the same. Because Bull Boy has the Rally online in Straight War. It's going to look to engage with the Sound Barrier.
Man, he just dashed through so many people afterwards, and there it is, the blade being pulled on top of it all. He circles around Mind Goblin, but Mind Goblin's been beefed up by their sound barrier. There it is, the high noon, and he just misses Necros as he dips out of the side. There's too much CC coming through, though, and Mind Goblin throws the blizzard and is going to take this point back.
I wasn't really sure how Condi was going to do on this roster when Condi signed to, and I saw the announcement on Twitter. Condi's probably been like the surprise player of the tournament. I'd found the surprise package, but Condi has a really good performance this entire tournament, so well played to them. I'd say they can keep this up and potentially get a series win what's online for Aya to come back in here? I think a lot of this next team fight's going to be poking for this Nano Blade, maybe waiting for Chasm to try and create an opening. For Mind Goblin, they got a lot of ultimates as well that are quite helpful at making the fight longer or making Aya's engagements take longer. So that Matrix maybe early on. I mean, Necros going down like that is definitely not going to help. And the self-destruct as well is going to make the fight extremely long. And already 52% a piece for both teams. Looking pretty good for Mind Goblin right now.
And I mean, can't even really push in quite yet into Mind Goblin. I know that they want to. They need to be taking space, but just waiting around this corner here, trying to find that opportunity to jump. Necros goes in with the Nano and just goes ahead, dashes through. Doesn't have Blade online quite yet, but is going to be charged up, getting a lot of damage and charging his ultimate fast. There's still an exchange back and forth, and there it is. The Blade is used to follow up after it's been charged, and the self-destruct zones a bit, but the damage may have been done. Necros sliced through everything with Crimson following up.
Well, they're gonna get past 85%, and that's traditionally say the mark of like, okay, we need one more fight to win this, because then 85% recovering to that to get a clean fight is quite difficult. Necros and Crimson sparring for the same window. So one more fight realistically for Mind Goblin, but they're gonna have to deal with having the space already, controlling the areas in and around the point. Chasm's gonna have a lot of fun with that in particular. Got that minefield as well. So Chasm, what can they do in this fight?
I've got my eyes on Theomatic too. He has the Earth Shatter online, and well, people can get dropped and follow up very, very quickly. There it is! Through 3 people dropped, and both tanks taken down. Just Chasm taken down so far. Self-destruct comes through, does catch Theomatic, but there are so many kills for Mind Goblin, I'm not sure it's going to matter. And 95% and counting for Mind Goblin looking to take this point back right here.
Oh, do I say it? Do I say that the 3 letters that I hit the most? Do I say MTD? I'm going to say MTD. Chasm's minefield was a little bit late. Didn't catch really anyone on rotation. Theo gets in there. Nice shatter. Still have an opportunity though. They will get another team fight, and they have the rally to set up for it.
There's the Nano on to Necros again. He's been hacked right away though. They've seen the impact that he can bring, and they want to eliminate him as a target. Chasm is still just bowling through people, getting immense value, and might be able to flip this point back once again. Now the Blade has been brought online. They have so much damage potential. They're just waiting for people to walk through, and with the point flipping over, no one from Mind Goblin is left to stall. That's a first point to
I love the exaggeration of the at the end. Like you were the one who won the round. We did it. I like it. Anyways, Mind Goblin, we're in control for most of that round. So now you kind of think about it. Mind Goblin maybe should have won that game. But yet again, this is another moment in the series where need a team fight win. They need a magical play, and guess what? They got it. And this time around, it is Necros. It is Necros, the player, who needs to make the play, and this time Necros is the player to do it.
Yeah.
Multiple times in that round. An awesome round from Necros. Well played to him. Is kind of had the hard end of the stick the entire series, right?
Yeah.
But Necros, awesome round from there, and you can see why Necros is in the lineup. Awesome round.
I thought it was a good attempt by Mind Goblin when they hacked him right away. I mean, they've already hacked him straight out of this gate, immediately targeting him to laser him down. He has been a threat and a menace to Mind Goblin, and I'm glad they're catching on. They're getting smart about it, and they're continuing to handle that aggression. Oh, that was a close one. I thought he was going to boop him off the edge, but in the end, Juzo still holding strong here and staying grouped up with the rest of the Mind Goblin team. Doesn't quite have the point possession yet, as they've been pushed back into a little bit of their choke, trying to funnel in, and that's a nasty ante. Does manage to find the D-Mech onto Juzo there, and there's a couple of kills being exchanged. I think that the kill here onto Theomatic is more devastating for Mind Goblin, as moves around to take this point.
Yep, so it's starting 90%. I think this is like pretty much a deja vu of what happened on Legion Garden, right? So how did Mind Goblin respond here, right? I mean, SXJ's obviously got the EMP. That's going to be their major tool to win team fights. So eyes on SXJ. But how do they even get in here and get everyone ready to go and shoot actually take advantage of this EMP. When Chasm, Crimson, Necros, you have to deal with every single one of them, plus that nano is your mobs.
Wow, Chasm gets so much value just bowling through everybody, and then the minefield is dropped in their middle. Necros goes ahead and gets the dash kill in the back, and well, in the process, has lost Chasm. He's been bringing a lot of disruption, and now Necros has the nano. He's feeling juiced up there, almost has Blade online, but it's hacked before he can pop it right there at the end. Ant Matrix from Yoham is going to enable Mind Goblin to aggress forward, and he just jumps straight into that EMP of SXJ. He might have his sword, but it's just one slice. That's actually enough to take down Condi. Oh man, I thought Mind Goblin was gonna have a chance, but has been holding strong and now have 60% cap on this point.
I don't even know what to think anymore. Necros got hacked like 3 times that fight. In pretty damning situations. How did he not get killed? How did he not get finished off? I don't know if it's testament to the support and the play of or is Mind Goblin maybe missed a beat there? I'm not too sure. Well, they can't miss a beat this team fight. Straybor has one and it's got to be flawless.
Nothing found there from Juzo's Diva Bomb, but it does force people out of position and Necros goes down. Sound Barrier from Straybor has kept Mind Goblin beefed up in this fight, and they are looking to take the point back. And there it is. The capture almost completed for themselves there, and a nasty ante onto Kondai. Kondai needs to give space until then. And, well, at the last moment, Mind Goblin takes it back.
Yeah, here we go. It's been taken by Mind Goblin. This is exactly what they needed. They've got the EMP coming up as well. 99% though for all. Yeah, one more team fight, and they will be going through to tomorrow. Mind Goblin. They might not help but feel that they could have already won this series. But it's not time to think about the past. It's time to think about now. As Theomatic has the Earthshatter now.
Oh, he's looking aggressive too. He wants to try and grab it. EMP goes ahead and connects with 3 people there, and a couple of them are going down. I love this aggression coming through from SXJ, trying to make sure he's chasing down Chasm as much as possible. You can see that he's such low health thanks to that passive.
Are they gonna get it? I think they're gonna try. They're gonna try to get the hack here. They can get they don't get it.
But Juzo goes down in the back to Necros in the process, and well, that is a self-destruct out of the picture for this fight. Yoham uses the Ant Matrix, and I love this aggression from Mind Goblin. They do not want to let Aya get set up, and they are trying to keep them pushed off of balance. Right now, you can see that Theomatic is just holding this front line strong and trying to discourage anyone from pushing ahead. Whoa, I thought he was going off the edge.
That was a weird pin. Nice self-destruct though from Juzo.
Hack comes through. Only one caught by the EMP there, and it's the self-destruct that catches SXJ. There's still 2 exchanges back and forth, and the teams are evened up. It could be anyone's fight at this time. The OT bar has been triggered, and the point flipped back over to Mind Goblin need to leave it all on the point.
Not
and with this nano blade, it might be over. He gets 1 kill. He pushes forward and keeps cleaving into Mind Goblin, but he goes a little bit too far. More people trickle onto the point, and he's lost a couple teammates. It looked like they were on the back foot, but there's still back and forth exchanges, and it is absolute chaos on this point. Chasm is trying to make hero plays once again, successful killing that Doomfist, and now trying to just keep in this fight even longer. Mind Goblin have to stay on this point if they want to win it, and Ocean, this is the map to leave it all here on. They have to win this, otherwise you're going home, and that is a minefield coming through from Chasm. This fight is not going to end as nobody wants to give it up. Mind Goblin still holding and trickling on to this point. You can see that they're starting to balance a little bit more, but I mean, Chasm just continuing to disrupt them.
Wow. SXJ has got so much work done on this Doomfist. Straybor stalling and getting of time for Mind Goblin has been tremendous. It's right 3. We are going the distance.
Gosh. That was so close at the end there. Honestly, Ocean, I had no idea who was going to be able to flip it. There's picks, late picks, constantly coming through.
Wow. We're talking to end here on Lijiang Night Market. Think about today's action. We started off with 11 teams, right? In this knockout stages. We're going to have 4 just after this game, right? We have 4 just after this game. We've already seen one of the Titans eliminated. Won't tell you what, Titan, if you haven't seen it already, go and try and watch the rest of the stream once the VOD is up, because there was a massive shock earlier in the tournament. And now, it's all come down to this. Map 5, round 3. Whoever wins Lijiang Night Market joins the rest of the crew on Championship Sunday.
And that is what everybody has their eyes on. Championship Sunday, that prize pool on the line. They need to leave it all on this map. This is where one of these teams goes home or continues along their fantastic journey. Mind Goblin have already set up on this point, and well, Aya's gonna have to push into that. Seems pretty traditional, though. We've seen this happen multiple times as the opening round for Control.
Yeah, I mean, Mind Goblin, I think I've won all 3 opening team fights on Control.
I think so.
On Lijiang Tower, at least. Right?
Yeah.
I think it's currently out of mech, so they kind of have to wait here. Oh, yeah, a little bit of period to wait, and then go in with Isaac's mech. Struggling to build it back up. This is now also time for SXJ to build up that EMP. 47% right now. But also, Johan will have the amp metrics now before the fight even begins.
Man, Chasm gets so much value when he just bowls through everybody too, and he's getting away with his life every time. They can't quite focus fire and CC him down enough. That's a nice pick onto Abs, but it's after they've already gone ahead and launched the nano. Necros is using that with his blade, and well, Ocean, is this deja vu? Because Aya's taking the point back now.
This has happened every single round. We have literally been in this situation. Mind Goal will get the first count. Oh yeah, take it right back the next team fight. If history repeats itself, Mind Goblin are going to win this next team fight, and then we're going to have 99-99 on the point at some point later in this round. And this is the tightest Overwatch game I think I've ever seen. SXJ has the EMP. This is their main tool of winning this. If they can outlast the CMP, it will be amazing for Aya.
Sound barrier has been thrown by Strebber, and Aya is going to have a hard time pushing into everyone being topped off. That was a nasty fire strike. Necros is brought back to life, but I don't know if it's going to be a little too late there. Not a lot of presence to be able to continue to hold, and just brings out a little bit more of possession.
I don't know how Mind Goblin are going to play this, but I know how I want them to play this. I want them to go all out aggressive here. A hack into a shatter or a hack into a self-destruct, and that Matrix early. If they can get one quick teamfight win, it might put Aya off their timings. It might mean that Aya don't get a nano blade for the rest of this round, and that might be critical.
They've been really dependent on that nano in general, and 2 self-destructs thrown, but it's Juzos that finds Isaac in the process. Immo has been committed early here to keep Theomatic alive in this fight, and that's a good thing because you need that main tank and that shield front to be able to handle this aggression from Aya.
Nice name.
That's I mean, there's the nano coming through. Necros has the blade. Does he even need it? Or is he just going to plain Jane it through and slice and dice everyone around? There it is.
So this is the real question. The real question is there only one more fight needed for Mind Goal? 91%, you'd imagine so. But with how this series has gone, I'm not too sure it is. There's 2 very apparent win conditions online right now. 1 for each team. Necros' blade. It's 1 team fights on Lijiang Tower. It's struggled to win team fights so far this series, but Necros has come up clutch in this map. And SXJ, the EMP, the best ultimate in the game. Are they going to pull it off?
3-man EMP clipped there, and Aya does lose a couple of members. That was a big charge into some mines, and Theomatic survives all of the damage. There it is, the point being almost completely reflipped for Mind Goblin, just a sliver left. Aya knows they need to keep possession, but with Condi out of the back line, that is going to be absolutely devastating for Aya. He continues to berate them, and well, now the point is at 85%. Mind Goblin needs to handle the trickling coming through. That sound barrier is going to be even harder for Aya to combat against, and pushing into an Earth Shatter is not what I would want to do, Ocean.
I mean, do they even get a touch? I think they will. Last time I said this, it was the Rhino, and Aya managed to turn it around. Close to that, they don't touch!
Oh my gosh! I thought for sure Chasm was going to have that on the back end.
Sid, we could not go far the crazier day of Overwatch, could we? Not really, no.
Wow. I thought there was going to be another little trickle fight coming through at the end. Chasm has been doing really, really well and just couldn't quite get there.
I mean, neither could Oya. They couldn't quite get there.
Yeah.
3-2.
Yeah.
In this series, Oya are out. And I've got to spoil it for anyone who hasn't heard of what happened. Share Cold are out. And we only have one of our contenders teams remaining. African Typhoon, I believe, are still in the tournament. Ad's Friend are in our top 4. And Mind Goblin have joined them.
Nobody was ready.
Weird top 4. Nobody would have predicted that. If anyone predicted that, as I was saying earlier, you need locked up somewhere because you have too much power.
Or
you're not allowed to know that.
You need to be placing a lot more sporting bets if you predicted these outcomes.
I mean, yeah, you were making mad money. Mad money.
Yeah. Ocean, these guys that came to this match today, it's so much back and forth between them. And you know, we saw a lot of people step up and try and bring those hero plays for the team. But, I mean, all in all, Mind Goblin just barely a little bit cleaner, able to hold strong. And, I mean, I would argue they've dethroned yeah a little bit.
I mean, they're right? I mean, you could argue, yeah, of course they have. They eliminated them from the tournament. And it was a very close game. Both teams give it their absolute all.
Mm-hmm.
And we got an absolutely awesome game of Overwatch. What was that, 99-99 on the last fight as well?
Essentially.
I've not seen a tighter game in a while, right? We got 2 rounds of the poll.
Yeah.
We saw Ikeval, which was extremely, extremely close.
4 rounds of Hanamura.
We got extra rounds of Hanamura. Dorado, I mean, could there even be a closer map than Dorado and Lee Shong Tar that we had in this series? Probably not. We've had an epic day of Overwatch. That's all I'm gonna say.
We were dealt such a great hand of games to cover today here at the Will English Invitational. Obviously, this is the EU side, so a little bit different action than myself personally am used to on the NA side. But Ocean, these upsets are absolutely crazy for tomorrow's matches. Like, what do you think is going through the mind of Mind Goblin, great, and Ad Friend, like dethroning
I have no clue what's in their minds. I mean, logically, they can think whatever they want right now.
Right. And
no one would play it. They can be as excited as they want, and they all deserve it. In particular, the case of Ad Friend, right? Mind Goblin, they have had the highs of contenders trials before. Ad Friend have been a top 12 OD team.
That's true.
And they're in the last 4 of this tournament. They had contenders teams and trials teams. They beat a contenders team. They beat Share Gold today.
I don't think they're going to place in open division the same anymore after that. Personally, I think that they've obviously shown that they're at a whole different level after having gone through this entire season. And, you know, Mind Goblin has also had their fair amount of growth. We saw them go toe to toe here with They almost let it slip here as almost got that reverse sweep. But I mean, the clutch plays and communications, I think SXJ on that Sombra was a great switch at the end as far as trying to get those EMPs built up quick and, managing the bombardment from Chasm too, as on that ball, and Necros just barely able to hit him on that Genji. Jump, jump, jump.
I mean, what a crazy day is actually. I believe we're going to recap it all shortly.
Oh, that's right. We are going to take it to a quick break, folks, but don't go anywhere. We are going to have Will English himself join us to close out the broadcast and let you know what else is coming up. So don't go anywhere, folks. See you then.
My name is Will English IV. Chicago, the Windy City, the second city, the place that I call home. Champions have been born here. Legends have been made here. History has been captured here. I've been here for a long time, and let me tell you, it's amazing to witness history unfolding in front of all of us. When I created the Will English Invitational, I wanted to be a part of that history. I wanted to know who was the best Overwatch team out there. But not just the teams you see in the pros. I wanted to find the teams that you don't get to see on the Overwatch League stage. Teams that have heart, a story, a family, a community, a legacy beyond what you see and hear playing in the halls of competitive Overwatch tournaments. Thankfully, from the 20 teams that played in the first Invitational to the 40 plus teams that have played in the second Invitational, and finally our journey to the Overwatch Invitational 3, we get to witness that history unfolding in front of our very eyes and ears. For our North American champions in Lo-Fi AIM, now rebranded under Death Computer, they proved during the Invitational 2 that they were the best Tier 3 team in existence. But now they have to defend their title against one of the most dominant and strongest teams ever assembled in the ISU Redbirds. Our European Invitational Championship is vacant. Shoes Money Crew came in and showed the world where the top of the mountain was. With our expanded EU tournament, who's going to step up and claim that title? Well, fits to mention an African Typhoon might have something to say about that. The road to victory is not going to be easy. It's a crazy, crazy world out there. Who's going to step up and claim victory in the Overwatch Invitational 3? Is it going to be you? Do you think you're the best? Well, guess what? The world is about to find out.
Oh, hey, folks. Welcome back to the Will English
Oh,
Invitational.
Saj.
Looks like we're ironing out a couple audio moments here, so just bear with us real quick. Of course,
Check 1, 2.
it's me, Waffles, here, already been present with Ocean, and of course, last but not least, joined by Will English himself, the man of the hour, and who's really helped put all of this great gameplay and this tournament together.
So I was going to get on my soapbox. So like I need 60 seconds for a soapbox. For all you teams out there looking at these contenders teams and saying they were invincible, you were wrong. You were all wrong. 2 of them went down today. They were supposed to be invincible. They were supposed to be, like untouchable. And you can see Mind Goblin and Adfriend. They practiced, they played, and they beat them. Live and in person. Win the arena, people. Now back to the show. Anyway, no, this was an amazing day of Overwatch, and I couldn't have planned it any better. I mean, Ocean was talking about somebody in the background saying like he had this in the bag. I'm like, the Invitational tends to bring out the drama, right? It tends to bring out kind of the surprises, kind of like teams that you would have never imagined, making it this far. They give them the opportunity to play, and they came out swinging and stuff like that. And I think a lot of the contenders teams underestimated kind of what the work they were going against them. On top of that, they had to pick their opponents as well. It's like SOSAF and Munich Esports. They thought Munich Esports was the weakest team out of the 4 that came out, and look you lose. So I'm happy with the result. I'm happy with what's happened because no matter what happens, it's like, hey guys, it happened. It happened live and then on stream. So it's totally possible. So
absolutely. I mean, Ocean and I said this. Anyone who predicted the outcome of today's matches is an absolute genius or psychic. And the amount of upsets, not just 1, but 2 upsets.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, we've been missing words for how to describe it for the whole broadcast.
Yeah. Oh shit! I mean, this is a great day for you, right? Because you get to witness it all. You were here for all the upsets.
It's the screwed over narratives. I mean, I'm glad that like I had a backup narrative where we had the underdogs winning. Otherwise, I'd be screwed over. How dare they? How dare they?
Yeah.
Right, I mean, look, congratulations to Ad Friend. When your best achievement this year is around top 12 open division and you've got a beaten sheer cold, that is a tremendous improvement.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. So, I mean, if there's this much action on the EU side, what's going to happen tomorrow? Like, what, like, are we gonna see a non-contenders winner of the first? Well, it's not technically not the first European Invitational, but like, are we gonna see a non-contenders team? Right? That like, there's like what was it? One team left, and that's African Typhoon. We didn't see them play today. That's it.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. These contenders teams may have also underestimated their opponents coming into this tournament. And I think that, you mentioned this in your promo video of, we're bringing together everyone from all these different levels as well. And Ocean mentioned it at the beginning of the cast. These teams would not have gotten this chance to go up against such high level and highly recognized opponents. And they need to be really happy with how they performed and the wins that they're walking away with today.
Right. I mean, that's extremely true, and it's something that, like, no matter what anybody tells me, like, that's something that I know that a lot of teams appreciated it. Even in the first event, where, like, a lot of teams got rolled by some of the North American squads that we had in place. It's just like, no, they knew where the top of the mountain was. They knew where, kind of where the competition lied, and I'm like, great. I'm glad I'm able to facilitate that, because, like, outside of this tournament and maybe some other events, which are kind of like, kind of gatekeeped away from these teams, what other opportunity do you have? You got to play 12 months in the open division system just to get a shot at it, just to get a game in or whatever. Like, you're not going to get scrims from these teams as well. So it's proof that it's working, and it's a long slog. But I kind of kept focused on the North, that North Star, and just saying, like, look, no, this is the point, ladies and gentlemen. And, like, this happening today is proof that this works, and we're going to continue. This like I said, like, I think this is a good result for everyone everywhere. But either way, look, I don't want to ramble on too longer, because, again, even though we had some awesome matches today, we still have our North American teams to go, and I have no idea what's going to happen even on the other side. And so we have our giveaway winner finally. So I got some stuff to finish out. So if you allow me, I will read down. I got to do some reads and stuff like that. So I'm not looking at the camera. I'm looking down at my notes here. So we have our first for our giveaway winner for the chat. So this is going to be 3 minutes. Well, I shouldn't say it'd be 3 minutes late, but you'll see it in a second. But the winner is going to be. Oh, come on. Yes. Okay. There we go. It's on screen. Thank you, production. I appreciate that.
Don't know that.
OW. He's won the giveaway, so we're gonna get you the coaching package, and there's some other stuff that's gonna be coming out as well. So congratulations and thank you, and thank you for tuning in and using that exclamation point giveaway. Also, we want to thank some of our sponsors real quick. Again, this was brought to you by Opera GX. We had, we have the exclamation point Opera in the chat. That's so like that. Like, what we're looking for here is like click on the link, go through it, look at it, download it, and see if you like it. You don't have to keep it on your system, people, but just like doing that still helps us out, helps us with the tournament. But they were a major sponsor for our event. Also, the production team for the EU this time was Project Gap. I'm sorry that I'm tripping over my words, because I'm so excited. I was like, I'm so excited. So they are Gap Project with a K on Twitter. But the excellent production team, multi-observing for the whole entire team. And we'll go through those thank yous in a minute. And then finally, I'm going to go over. Yes, so I got to do thank yous. So final thoughts from you, Waffles. Do you have any final thoughts?
The matches we saw really go to show you that standing doesn't always matter, and that sometimes teams are not dealt the hand they need to shine in our traditional tournaments and setups that we see funneled through to the pro scene and the contenders scene too. And this tournament has really opened up the door for those notions to be essentially broken down, and to show everyone here that just because you're an open division team does not mean that you are any less than some of these contenders teams, and that there is a lot more talent to be given from these lower tiers, in my opinion. And they're not to be underestimated.
Yeah, it's all about competition. That is well said. That is well said, Waffles. I really appreciate that. Like I said, it's about competition, people. Like I'm just gonna repeat this again. This is what this is about. It's about the competition. You want to find out who the best is, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where you come from. Like you could be the next team on here. And a lot of things has happened this weekend, but this is why we're here. This is why and then we got some really exciting matches today. Ocean, do you have any final thoughts?
I'm just going to say, Johan won the giveaway for coaching. He just made it to the top 4. What's he doing entering that? What's happened there? He's just got into the top 4 with World English Invitational 3. He's just beaten Oya and gone, oh, actually, I should put giveaway. I need this. No! You don't need it. You get enough already.
Well, maybe you can give it to someone else. Maybe. Who knows?
Or he's going to be even more deadly.
Well, once again, congratulations, Johan. So with that being said, I'm now going to go into thank yous. And again, I'm going to be reading off the sheet, so I'm not ignoring you all. So thank you, of course, to all of our casters in Stay for Ult Charge, for Ultruism, for Ocean yourself, Waffles, of course, and then, of course, myself as well. So, like, it's always weird reading it off, and I'm like, no, I just talked to you people. Our observers were GK Ninja, Plush Cap, and of course the goddess herself, Cinzia. The multi-observing was absolutely amazing. I feel like we were a Contenders broadcast, just this. And also on TD and running everything in replays, the whole 9 yards, keeping this all together is of course Skyscraper. Last, certainly not least, TL's in support. Ocean, of course, again. Misty was on board today, so I appreciate that. Well, see, I'm reading this off, and my name comes up, and I'm like, I'm incentivized to say, and Will. I'm like, no, that's me. So I will keep going. Captain Jack, as always, will stay. And Captain Jack, and also Unibeth stayed up all night to keep this to get this EU broadcast going. He is asleep as of this moment, and so we're kind of at a loss at the moment. We're gonna have to launch this thing without him, but he should be awake and see this. And then finally, of course, our partners, Gap Project once again, and or Project Gap. See, like this. See, I'm reading off this, people. I know this already. And then Eli Sports, Challenge Club. We also have Opera GX once again, and also and Skulls also. So the last thing I'll say. And I'm just gonna drop this here. So the merch is made in, So this is the IV3 jersey that's on skulls.com. It's collections, Will English IV. There is a link. There's a exclamation point merch in the chat. It's also pinned tweet. If you want to, that also supports the event as well. Somebody bought a mug yesterday. I think it was user Intel bought a mug. So I appreciate that. So with that being said, again, we're gonna drop for like maybe about 5, 10, 15 minutes or so, and we'll be back with the North American Invitational. And again, if the EU side of things is just as wild, it's going to be crazy enough. We finally get to see ISU Redbirds get to play, and of course the 8 teams remaining that are vying for those contender spots and trying to finish this out. But like I said, anything is possible, people, and it's been an amazing tournament so far for the EU side. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and we will see you in about 15 minutes. Goodbye, guys.